All righty, we are recording and broadcasting.
Okay, thank you, and welcome everyone to a continuation of the March meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. And just want to remind everyone again that we are holding this meeting via remotely, given COVID health restrictions, and we will take written comments and questions and email those to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov. And we'll also take oral comments and questions. You can either also send an email directly to us that you have a particular public comment, or use the raise hand Zoom function. And once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes to give your public comment and make sure you tell us who you are and where you're from. I'd like to go ahead and do roll call and see if anybody has anything new to report since yesterday evening. Steve Brandt, nothing new. Virginia?
Virginia Dale, nothing new.
Joe Fernando said he will be a few minutes late. He's in the field. Tom?
Nothing happened last night.
Tanya?
Tanya Heikela, nothing new.
Jay?
Nothing new.
Bob? Bob's on mute, but he's here.
Hi, once again. Hi, Bob Nyman, nothing new here.
Lisa?
Lisa Wanger, nothing new.
And we're still waiting for Diane. And some of our board members will be have to teach a class and go in and out for a few times during the course of the day. So they've promised they'll come back and watch the video of the presentation. So don't be concerned. For today, we're really continuing on our track of, in many respects, fulfilling some of the recommendations made in the Hastings report we talked about yesterday. If you recall, last fall, we had a series of meetings bringing in representatives from the 6 leading agencies or institutions that fund research in the Delta, or do research in the Delta. That encompass most of the major entities in the Delta, and we asked them to talk about what their strategic goals were for science, what their most important and challenging science questions are, and also what we as the Delta ISB reviews would be most valuable to the work they're doing. That really hits the nail on the head in terms of one of the specific recommendations made with the Hastings report. Today we're continuing in that venue and moving in many respects towards looking at some of the regulatory context from which the science is being done. We'll start out with a series of presentations on the fish and fish management. We then will hear a presentation on a group of folks working on developing a food web model for the Delta, which is one of the areas we've talked about reviewing, and then move into environmental flows and hear some science backgrounds on that, and also some of the regulatory context for that topic. So with that, we'll move into our first series of presentations. We'll have 3 presentations on overview of biological opinions and incidental take permit on the long-term operations of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. We'll have 3 presentations. We'll go through each of those presentations, and then we will have questions after that. And our first the guidance we've given for these particular series of presentations are sort of what are the processes and goals of the biological opinion or incidental take permits, and how is your organization expected to achieve those goals? We ask what does each organization understand about each ESA listed species that it manages, and what are the uncertainties to informing management? We ask them how the science and adaptive management part of the biological opinion development and implementation, and then same with incidental take, and then ask them how the Delta ISB can help in general or with its potential review topics. So without further ado, I'll introduce our first speaker is Cathy Marcinkevage, and she's the Assistant Regional Administrator of NOAA Fisheries, California Central Valley Office, where she manages the division's regulatory and scientific efforts to protect and recover listed species and sturgeon. She's had a number of lead roles in several complex ESA consultations and has been involved in adaptive management, development, and review of analytical techniques and models and restoration planning. She joined the National Marine Fisheries Service in 2011 as a biological modeler after working in the private sector environmental modeling community. So, Cathy, we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to be here. I'm excited to be here and excited that you want to know more about how the fisheries agencies, do our work regarding permitting and coordination on Central Valley water operations. So thanks. As you said, I'm Cathy Marcinkevage. I'm the Assistant Regional Administrator for the California Central Valley Office of NOAA Fisheries, located here in Sacramento. And today I plan to cover a bit about the Endangered Species Act and Section 7, focusing on roles and how we as federal services do what we do. Some of what I say is pertinent to the Fish and Wildlife Service and what Kaylee Allen will present next, since we do have the same statute guiding what we do. And my hope is that presenting this information will help provide an understanding of the logic of our approach to what we do, how our Section 7 consultations are informed by science, and how uncertainty can play into the consultation and permitting process. And then I'll cover some specifics on the long-term operations consultation in those regards and potential opportunities for the ISB related to the science of what we do. So let's go to the next slide, please. All right. So the Endangered Species Act, or the ESA, has several different components, and Section 7 is the one that requires that a federal agency that may be taking any action to evaluate impacts of that action and consult with the appropriate service, be it us or the Fish and Wildlife Service, to identify the likelihood that that action could further jeopardize the continued existence of any listed species. For the Central Valley and NOAA Fisheries, I've listed out here the 4 species that we require consultations for. So we've got endangered winter wren Chinook salmon, threatened spring wren Chinook salmon, threatened California Central Valley steelhead, and threatened southern DPS of green sturgeon. Next slide, please. So in this process, the action agency's role is to provide the services with enough information on the project, as well as sufficient information to support our analysis to identify the risk of impacts to the species. The statute itself identifies that the best scientific and commercial information available should be used. And that's intended to set us all up well to have the most robust analysis that we can have. It's not uncommon for us to work with action agencies before the consultation to provide technical assistance on what could perhaps minimize impacts or changes to the project to reduce potential impacts to the species. And to also help the action agency know what kind of information we need to have a sufficient consultation package once it's initiated. But ultimately, the action agency defines the action. Next slide. So the role of the services, be it National Marine Fisheries Service or the Fish and Wildlife Service, is to provide technical assistance as the project is developed. And we do strive to be active participants in the project development if we can be brought in early. Once consultation is initiated, we'll do our own analysis, which again, by the statute, must be based on the best scientific and commercial information available. During the consultation, we'd evaluate the impacts of the action to the species and to the critical habitat. We'd recommend measures to minimize those impacts. We'd determine the likelihood of jeopardizing the continued existence of the species. And if applicable, we'd issue an incidental take statement. And that is, the permit that allows for unintentional but not unexpected harm to a limited number of individuals in executing the action. Next slide. So ultimately, our regulatory role is such that our objectives during the consultation and our authorities are to help the action agency ensure that that any action would not further jeopardize the species or adversely modify critical habitat. And of course, we want to do that in a defensible, robust, logical, and scientifically sound way, right? That's done so that our analysis holds. Next slide. So how do we get there? There are a lot of words here. This is from the statute itself. I put this up mostly to have you focus on the bolded words, especially reproduction numbers and distribution of a species. Because for nymphs, that's what we translate the project impact into. We look at the various pathways of effect of an action, and we identify the risk to an individual fish. And that risk is based on the exposure of the fish to that pathway of effect, and then the response of the individual in terms of impacts to metrics like growth rate, survival probability, and reproduction. Next slide. So this slide shows a diagram of our analytical approach. And again, there's a lot here, so don't get too overwhelmed, but I put this up here because I like how it shows how all of the different parts of our consultation approach come together and kind of layer on one another to get to ultimately the jeopardy determination. So we'd start with an understanding of the project, and those are the purple boxes, really making sure we know what the project is, the different components of the action, where it's going to be, enough detail that we can really tease out what those potential pathways of effect may be. And then we make sure we have a good characterization of the current condition, both of the affected environment and the species. And those are the orange boxes. What is our baseline condition? What is the status of the species that these impacts are going to be acting upon? And then we do our own analysis where we look at these pathways of effect. And those are in the blue boxes towards the bottom. First looking at what the impacts are to the individual, and then aggregating that up to impacts to the population, and then ultimately up to the species. And this is our approach to any consultation because we want a very logical and clear evaluation of impacts. Next slide. So for salmonids especially, in evaluating that impact to the population, we do have metrics that correlate very nicely with those bolded words from before. The numbers, reproduction, and distribution that were defined in the statute. So we use the viable salmonid population criteria of McElhaney et al. From 2000, which quantifies the necessary size and productivity and spatial structure of a population for it to be considered viable. So as we aggregate up those impacts to the individuals and ultimately to the population, we'll use those criteria for each species in evaluating the likelihood to jeopardize the continued existence of the species. Next slide. So biological systems, as probably all of you know, do not have full certainty. And as much as we attempt to have a very logical and scientific approach to our analysis and evaluation, we do face uncertainties in determining the impacts of an action. And our approach on this is to employ institutionalized caution. So this is where the benefit of the doubt is given to the species, and therefore the species should not bear the burden, if you will, of that uncertainty. So we kind of put some bounds on how we're evaluating, knowing that the information may not be perfect, but we need to work with it, though we do take a conservation conservative attempt in interpreting that information. So next slide. So that was a lot of info, but all of this is really just standard practice for any consultation that we do. And that includes the consultation on the long-term operations of the CBP and SWP. So getting more specifically into that particular action and consultation, there were several pathways of effect that we identified in the consultation, given the large number of action components for that project. Some of the main pathways that we were concerned about are listed here, because this is where we would see the impacts of the action, be they positive or negative. We analyze both. We see those impacts to the individuals as a result of the action. And given the number of actions and the number of species and the number of life stages affected, especially for 4 different species that have multiple life stages throughout the Central Valley, and all of these various pathways of effect, we definitely encountered uncertainty. Next slide. Some of the ways that we addressed uncertainty in the consultation were to identify biological performance metrics, especially for temperature criteria and delta survival. And these were intended to ensure that the conditions that manifest as a result of the operations reflected what was in the analyzed range in our consultation. The consultation also has included a regular independent peer review of various scientific items and even those performance metrics. And that was set to happen every 4 years with potential triggers for them to happen more frequently if needed. And then the project also helps to address some aspects of uncertainties by identifying where those data gaps are and including in the project description, efforts to potentially address those, hopefully, ideally address those. And the example I use here for the CVP consultation is the steelhead monitoring effort. In this particular example, we found that it can be hard to quantify impacts to this species, given some variability and diversity in its life history expressions. And it was identified that a coordinated, robust monitoring effort would be the start to providing the data needed to support a more honed evaluation of impacts. Next slide. So the real-time operations of implementing the proposed action of long-term operations is not simple. There is, to me, I give credit to the staff of our various agencies who are very much in the thick of this every day. There's really notable, I think, coordination among all of the state and federal agencies involved. This figure is very oversimplified. There are several meetings every week at various levels, from staff level up to director level, focused just on operations. There are generally species-specific groups and watershed-specific groups, and all of these groups look at real-time conditions, what's happening with fish, what's happening with hydrology, what's happening with weather, how those things change, what's called for in both the state and federal operations plans and permits to pull all that together. And that information is then considered by the Water Operations Management Team, or WOMT, to recommend operations. And then there's elevation space provided by the directors of the different agencies for issues that come up or need some decision making. Next slide. So my point in covering what I did today was to convey the way that science is included in the consultation process, kind of scraping the surface of that. And as I said when I started, this is required by the statute of the ESA. So I see a few places where there could be a nexus with the work of the ISB, one being in the identification of best available science, especially science specific to the Delta and the Central Valley. I know there are many conversations in different arenas about, kind of science to support management challenges, but turning those conversations into kind of for real information that can be applied to the data gaps or applied to emergent science is crucial. Being on that emergent or on that management end. And though the purview of the board may be more focused kind of on the Delta, one challenge that we face with these types of large consultations is that our species area spans from the Sierra to the sea, right? So it's incredibly useful for us to have synthesis efforts that cover that broader landscape. And I recognize that the finer resolution is often the right size for a tractable study question or a feasible funding opportunity, but stitching all that together to cover the full life cycle of the species is really helpful for us. So that's what I've got for you today. I appreciate the chance to be here and look forward to some questions and discussion after the other presentations. I think I hand it back over to the chair.
Unmute myself. Thanks, Cathy. Our next presentation is by Kaylee Allen, who is the Assistant Regional Director for Fish and Aquatic Conservation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And she's been at that position since January 2021 and previously served as the Field Supervisor of the San Francisco Bay Delta Fish and Wildlife Office in Sacramento. And prior to that, spent 15 years working for the Department of Interior's Regional Solicitor's Office in Sacramento as a assistant regional solicitor. So, Kaylee?
Great, thank you. Good morning, all. I am going to be talking to you also about our biological opinions, the process a little bit, but I think Cathy mostly covered that, and sort of with more of a focus on our 2019 biological opinion. I did just want to cover, so I oversee the Fish and Aquatic Conservation Program within the Fish and Wildlife Service. The service is divided into programs. And so the Fish and Aquatic Conservation Program in this region oversees 2 hatchery complexes, as well as 3 fish and wildlife offices that do monitoring, restoration activities, and oversee hatchery evaluation and other sorts of evaluation. So that's our role within this process. Next slide, please. So as Cathy said, we're talking primarily about the Endangered Species Act, although we do have other regulatory functions under other acts, like the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, as well as the FERC process and other processes. So the Endangered Species Act, there's joint authority for National Marine Fisheries Service and Fish and Wildlife Service to implement. Fish and Wildlife Service generally has jurisdiction over terrestrial species as well as non-anadromous fishes. And the National Marine Fisheries Service has jurisdiction over anadromous fish. Next slide, please. As I said, Cathy really covered a lot of this Section 7 piece, so I'm not going to delve too far into it, but there was a couple points I wanted to emphasize. The first is that the proposed action, the action that we're analyzing, is defined by the action agency. And because of that, where the service might have goals and policies it's trying to, implement over time, Section 7 is not always the best vehicle to do that, because what we're doing is helping the action agency implement their action and meet their goals. Next slide, please. So Cathy also emphasized that we work with the action agency as much as possible to help them understand the effects of their action on species and how they might be able to modify their action to, to have less harm. Because of that, we do like to be engaged early if we can be and provide technical assistance. Once an agency has determined that their action may affect listed species, that's when consultation would begin. And we work through that consultation process to, again, help them understand the effects of their action and see if there's alternative paths that can still get them to their goals, but do so in a less harmful manner. The only time the service would really weigh in terms of an alternative to the action is if the action was determined to jeopardize species or to destroy or adversely modify critical habitat. And at that point, the agency, the Fish and Wildlife Service, would work with the action agency to come up with alternative actions to avoid jeopardy or adverse modification. Next slide. So delving a little bit more into the CVP and the SWP, this is not a great map, sorry. This is more focused on the Central Valley Project, cut out part of the State Water Project there. But I think it does give a good idea of how many facilities we're talking about. And obviously there's more in Southern California. But as you know, the water projects provide water for 25 million Californians and millions of acres of farmland. We also provide water to cities, which help support our urban population. And the Delta is the hub where that water, for the most part, passes through on its way south. And the Delta, as you're well aware, is very important ecologically, and there's multiple species that live in the Delta that are struggling. The other thing I want to highlight here, just sort of thinking about our Section 7 regulations and this project, is our regulations don't apply well to these ongoing projects. The regulations are really focused on something much more tangible, like say a housing development where you have no development, and then you have development. Whereas with the operations of the CVP and SWP, you have existing facilities that have ongoing effects into the future, as well as then changing an operation will also have ongoing effects, and trying to like get your arms around what that really means and what that looks like is much more difficult, I think, than sort of your basic Section 7 project that we might do elsewhere. Next slide, please. So this is just a little bit of an overview on the 2019 consultation process for the long-term operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. We initially started consultation, Reclamation reinitiated consultation on the 2008 and 2009 biological opinions in August of 2016. As you know, we had an administration change then. And in 2018, the president put out a memo identifying the critical milestones for consultation. That consultation was intended to move very, very quickly. In 2019, we had Reclamation completed its initial biological assessment. And I will, just to color this a little bit, we were just finishing a 35-day government shutdown towards the end of when this came out. So it really limited the ability for all the agencies to participate in the sort of finalization of the process, which was another complicating factor in this consultation. Over that initial part of 2019, we worked through the consultation through that process Cathy described of working with Reclamation to really understand all aspects of the project and working on our effects analyses on the project. In 2019, we issued our final biological opinions. And then in February of 2020, Reclamation issued its record of decision on its NEPA document to implement those actions that were described in Reclamation's biological assessment and analyzed in our biological opinions. Next slide. So for Fish and Wildlife Service, as I mentioned, we have jurisdiction over both terrestrial species and non-anadromous fishes. So in this consultation, we consulted on the effects to Delta smelt and its designated critical habitat, along with 15 terrestrial species and designated critical habitats for those that hadn't been designated, which is not all 15. We did undergo 2 rounds of peer review on our opinion, as did NIMS. The first one was early, I think it was in April, May time frame, and the second one was later in the process over the summer. We were analyzing a time period of the effects of operations through 2030. I will say I've been involved in many of these operations consultations since 2000. And I think as we start to see the effects of climate change really take hold, it's been difficult for us to figure out how far out to look with these consultations, because we want it, there's a lot of uncertainty. Just the further out you look, it gets much more uncertain. And so we try to bite off chunks that are manageable, but also allow for the action agency to fulfill its mission and implement its projects that it needs to rely on this consultation for. And as I said, our final biological opinion was issued October 21, 2019. Next slide, please. So I'm going to focus on the Delta smelt side of the consultation. That's obviously the part that gets the most attention for what we do. Thinking about uncertainty with Delta smelt, we really tried to focus on ecological conditions for real-time management instead of surveying, which has been our primary method in the past. I think we all know that Delta smelt are much more rare than they used to be, and the monitoring and sampling we do doesn't provide us with the same level of information that it once did. So instead, over the years of implementing the 2008 biological opinion, it's obvious, that smelt move with turbidity. And so we focus more on the turbidity side than on the smelt that we were catching in surveys to help guide our real-time operations decisions. The biological opinion also includes a collaborative decision-making process. So some of the charts that Cathy showed there in terms of all the different agencies, we're involved in multiple processes. There's a smelt monitoring team and a salmon monitoring team. Those teams provide technical guidance to the agencies in terms of thinking through the process. That information works its way up to agency managers and then ultimately to directors. Supplementation of the wild population. This is what I think is probably the most exciting part of our biological opinion and the action that Reclamation proposed. And I'm going to focus on that a little bit later in this talk. In terms of adaptive management, we have some adaptive management pieces that are built in to the process. There's a summer fall habitat action, which could provide, it provides additional habitat in Sassoon Marsh, as well as holding space for a technical group to develop additional actions. That group is currently meeting and they're going through a structured decision-making process about how to implement that summer fall habitat action. There are also food web actions that are called for in the biological opinions. And then finally, the guidance documents. So that's the process we've used to try to knit together the requirements with Reclamation's proposed action and the biological opinions and the state's action and ITP. And so agency folks have been meeting weekly to work, well, at the beginning to work through those guidance documents, and now we're implementing those guidance documents to try to have as seamless as possible an operation when the requirements in the BIOPS and the ITP are different. Next slide, please. All right, so reinitiation of consultation. As you've probably heard, we have now reinitiated consultation on the 2019 biological opinions. That happened in the beginning of October. And we are also in litigation on the biological opinions and the NEPA document. And we are currently seeking a voluntary remand of the 2019 opinion, which would mean that it would come back to us to take another look at. I'm not going to go any further into the litigation side, but that's where things stand as of today. Next slide. So this is the exciting part, in my opinion. So as part of the proposed action, Reclamation is proposing to supplement the wild population of Delta smelt with captively raised Delta smelt. Those fish are currently produced at the Fish Conservation and Culture Lab that UC Davis runs. So Reclamation is funding FCCL to expand their capacity at the FCCL. The biological assessment called for supplementation within 3 to 5 years of the biological opinion being issued. The first year, the service, along with partners, worked through a supplementation strategy. So we spent a year trying to figure out what we thought we needed to do. We're also looking at construction of a fish technology center in the Delta, and that could benefit both Delta smelt and other Delta fishes. And then finally, Reclamation committed to building a larger hatchery facility for Delta smelt by 2030. Next slide, please. So after we finished the supplementation strategy in 2020, we realized there was a lot we didn't know about how we were going to actually put fish in the Delta. So we worked with DFW along with other partners that I'll identify in a minute. And we we developed a program that we're calling the experimental release program, so that we can test each of those individual items that we knew we needed. So we needed to figure out a regulatory strategy for getting fish in the water. And that involved a lot of agency collaboration. We had to develop sort of those lines of collaboration. Tagging fish, well, the genetic side of what we were doing, we needed to make sure that we had that in order. Tagging fish, as you well know, Delta smelt have the reputation for, dying if you look at them wrong. So we didn't know if we would be able to mark enough fish to actually make this happen. Transporting the fish, also something that we do, we transport fish up to Livingstone National Fish Hatchery, but we didn't know how this would go. And then obviously the releasing part. So we sort of broke it down into various components and really worked through those over the last year. And it's been a tremendous effort by a lot of people, and I really appreciate the work that's been done. So over the past 3 months, we've released over 55,000 marked fish into the Delta. And the picture there are the carboys that contain the Delta smelt, so that we use those to transport the fish from the FCCL onto the boats and then into the water for our hard release. Next slide, please. So these are all the entities that we're working with to make this happen. CDFW was a CEQA lead on this. They're a full partner in this, and we're just really excited to be working with them on this. We have support from DWR, Reclamation, USGS, and obviously UC Davis producing all the fish and just working with us to work through all of the various complications with the project. Next slide, please. So as I said, we successfully released 55,000, a little over 55,000 fish into the Delta. They were all marked or tagged. We actually used multiple release sites this year. And we tested hard and soft release methods. So the picture here is a soft release method. Those are cages that contain Delta smelt. We actually had very little mortality in those cages that we were able to tell once we removed the cages. So that was really exciting. We've had very little mortality at every stage that we're able to see. And again, that's something that we weren't necessarily expecting. We weren't able to test the soft released methods as well as we would have liked due to weather and other considerations, but that's something that we can do in future years. And I will say, as of yesterday, I think we've sampled something like 38 fish of marked fish in the Delta in our enhanced Delta smelt monitoring. So we know they're surviving, and that's really, really exciting. So next slide. All right, well, that's my presentation. I did just want to emphasize, I think Cathy did a really, really good job of talking about the ISB role, particularly the importance of synthesis, I think cannot be underestimated. And I do feel like with all the agencies who are working on all these various projects, we have a tendency to sort of focus on our projects. And I think the ISB has that opportunity to provide sort of an overarching role of what's happening and maybe be able to see more clearly the gaps in the science. And I think that's a really important role that you play. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kaylee. Our next presentation will give the state perspective from CDF&W with Brooke Jacobs. And Brooke is an environmental program manager at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife over the State Water Project Permitting Unit in the Water Branch. She leads a team of environmental scientists to develop CEQA documents and incidental take permits in collaboration with the Department of Water Resources for operations of the State Water Project. She joined the department in 2014, and prior to that, she completed a master's and PhD in population biology at Davis. So, Brooke.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for asking me to be here today. Also, thank you to Cathy and Kaylee for covering some of the topics that I can now brush over a bit in this presentation. We all work together on implementation of these things. So there's a lot of overlap between our departments and agencies. So I'm going to provide a high-level overview of the components of the incidental take permit that was issued for operations of the State Water Project that I think are most interesting to you. I just want to emphasize that I'm happy to take questions if you'd like to have more information on the specifics of the different elements of the permit. So next slide, please. So just some very quick background information on the California Endangered Species Act, or CESA, as I'll refer to it. Fish and Game Code prohibits doing many things with species that are listed as either endangered or threatened in California. And one of those that's prohibited from happening is take of endangered or threatened species. And a separate section of Fish and Game Code defines take as hunt, pursue, catch, capture, or kill, or the attempt to hunt, pursue, catch, capture, or kill endangered and threatened species. So we do have mechanisms that can allow activities to move forward that involve take of threatened and endangered species, and I'll talk about one of those in the next slide. Thank you. So incidental take permits are one tool that we have that allow an exception to the take prohibition if a permittee implements certain conditions of approval that are specified by the department that meet our standards for issuance. So incidental take permits, or I'll call them from here on out ITPs for short, contain measures roughly proportional to the impact of take. An applicant must ensure that they have adequate funding to implement those measures, and all take must be minimized and fully mitigated. And take must not jeopardize the continued existence of the species. So those are some of the sideboards and guidelines for what's included in an ITP. And now I'll talk more specifically about the ITP that was issued to DWR for operations of the State Water Project. Next slide. So in a brief overview, this is a 10-year permit. It goes from 2020 to 2030. It includes 4 covered species: Delta smelt and longfin smelt, winter run and spring run Chinook salmon. Delta smelt, winter run, and spring run are also listed on the Federal Endangered Species Act. Longfin smelt is only listed as threatened under the California Endangered Species Act. And the permit also includes an adaptive management program that I'll talk about briefly at the end of this presentation. Next slide. So the project area, or the geographic scope of the permit, is the legal delta, Sassoon, Marsh, and Bay, and then a small portion of the Sacramento River from the Feather River confluence to I Street Bridge, and that's shown in this map. Next slide. The project facilities. So the permit authorizes take only for State Water Project facilities in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. So that includes facilities in the South Delta, like Banks Pumping Plant, Skinner Fish Facility, and Clifton Court Forebay, South Delta Temporary Barrier Program, operations of a migratory barrier, Georgiana Slough, and then in the northern end of the geographic distribution, Barker Slough Pumping Plant, North Bay Aqueduct, and the Sassoon Marsh facilities as well. Next slide. So I'm going to provide a brief and regrettably rapid overview of some of the conditions of approval in the permit. Again, I would be happy to take questions after the presentation if you have them. So I'm going to talk about the real-time operations components of the permit, and these are how in real time we minimize take of the covered species, required science and monitoring, migratory barriers and fish guidance structures, required habitat restoration, the spring outflow and blocks of water component of the permit, summer fall action, and the salmon science programs. Next slide. So Cathy touched on this briefly, and I'll just add a little bit to it, but one of the main ways that the permit minimizes take of all 4 of the covered species is implementing operating criteria that are founded on real-time operations and long-term monitoring data. So there's the 3 teams that Cathy already mentioned, focused on smelt and salmon, and then a WAMP, the management level team that synthesizes recommendations from those technical teams. Cathy mentioned they meet very frequently on a weekly basis, and they use all of the available data, both biological and hydrologic, in the Delta. Next slide. The permit is closely tied with IEP long-term monitoring. So all of the IEP sampling is identified in the project description in the permit. with a reference and acknowledgement of ongoing review of those IEP programs that is happening right now in various forums. Several of the IEP surveys are referenced in operating criteria used for real-time operations. That includes the Fall Midwater Trawl, Smelt Larva Survey, Chips Island Trawl, 20mm survey, and the Services and the Enhanced Delta Smelt Monitoring Program, or EDSM. Slide. So this is a very high-level overview of the different elements of the permit that deal with real-time operations. And you'll notice the acronym OMR. If you're not familiar with that, it's an index of flows in the old and middle rivers that we use to gauge both the volume and the direction of flows on both of these channels in the South Delta. So we use the term OMR quite a bit. The permit includes measures that both start and end an overall OMR management season that manages those flow levels when the covered species are present in the Delta. And then within that season, we have measures that are targeted specifically at minimizing take of longfin smelt, Delta smelt, and both winter run and spring run Chinook salmon. And there's also a condition there that limits the ability of the State Water Project to flex off of these export restrictions in the event of high flow or precipitation in the Delta. So next slide. The permit also includes several requirements for new science and monitoring for the salmon and the smelt species, and these are to help augment our current understanding of these species and better understand take and impacts of the taking as a result of State Water Project operations. So the salmonid monitoring and science requirements included in the permit are, there's a requirement to conduct upstream monitoring during the water transfer window to evaluate potential impacts to salmon, juvenile stranding, red dewatering, that sort of thing during water transfers if the water flow levels fluctuate too rapidly or too much. There's also a requirement to conduct new and ongoing monitoring to develop a spring run juvenile production estimate, or JPE. This is a really exciting, very large new program established by the permit that I'm actually going to go in a little bit more detail at the end. So I'll leave you hanging for a minute there. Some additional salmon science requirements included in the permit are pathology monitoring to better understand the distribution and abundance of pathogens and their impacts on spring run. Science to improve our understanding of rearing habitat for salmonids in the Bay Delta, developing a spring run life cycle model, and also winter run entrainment prediction tools, which I will talk about in a little bit more depth at the end. Slide. So the smelt science and monitoring conditions included in the permit also span a wide range of life history stages. So there are requirements to conduct early longfin smelt larval surveys in December, and these are intended to start our existing larval surveys earlier than we have before to get a better understanding of the true start of longfin smelt spawning in the Delta. We also have a requirement to develop a new smelt larval entrainment monitoring at the South Delta facilities, a longfin smelt science program that I'm going to talk about in the next slide. And then there are science requirements pertaining to the Delta smelt summer fall habitat action as well. So we have requirements to monitor and report on the results of that every year, or even in years when we don't implement the action. And then we require new monitoring stations in Grizzly Bay and Sassoon Marsh to better understand how abiotic factors in those areas change in response to summer fall habitat actions. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the longfin smelt science program that I mentioned a minute ago. This is a continuation of a many years running, very successful collaborative effort between my department, the Department of Water Resources, and the state water contractors to develop questions regarding longfin smelt ecology and collaboratively initiate studies to answer those questions. And so there was a desire to keep that going. We felt that it was a really productive way to continue to improve our understanding of the ecology of the species and potential impacts of take associated with State Water Project operations. So the longfin smelt science program has a science plan that's developed, and it identifies science priorities. Those include the need for a new life cycle or a life cycle model for the species. There isn't one yet. The need to implement new and support ongoing monitoring for longfin smelt. We need to complete the life cycle of the species in captivity. We need to better understand the spawning substrate and microhabitat that's used by longfin smelt. We need to better understand the distribution of the spawning substrate in the Delta, Cache Slough, and Sassoon Marsh. And we need to improve our understanding of key behavioral aspects of the species that we think pertain closely to take associated with the State Water Project. That includes adult migration patterns, juvenile outmigration, and transport mechanisms for juveniles outmigrating from the Delta in particular. Next slide. The permit also includes requirements to either implement or plan and study migratory barriers and fish guidance structures. So one of the conditions requires the Department of Water Resources to construct and operate a salmonid migratory barrier at Georgiana Slough. And I have a picture shown here of an early test that the department did of this technology. And the idea here is that they would install a migratory barrier that keeps migrating juvenile salmonids out of migration pathways that we know have low survival and keep them on pathways that have much higher survival to improve their routing as they move from the tributaries down through the Delta and out. Conversely, we have a requirement to study and evaluate fish guidance structures at Sutter and Steamboat Sloughs. These fish guidance structures are intended to guide fish into areas with higher survival probabilities and keep them out of areas that have much lower survival probabilities. And so that planning is well underway. I believe the plan is to start to implement the salmonid migratory barrier. The hope is in this water year, at the end of the water year and the following one. Exciting. Next slide, please. The permit also includes several conditions intended to augment spring outflow and provide blocks of water that are available for planning by the department in collaboration with the Department of Water Resources. So one of those is a requirement to conduct spring export curtailments in April and May of every year. And these export curtailments are intended to augment spring outflow during these months to benefit really all four of the covered species. We tend to talk about longfin smelt the most because they have that well-known outflow and abundance relationship, but it's also intended to benefit spring run, winter run, and Delta smelt. The permit also includes what we call the spring outflow block. And this is a flexible management strategy that the department could decide to implement in collaboration with the Department of Water Resources, where we would plan for and allow the Department of Resources to flex off some of those restrictions to exports in the springtime. And then while they're flexing off those and capturing more water, there would be a careful accounting done of how much water they were able to capture while flexing off the restrictions. That water that they capture would then be made available to the Department of Fish and Wildlife in a block, the spring outflow block, that we could then redeploy later that summer, early fall, or we could defer and redeploy the subsequent year to provide benefits to species at other times when we feel that they're needed. So it's a flexible new approach that we have not tried yet, but it's in the permit. We have that tool available. And we also have an additional 100,000 acre foot block of water made available for Delta outflow. So this becomes available in any above normal or wet year by the Sac Valley Index. And the 100,000 acre feet are available to the department, obviously working in collaboration with Department of Water Resources to schedule and plan how we would deploy those to benefit the covered species, either in the summer and fall of that same wet or above normal year, or we could decide to defer it and redeploy it the following year. And we could use it to augment Delta outflow, or a more likely scenario would be to augment flows associated with a summer-fall habitat action in the summer. Next slide, please. The permit also includes requirements for habitat restoration to mitigate take of all four of the covered species. It includes about 9,000 acres of habitat restoration. So this is carrying forward the 8,000 acres of Delta smelt habitat restoration from the previous biological opinion, the 800 acres of longfin smelt habitat restoration in our incidental take permit for longfin smelt previous to this one, and then an additional 396 acres of habitat restoration intended to benefit both Delta and longfin smelt. It also requires the Department of Resources to provide a portion of the funding and support to construct and implement the Rivers project. For salmon species, it requires Department of Water Resources to provide $20 million for adult passage and juvenile rearing projects that we identify in collaboration between our two departments during the course of the permit. And it requires implementation of the YOLO bypass, salmonid habitat restoration and fish passage project, otherwise known as the Big Notch project in the Fremont Weir. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned in the beginning, the permit also has an adaptive management program, and we have a draft adaptive management plan that's attached to the permit that we have been working on collaboratively with the team that's responsible for implementing this program. The team includes representatives from my department, of course, Department of Water Resources, and the state water contractors. It's informed by IEP, the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program, or CSAM, and the Delta Science Program. And the idea is that the adaptive management program is engaged on specifically the new science and monitoring required by the permit, and those portions that are explicitly tied to the adaptive management process in the permit, which I'll talk about in a minute. We're going to be evaluating the products from that, comparing them to current approaches in the permit, and that may result in requests to amend the permit during its 10-year timeframe. And so in the next few slides, I'm going to talk about some of the science efforts that are really explicitly tied to adaptive management, because we think that there may be ways supported by science to modify or improve on portions of the permit within this time. So next slide, please. So one of those portions of the permit that's explicitly tied to adaptive management is the summer-fall habitat action. And I'll talk a little bit more about what's included there. Kaylee also mentioned this as well. So this is going to be implemented, it is actually now being implemented through an annual planning process that's integrated with adaptive management and is being run through a structured decision-making process. Their permit includes requirements to conduct actions to support this, specific actions, and they vary depending on water year type. They include operations of the Sassoon-Marsh salinity control gates, and that's based on the experiment that was done by the Department of Water Resources in 2018. And the idea is that operating the gates in the summertime provides more fresher habitat for Delta smelt during those months than would otherwise be provided. It also includes X2 standards in above normal and wet years. It includes the ability to conduct a North Delta flow action to provide food subsidies for portions of Delta smelt habitat. And then it also mentions the potential to look at Roaring River distribution system-based food actions, although those are very early and I think very conceptual at this point. And as I mentioned previously, it includes improved monitoring in Grizzly Bay to better understand the distribution of low salinity zone habitat that we get when we operate the Sassoon-Marsh salinity control gates. So next slide. Another component of the permit that points explicitly to adaptive management is the need to develop a winter run entrainment prediction tool. So the idea is that we would all like to move onto an approach to minimize take of winter run at the facilities that's more proactive and that's not focused on seeing individuals showing up in salvage and then having a response afterwards. We'd like to have something that's more forward-looking to better anticipate take and minimize it before it starts. And I apologize if any of the authors of the ICF model are listening. So there are two models that have been developed to serve this purpose. One was developed by ICF. It looks at salvage patterns and when salvage starts at the facilities. It actually does an excellent job of understanding what future salvage will look like. I don't have a slide for that, but that is one of the models that's being evaluated for this. I do have a slide for the Winter Run Chinook machine learning project that's being run by Jeremy Gaeta, Brian Maharsda, and Trin Nguyen. And this is a very complex AI-based machine learning model that looks at multiple factors and anticipates the beginning of winter run salvage, either at 1 week or 3 week distances. That's all the detail that I'm going to get into on that model because it's extremely complex. But these are both very exciting and they're both in development and getting ready to be tested. So next slide. And this is my last slide. So this is mentioning the spring run Chinook salmon juvenile production estimate requirement in the permit that I mentioned earlier. And this is a requirement to develop this juvenile production estimate for spring run Chinook salmon. So you may be familiar that we've been doing this for years with winter run. This is somewhat simpler for winter run because they have a much simpler geographic distribution. They sort of are distributed primarily along the Sacramento River. And we have a massive monitoring enterprise out there that monitors lots of different life stages and enables us to estimate the number of juveniles entering the Delta every year. Spring run's much more difficult. They have a more complex geographic distribution, which I have shown in the map on the figure. And so we are launching this effort right now to look at all of our existing data for spring run. And we've started some new monitoring. The 2 rotary screw traps are shown in the picture there that we've started to begin to gather new data to try and figure out how we could develop different modeling approaches to calculating this juvenile production estimate each year, with the idea being that once this is up and running, it could be used to develop a more proactive entrainment minimization measure for spring run that, again, is not based on responding to observations of fish in salvage. And so we have the science plan is focused from 2020 to 2024, at which point we'll have an independent peer review panel of our different approaches and get feedback on what we've done to date. So that's all I have. Next slide. I'm happy to take any questions if you want more information on different things that I mentioned.
Okay, well, thanks everyone. Those are excellent presentations and really exactly the type of information we were looking for. Of course, I, for one, could listen to fish stuff all day long. Before we get started, I want to introduce 2 more board members and see if they have any anything to report since last night who have joined us. Joe?
Yeah, nothing to report.
And Diane McKnight.
Nothing to report.
Okay, so the floor is open to ask questions. Okay, I'll start. I have a lot of questions. And this is for all of you, I think. You talked about developing, doing risk assessments as part of the real focus of what you're doing. Do you get into what I'm going to term sort of conditional risk? And what I mean by that is that, you may have a risk for a certain action, but conditions can change. Like it may be okay and no harm done unless there's a severely warm year or something else happens to change sort of the standard conditions in the system. Do you deal with that sort of thing, or do you set like, okay, there'll be no harm done, assuming everything is the same as it's been for the last 5 years?
I can start on that. Maybe if Kaylee and Brooke want to weigh in later. I think we do. I think it depends, but we try to articulate that in our analysis. So, we are analyzing a particular project with assumptions, and that's why it's important for us to, in our biological opinion, we will recount the proposed action, right, to kind of make sure that is laid out, and any interpretations or assumptions we've made about the proposed action are articulated to identify what those potential bounds or assumptions are. And we would go about that to say, we expect the risk to be this, given these types of conditions. The risk may increase if you get this type of condition, or decrease if you got this other type of condition. We don't try to cover the full spectrum, but if the way that the project has been described, we know that there will be a spectrum of conditions, we would, try to articulate where we think that risk would be more or less given those different conditions. So it kind of depends, but we would try to articulate that to highlight, we've assumed that the conditions will be what they have been for the last, 10 years. And with that assumption, here's the risk. But if we were to have, increased likelihoods of drought or something like that, the risk to the species would increase more than what we're expecting.
Or if you get something like an invasive species comes in and the whole thing changes. Sort of a related question was that I know how your life cycle models kind of work, but how far in sort of secondary impacts do you have? I mean, and I think particularly about food web, if a certain action enhances a may not have any direct effects on the species that you're dealing with, but it may, for example, enhance the abundance of a predator or a competitor, or reduce food. How do you deal with those sort of secondary impacts on those species of interest?
I guess I'll try to answer both those questions. So on the first question, thinking about sort of how we deal with effects that we haven't thought about. So I think, as Cathy said, we try our best to think about what could happen. And of course, we use history as a guide to what could happen. I think we're in such a changing dynamic right now in the Delta that's difficult. And I think that's been borne out with the drought of this year and last year and in previous years. So I think the ESA, the regulations provide that we need to reinitiate consultation if there's species effects that haven't been analyzed. So, or if reclamation wants to change its proposed action and that causes effects that haven't been analyzed. So we do have the ability to deal with things as they come, but it's not perfect, certainly, and it is hard to do on these very short turnaround times, like with drought, where reclamation might be seeking a temporary urgency change petition from the board, and that changes the effects to species. Then we try to deal with that quickly. In terms of the life cycle models, I'm not the best person to talk about that, but our life cycle models for Delta smelt, at least, really do try to identify all the stressors to the smelt. But again, those are based on historic information. So I think as we continue to see system changes, that's a challenge for us, and it creates a lot of uncertainty. And so we're doing our best to address that.
Okay, let's move on to Diane and then Bob.
Thanks again for these really excellent presentations. Very interesting. So in previous presentations, we've learned about how salinity is a key water quality parameter that is used in terms of targets for operation of the whole system. But in these presentations, it appears that there are times where these salinity regulations are exceeded. And I was wondering how that fits into the adaptive management in terms of if there is a salinity exceedance somewhere in this complicated system of moving water around, and that's identified, is there a way to track what the impacts of that are, that event, and is that relevant to understand the impacts of drought, which seems to be a driver for salinity exceedances? So this may not be a well-posed question, but I think I was glad to see that salinity came up in Brooke's presentation.
Yeah, maybe I can take that. So I think it is a good question. And just to be frank, our adaptive management program does not currently explicitly point to drought management as one of the areas that it includes. That's not to say that it couldn't be included in the future. It does look explicitly as our ability to manage salinity and compliance with requirements in the permit for salinity for the summer fall habitat action. So the permit has very clear compliance points of 4 parts per thousand at Belden's Landing and the marsh that need to be achieved throughout the duration of that action. Slightly higher salinity if we're in a dry year situation, but that's generally the case. And that is something that we will be examining on an annual basis for the team that's responsible for implementing that. And then at a larger time scale through the adaptive management program. We don't currently include drought explicitly in that program. Good suggestion though, thank you.
I guess I would just add, so there's a couple of, well, there's multiple different factors for salinity, but so part of it, decision 1641 from the water board provides salinity requirements, which are sometimes exceeded. We use 1641 as what we call our baseline for our analysis. So sometimes there can be exceedances that don't cause effects to species, and then we don't need to worry about that. But if it did cause additional effects to species that we hadn't analyzed, that would trigger reinitiation for us. And then there's, some species specific salinity needs and requirements. And so there's kind of like different things going on there. And so it sort of depends on where the exceedance is, what it's, what's going on. But we do recognize that during drought, conditions in the Delta are going to be poorer for species than we would otherwise hope for.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, thanks, Steve. First of all, thanks for the presentations. All three of them were just mesmerizing. They were excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate them. I have a number of questions, actually questions for all three of you, and I'd like to start with Cathy. And forgive me, this will probably be a very naive question for you, Cathy, but I've always wondered if NOAA has the legal clout to require dams and other water diversions to install fish passage facilities.
So we do have passage criteria for projects that come in terms of, what a sweeping velocity and things like that would be. Kind of depends on the approach with different authorities. We've got some different opportunities to do that under the Federal Power Act and our authorities there. We can do prescriptions that would require passage at structures. Like Kaylee said, with Section 7, that's not really, it can be a place where we can try to advocate and get projects to do things that are within our needs, but our job there is to analyze the project as it has come to us and identify its likelihood of jeopardizing the species. Now, as we do that, if we were to find that, this project is going to, continue to be a barrier or impose a barrier that's going to impede passage, we could work out an alternative that would prevent that. So it's you posed it as maybe a simple question, and it's maybe not a simple question because it's not necessarily easy to do. So we do have some different authorities in different places, but there's something to not wanting to come in and being the completely authoritarian regulatory heavy hand to impose something that frankly can't be done, but to rather work out a more workable solution.
Well, my understanding is that none of the dams within the Delta's watershed have fish passage facilities, and yet you have endangered species that could, use the habitat above the dams, assuming you can get them through the dams. And in the Pacific Northwest and elsewhere, there have been a lot of retrofits for fish passage facilities, as well as retrofits for regulating water temperatures in the rivers. And I was wondering who really has the authority to require the dams and other water diversions, to do these kinds of things if indeed we're going to have, an effective, ESA. So I don't know whether it's NOAA or whether it's collectively FEMA, Reclamation, who in the end does that, or perhaps it's the judicial system, through the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals that requires that.
Yeah, and there's something to, as Kaylee indicated, we've got these changing conditions and potentially a changing baseline, right? That where we're seeing like having fish on the valley floor probably is not going to be very good for them as we get further and further into climate change. So we do need to get them up above the dams into cooler water that is more reliably cold and spring fed. during drought years. That may or may not be, in some instances, I completely get it. It's physically incredibly challenging to do some type of passage structure. So what are some creative ways around that? There's trap and haul. That can work in some places. That is not always viewed as the best approach. We love volitional passage everywhere we can get it. But to be a realist, you may not get it everywhere, and you may need to do something that is non-volitional. But I agree with you. Getting these species reintroduced into the areas above dams is a key component to their recovery. That's in our recovery plans for all of the Chinook wrens and salmonids. And it's a big, it is a big focus of our work over the next coming years, especially given recurring drought conditions, warmer temperatures, and seeing things being done in the Northwest that we just maybe haven't adopted here in California quite as well as we could.
Yeah, good. Well, thanks, Kathy. And then I have a question, a couple questions for Kaylee. In your presentation, I kind of came away with the impression that a lot of the actions of the Fish and Wildlife were really defensive, since they're around jeopardy and losing habitat, and I would say trying to fight a rear guard against the loss of both species as well as habitat and so on. And yet I didn't come away with the idea that you had many what I would call offensive actions, where you're really looking to increase the distribution or the population sizes of some of the listed species. Is that true or not? So that's just my impression that I came away with.
So my personal opinion is that Section 7 is fairly defensive. Again, we're dealing with an action agency's project and trying to make that as the least harmful that we can. I think the service overall has a lot of offensive type actions, but they're not regulatory per se. Our mission is to work with others to improve habitats. And so I think we're at our strongest and most defensive when we're working with others, whether it be through our restoration programs, like under the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, or our partners program, where we go out and work with people in the field and come up with actions that others can implement, but that really help contribute towards conservation. So in my mind, the ESA is an imperfect tool in terms of conservation, but it's what we have. And so we utilize that to the extent that we can, but our other programs that are more outward facing, I think, provide much more benefit to conservation in the long run.
And then also, Kaylee, the hatchery, as you know, hatcheries can be both a positive tool, but also can be a very negative tool. So it kind of concerned me that there was going to be a hatchery for the Delta smelt. And anyway, I just look forward down the road learning more about that facility and any other planned facilities. We've had some successes here in the Northwest with hatcheries, but we've also had a tremendous number of very serious problems with hatchery raised fish. And anyway, I'm sure you're aware of both the good and the bad in this, but I hope other people are too, and that they don't see it as a panacea for solving a very difficult, what's a very difficult problem.
Yeah, I guess I would just say it's taken us a long time to move towards this step. And we have done a lot of work reviewing. So as part of, the National Fish Hatchery System that we operate, we have a lot of examples of things where things have gone well and places where things haven't gone as well. And so we're really trying to utilize all that information to make sure that we're moving this forward in the best way possible. But absent some serious management intervention, it just seems like the smelt populations have gotten to a point where we won't be able to recover them otherwise.
Yeah, no, it's usually an idea, or it's a sign of desperation in a way when you start to use hatcheries. So, and finally, thank you for that. And finally, Brooke, I was wondering, in terms of your adaptive management program, does the state establish quantitative objectives for fish recovery that can be used within the adaptive management program, or are most of your objectives qualitative?
So that's a good question. I'll take it in two parts. So yes, the adaptive management program is working on coming up with both qualitative and quantitative criteria that it would be used to evaluate those three high priority components that I talked about at the end of my talk. That's something that team that's composed of my department, Department of Water Resources, and state water contractors are doing now. It's turned out to be quite difficult. It's taken us a lot of careful thought over the past year to work on that. So that is part of it. We can't always have quantitative criteria because it's just not possible. The information isn't available. However, they are not necessarily targeted at recovery. So we have some of the same constraints, I think, that Kaylee was mentioning under the Federal Endangered Species Act. Incidental take permits are intended to minimize and fully mitigate the take and impacts of taking as associated as a result of projects. So we don't have a recovery standard in that tool. So it's not something that we can point to. Other parts of the department, as similar to what Kaylee was talking about, do have recovery focus, and we have recovery plans and other things that would speak to that we can look at for information, but recovery isn't a standard that we work towards.
See, well, at least for the quantitative objectives that you're developing now, would those be available within this calendar year, or will it be next year?
Well, I definitely would have to check in with my other team members before I make any commitments to share them. So I would want to do that. I would say that we are working on developing them. They're fairly well developed, and we do plan to, at some point when we're all comfortable with that, start to share them out to different programs to get their input. We are also planning on relying on independent peer review to help through this adaptive management process. And we've been in conversations with the Delta Science program, as well as the Bureau of Reclamation that's running some of the independent peer review panels for the biological opinions, trying to figure out sort of where we fit, where we have overlap with them, and how we can work with those different elements. So definitely possible, but I don't have the final say on when those are ready for prime time.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. And thanks to all of you for your responses. I really appreciate them. So back to you, Steve.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Cathy and Kaylee and Brooke, for the presentations. They were really great, and just a ton of information to absorb. And so I'm still processing some of the details, but I have kind of a big picture question that maybe all three of you might speak to. And I guess, you know, one of the big issues with climate change and obviously, you know, rapid environmental change is that we are going to have to be more flexible and adaptable in how we manage species and water supplies over the coming decades. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on where you think some of the biggest kind of barriers in terms of either the regulatory requirements or the kind of structures of how we do the permitting process that might butt up against our capacity to be more flexible or adaptable in the kind of long-term operations. It seems like the approach to adaptive management right now is kind of very case specific or narrow, or comes up in components of how the long-term operations kind of functions. So I'm just curious, how can we build more kind of capacity into the kind of institutional system to allow that to happen? Is there something that we could do to kind of push the regulatory process in a more flexible direction? If that makes sense. Or if that's
Maybe I'll
kind
just
of a question.
jump in there with, there is, in hindsight, a component of the permit that I didn't talk about that I know is also included in both of the biological opinions, which is an independent peer review panel and in 2024 and 2028, so at 2 points during implementation, and the permit and the biological opinions include that. That would be our opportunity to get independent peer review and input on specific components of all 3 of those authorizations, and take that and look at what's in the existing authorization. So I would say we do build in that opportunity for check-ins every 4 years during the permit. And we're very much in the planning process in terms of deciding what components are going to be highlighted there. I think we had all hoped, for example, to have the summer fall habitat action be something that would be included in a peer review panel as what we think is a really good innovative tool to deal with uncertain conditions. The problem is that the way the hydrology is worked out, we won't have had a lot of opportunity to implement that. So that's looking more like a 2028 action to be evaluated. Cathy and Kaylee, I don't know if you have other things to add.
I can jump in for a minute. So one of the tools that we do have in the ESA is what we call emergency consultation regulations. And so we use those. So for instance, if there was a catastrophic wildfire and water needed to be pulled from a certain location that had endangered species, obviously putting out the fire, protecting people and property is the highest priority. So the action agency would come to us after the fact and say sort of what they thought happened, and we would analyze the effects of that so that it continues to build in our baseline of the species, but it wouldn't stand in the way of taking that action. I think the emergency regulations are an imperfect tool for dealing with drought because drought is like a slow moving emergency. So it doesn't really fit again within our regulations the way that something that's quick or like an earthquake or whatever would. So I think trying to figure out how to include drought, for instance, in our next biological opinion in a way that's meaningful, but also still provide space, because every drought is different. The conditions are different on the ground. So it's really difficult for us to know 5 years in advance what the next drought's going to look like. And then the other thing that I think can really help us with that is improved tools. So DWR, I know, has committed to improving their forecasting tools. The Director Namath has spoken about that several times. And I think all of us trying to sort of contribute to improving those tools that we use so that we're not as, I guess, surprised or seeing effects that we weren't expecting with drought. But there just really is a lot of uncertainty in terms of addressing some of these conditions on the ground at any given moment. And so that's sort of the rock in the hard place that we're in between on this.
Yeah, and I think Kaylee really hit that on the head, that you can't get so overly prescribed for projecting and trying to see into the future what a certain condition could be, but we can work into the consultation a process that allows us to be nimble with the right kind of coordination, right? That, then stays still within the sideboards of what we analyzed within that consultation to allow it to still be applicable and not trigger that reinitiation. I think, Kaylee had one slide indicating that the BIABs have decided to be reinitiated. And part of the reasoning on that was that, we felt like these drought conditions were perhaps outside of what had been expected. So, and Section 7 allows for that. I know people sometimes tend to think the word reinitiation is a bad word, but it's not always. It gives you another opportunity to take a look at this and make sure that what is being permitted and projected out is actually within the bounds of what you analyzed. But yeah, so I think having really dealing with potential drought operations and coordination in a meaningful way in the consultation allows that nimbleness and the science component, and really trying to address some of these misalignments in timing. Like, we don't necessarily know how Shasta will set up to stratify to know how much cold water there is until after people need to know how much cold water there is and make decisions that are irreversible, but that's that to me is a science thing, like you can get some modelers and hydrodynamicists and thermodynamicists behind that to try to give us at least like a ballpark of how Shasta is going to set up before, and then there needs to be a temperature measurement. So there's all these processes that don't always align because we don't have like the solid tools to give us the confidence necessarily that we all want in moving forward on certain things. So there's opportunity there, but also some ways to deal with it, I think.
Okay, I guess I'm up. I'll just have a few questions. In part, came out of Kaylee's presentation. You mentioned food actions or food web actions. Does that mean there's some effort to develop a food web for the model for the Delta? Is there a food web model you all agree on, or is there just components of it, or is it just?
I'm not aware if there's a model that we all agree on or if there's a model, but Reclamation have proposed various actions to try to enhance food production for Delta smelt. It came out of some work that Reclamation had done in the Yolo bypass. And so they're looking at various areas where we might be able to enhance food into the Delta. So that's what that's based on.
Okay.
My understanding.
You also mentioned a Fish Technology Center. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, so the Fish and Wildlife Service has fish technology centers in various areas of the country, and they help us with sort of learning more about species. And so for instance, there's one up in Abernathy, Washington, and we actually send several samples for our, so they, analyze what we're doing, food, what we're feeding them, all of that kind of stuff. The Fish Technology Center for the Delta that we're envisioning would be able to be sort of a step in production increase for Delta smelt. So to go from the 125,000 additional Delta smelt to a hatchery that could produce God knows how many, it would be good to help stepwise, how we increase production and what facilities we need, what the hatchery should actually look like, so the FTC can serve for that. And then we also obviously have other fish in the Delta that are struggling, like longfin smelt. And so the technology center could serve as a hub for sort of that science with Delta fishes.
Okay, is the current goal of the stocking program for Delta smelt to produce a self-sustaining population? So you eventually would hope that they would start reproducing and you could back off on stocking, or is it?
I think that is the ultimate hope. I think we're a long way from that right now, but yes, I mean, we would like to eventually be out of the stocking business, but I think it's a ways off.
All right, one last question. I'm sure this is really simple for each of you. In your agencies, what sort of proportion or maybe priority ranking is the fish science that's targeted towards, regulations versus other fish work that's done? I mean, is most of the work science being done targeted towards those species, or is there, or is it just one component of a much larger fish science programs? You may not know, but I thought I'd give it a shot.
Well, I guess for us, our fish, particularly those that are listed, there's a lot fewer than there are terrestrials. So I would say for us, I mean, we do target a lot into the National Fish Hatchery System and our fish science, but it is probably less so than maybe some of the other agencies in the per capita way.
I'm not quite sure how to answer it. So I think one thing to keep in mind is, so I'm here representing NOAA Fisheries and kind of the regulatory arm of the West Coast region. And we do also have our science centers. So there is a Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and that is, some people like to draw the comparison of like them being like the USGS research arm, right, of kind of some of the other parts of what NOAA Fisheries does. So the Science Center, yes, is focused on a broader suite of species for sure. Within our office, we do focus on these 4 that are under our, they're the listed species for the most part. Sometimes we get into fall and late fall orange Chinook salmon, given that, they're species of concerns, but they are not federally listed in any way yet. And in that sense, we very much are, we are the regulatory arm of the agency. So we do tend to work on that realm, but are always looking for opportunities where a science action can be taken or a study can be done to better inform those, our regulatory roles and our management actions. So I know that really answered your question, but
no, that did. Thanks.
And I would say for the department, I'm kind of in a similar spot that Cathy is in. I work on the regulatory side. And so by definition, I work primarily with the listed species, and that's my perspective. That said, I can think of lots of examples of science efforts and positions dedicated to non-listed fish species in the department. Lots of different things that we do. We have a sport fish program out of our regional office. We just had a new fish biodiversity unit established in our fish branch that's focused on non-listed species explicitly. And there's many other examples that I'm not mentioning at all. I don't have an inventory that I could line up, but I would say definitely that we do both, because the department's mission, we have a dual mission. We're also focused on managing fish and wildlife resources and plant resources for use and enjoyment by the public. And that's an important part of what we do too. So.
Good answers. Okay, we go to Virginia and then Diane.
Oh, well, again, I thank you. There was so much information presented, and I'm not a fish biologist, so I may have misunderstood some. But I do know that there's a great deal of evidence to show that when a system is hit with more than one disturbance, it really throws it off to a different realm. And you talked a little bit about salinity and drought, but there were a lot of other disturbances that can occur here. And the comments made me think that it was mainly scenario analysis. This impact and this impact was how you would look at those. But I wonder if there's if anybody's given any thought generally how you deal with those multiple impacts that could be occurring in the future.
I mean, I can try. I didn't try to answer the question previously. I would say that's like one of the central challenges of my job. That is very difficult. It is not straightforward, and it's something we're constantly trying to improve. I can think of several specific examples in this permit where we looked at recent learning opportunities that we had. In response to the data that we obtained from those learning opportunities, really shifted our approach and our perspective on actions that would be effective in minimizing or mitigating take. The summer fall habitat action is a great example, right? We had that test operations of the Sassoon Marsh salinity control gates and the data available from DWR. We learned from 2017, which was a year when we had favorable outflow conditions, but very unfavorable temperature conditions for Delta smelt. And sort of took all that new science that was very new at the time and crafted it into another action in an attempt to, on a regulatory scale, on a quick time frame, shift our approach and adjust. And we're constantly doing that. We're constantly trying to learn from the new science and think about new approaches. But it is challenging. It is very challenging.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. That's a reason to use the adaptive management approach, which you're employing. So that's a hard thing. And so my other question, Brooke, is really toward you, because you use the word fish salvage a lot. And that sounds to me like you're focusing on the fish that survive. And I know some of the, at least entrainment work that TVA is doing is focusing on those that don't survive to try to change conditions so they will. Am I understanding what fish salvage means correctly?
That's a great question. And you're right. I did kind of throw around that term very loosely without explaining what it is. And it's a complex process. So when I talk about salvage, or I might have used the term loss, that's when we observe fish species, in this case, one of the 4 listed fish species, at the fish salvage facilities at either the State Water Project or Central Valley Project export facilities in the South Delta. So they subsample a total volume of the flow that's exported out of those facilities, and then subsample the fish that are observed there and count them. And if we see listed species, that becomes salvage data that we have a very long data set documenting that over many years. And it has been an approach over the recent years to use that as an indicator for obviously take that's occurring right then, because we consider take as at the moment the fish enter the Clifton Court forebay, which is before they even show up at salvage. So if we see them in salvage, we know that take is happening, and then we have requirements to adjust operations to minimize that moving forward. So it's kind of an after the fact or ongoing indicator of take. And our goal in the permit is to move away from that and try to develop more proactive measures that would enable us to possibly anticipate salvage and take, and then make adjustments ahead of time.
Okay.
Does that help a little bit?
No, that leads to another question. Do you have any information about the mechanism by which these fish are impaired? I mean,
By which they're entrained into the facilities?
yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of information about that. We have, many long-term monitoring surveys that tell us the distribution of the different fish species throughout the Delta. And we can then line that up with all the hydrologic information that we have for the hydrology that happened when we saw those fish species in the locations where we saw them. And so we do a lot of that. And then we have modeling tools, certainly on the hydrology side, in real time to allow us to think about how hydrology might be changing. And then, in these real-time ops groups that Cathy mentioned that we all collaborate on, we'll be looking at that monitoring data, current hydrology, potential future hydrology to assess the potential for entrainment, take, seeing fish at the salvage facilities, that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if I could put in a plug, if you haven't been to the salvage to the fish facilities, the state or federal project fish facilities, it's worth a trip. I mean, it's worth seeing how this works to understand what the word salvage really means and where fish are going and what can prevent them from getting there and how just the scope of it all.
Well, thank you. Some of it, we're compromised by COVID and not seeing any of this really, and it makes it hard.
Yeah, I might say the old board members have seen those facilities, as well as visited the smelt hatchery as well. And so with our new board members, I think we'll start putting those back on our field trip agendas. Definitely worthwhile. Okay, Diane.
So to clarify, fish salvage are fish that have been taken, essentially. They're not really, I was confused about the word salvage. I thought they had been surviving and, going out to whatever. So that I'm glad that was really helpful. But my question gets back to, actually follows up on Virginia's question to some extent. Is there any connection here with hazardous algal blooms, which are also ones that are a phenomena that's enhanced or more likely to occur due to drought conditions? And are there issues related to HABs for these 4 endangered fish species? And in the context of emergency action, if some of these intense algal blooms were happening, would that be a situation where rather than allowing water to be taken to fight a wildfire, there would be a need to make the case for having more fresh water come through to flush out hazardous algae?
Well, I can say to the first part of the question, the potential for project operations to increase or change HABs, harmful algal blooms within the project area, is definitely something that we address as a potential impact. So that's always a component of the analysis, and it's something that we have our eyes on. In terms of drought conditions, that is also something that we consider. So we do think about, when we think about drought conditions, how they might change the distribution of severity of harmful algal blooms. That's something also that we have our eyes on. I like the idea to providing more freshwater flow to change the dynamics of harmful algal blooms, but that is a challenging thing in a drought situation, I will say, because we are stuck between the rock and the hard place of needing that outflow and that freshwater flow in the Delta, but also needing to preserve upstream storage for human and wildlife, fish and wildlife needs. Everyone needs that storage, and it is a rock and a hard place, let me tell you.
Thanks for that answer. Sure.
Okay, Bob.
I have a couple of quick follow-up questions. I was wondering if any of your respective programs have the authority or the resources to either purchase habitat or to purchase water rights in perpetuity. Is that part of your mission of what you could do?
Well, I'll just jump in there with a partial answer, but Cathy and Kaylee, feel free to add on. The department administers several grant programs that are involved. We take solicitations for numerous different types of projects, including habitat restoration projects. So our grant programs do have the ability to fund and support those activities. The department has lands throughout the state as well. And we have talked about the idea of purchasing water rights in specific areas. My understanding is that has not advanced maybe as quickly as some might have initially thought. It's very complex and it's very difficult, but I do know in very specific circumstances, people do talk about it and are trying to figure out ways to have that be workable, but it's difficult.
Others?
I guess I would say we generally take the approach of working with landowners and working, with water rights holders and others to help them utilize their resources in a way that benefits conservation. I am aware of conversations around water rights purchases in other basins, but not in this area. So it seems like the authority must be out there, but I am not aware of it.
Yeah, my initial answer was going to be, I'm not really sure. I haven't heard of us doing, especially the water rights component, but I think the partnership aspect of it to me is key. I mean, NOAA Fisheries tends to think of ourselves as like, one of the smaller agencies compared to the others. And we've got, for instance, our recovery plans, which I referenced, which we are required to do under Section 4 of the ESA, but they don't necessarily provide resources to carry out the actions that we identify in our recovery plan, right? So it's almost an unfunded mandate. But that's where, those are the things that we use in guiding our work with action agencies or guiding our work with other partners. Or say, for instance, there's a mitigation banker who is able to purchase property that's in a great spot for habitat restoration. That's our opportunity to work with them and use those other kind of vehicles to help advance that restoration activity. So I think there's really, we really latch on to the opportunities to partner with others to try to do that work, given that we tend to not have the resources to, to go purchase one of the islands in the Delta and try to, breach a levee and get that to inundate as needed.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you
I'd say
for
just,
those.
I wanted
Go
to
ahead.
add to Cathy and Kaylee, on the partnership aspect, the permit that we developed with DWR does include, for example, 100,000 acre feet of Delta outflow under certain conditions, right? So that would be an example of something that we developed in collaboration with them that provides flow, but we haven't purchased a water right specifically in that case.
Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right. It is a complicated issue, and it's one that, here in the Pacific Northwest, we seem to be doing more and more of, and especially the purchase of water rights as we look forward, trying to get enough water rights in perpetuity in order to maintain critical habitats in certain subbasins. So I think it's something certainly worth looking into, in the Delta area, especially going forward, thinking out 20 or 30 years, it's going to be probably absolutely essential to acquire some of those water rights now, if possible. And that ends causes my second question, because in the situation that I'm most familiar with, a lot of that is done with the tribes. And none of you mentioned tribal partners in any of your presentations. And yet for us in the Pacific Northwest, the tribes, we have 20, 30, 40 different tribes, they're major partners in fish conservation here. And I'm really not up on whether or not tribes are important in the Delta, but it seems to me that if they are, they could be very good partners in a lot of these things. So if you could speak for just a moment as to, how you see, if the tribes are important, and if they are, how you work with them.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think there's just a little bit of a different level, I don't know, or presence in California than in the Pacific Northwest with tribal engagement. We do tend to have increased tribal engagement when we're kind of further upstream in the tributary areas rather than the Delta itself. But, we would engage with tribes as, they're sovereign nations, that they're federally recognized, in that kind of government to government type of interaction that we do elsewhere throughout the region and throughout the country. So you're right. We've identified opportunities to work with a few different tribes with some upstream actions that we're trying to get going on, and it's key, right? They're an important interested party, just like anyone else in what we're trying to do.
And they have a legal reach that can go far downstream. So anyway, that kind of piqued my curiosity for the Delta. So anyway. Thank you.
So I was just going to add, so I think the tribal focus is one that's very important for the Department of the Interior, and emphasized consistently by our secretary. I know enough about Indian law to be dangerous, but the treaties that tribes have in the Pacific Northwest are not, they're not the same here in California. And so I think those treaties give tribes a more clear role in processes than we might have here. But I do know that there's several tribal entities in the Delta that are becoming more engaged in what's going on in the water world. And I think that's a really important step, and I'm happy to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would just mention, we have a tribal consultation policy. We offer the opportunity for consultation, and we outreach to all of the both state and federally recognized tribes. So we have an even broader, a bigger list for communication. But similar to what Cathy and Kaylee said, within the Delta proper, there hasn't been as much engagement to date.
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, thanks, everyone. I think we can, in the interest of time, we need to go to any public comments first or next. Edmund, do we have public comments?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have permission to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation if applicable before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to ask that the board make time to directly receive information about flows for fish from tribal and fishing groups. I think that's extremely important. I also wanted to provide some historical context that's completely missing from this discussion. In 2000, the state and federal agencies signed the CalFed Programmatic Record of Decision. The cornerstone of the CalFed Record of Decision was an environmental water budget of 1.18 million acre feet. The water budget included 800,000 acre feet of Central Valley Project yield, which was dedicated in perpetuity to the environment. by the 1992 Central Valley Project Improvement Act. It also included 380,000 acre feet of water, which was to be purchased annually from willing sellers. This water budget was the basis of the finding by the State Water Resources Control Board that the public trust would be protected. But in subsequent years, due to management decisions, the federal and state environmental water budgets basically vanished. And in 2002, pelagic fish populations crashed. The result was intense litigation under the State and Federal Endangered Species Act, which has been described as the water wars. To deal with the crisis, the legislature passed the Delta Reform Act in 2009. The cornerstone of the Delta Reform Act was a mandate for the development of flows needed to restore fish populations. The Delta Reform Act required the following of the three fish agencies: the Department of Fish and Game, in consultation with the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Marine Fisheries Service, and based on the best available science, shall develop and recommend to the board delta flow criteria and quantifiable biological objectives for aquatic and terrestrial species of concern dependent on the delta. Following an extensive public proceeding, including a peer review process, CDFW issued a report titled Quantifiable Biological Objectives and Flow Criteria for Aquatic and Terrestrial Species of Concern Dependent on the Delta. The report found that recent delta flows are insufficient to support native delta fishes in habitats that now exist in the delta, and recommended numerous biological goals and objectives and specific recommendations for in-stream flow necessary to protect trusted groups. I wondered if I might have, it'll just take another minute or two to get through this.
Sure.
It also included the specific flow recommendations by the expert panel, fishery agencies, and NGOs in the State Water Resources Control Board's 2010 flow hearing. I worked with some environmental and fishing groups to review and comment on the draft environmental report for the proposed long-term operations of the State Water Project. This is the recent proposal. Our comments stated in part, the DER fails to acknowledge, analyze, or discuss the findings and recommendations in the legislatively directed CDFW report. None of the alternatives in the DEIR incorporate the findings and recommendations in the report. Failure to consider the report and the scientific findings buttressing the report renders the DEIR deficient with respect to reasonable alternatives, fair disclosure, and environmental setting. The resulting lawsuit by is currently proceeding through the courts.
Okay, thank you for those public comments. I again want to thank our guest speakers today, Cathy, Brooke, and Kaylee. I know you have a very busy schedule, and we really appreciate the time and the insights you've given us, and they'll be very helpful in our thinking about what our next reviews might be and how it sort of ties into some of the regulatory context, particularly with respect to fish. So thanks for your input. Thanks for your help.
And Steve, if I may, can we ask that we may have some follow-up questions, and hopefully we can continue to engage you on that, but not take too much of your time.
Way to pin them down. That's a good idea. Thanks.
Depends on how deep you want to go. You can spend years on it, decades if you want, but sure.
Okay, folks, we're actually exactly right on time. And so we're scheduled now for a 15-minute break, which we'll take. We return at 15 minutes past the hour. And I asked the next speakers if they can stick around, and Edmund can work with them on getting any slides they have, make sure they work. So, okay, we're on a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Mr. Chair, we are recording and broadcasting.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our next item is item number 10 on our agenda, and we have been talking about food webs on and off for quite a while within the board and thinking about it as a potential topic for review. And along the way, we heard that the Delta Science program was working with in partnership with the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis and have formed a working group that'll be looking at the estuarine aquatic food supply. That'll also be, I think, looking at perhaps an estuarine-wide food web, and maybe even looking at some of the recommendations we made in our non-native species review. And so we've asked them to come in and bring us an update of what they're up to. And so we have Sam Bashevkin and Pascale Goertler, who are senior environmental scientists in the Delta Science program. And Sam has a background in zooplankton ecology and data synthesis, and Pascale has a background in fisheries ecology. And joining them will be Tanya Rogers, who's a research fish biologist from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center with a background in marine ecology and population modeling. So they will be doing a joint presentation to bring us up to date on their efforts. I don't know who's starting, but you're welcome to start.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to start sharing our slides. Okay, great. So yeah, thanks again for having us here. We are here, like was mentioned, to talk about the Delta Science Program NCEAS 2021 Synthesis Working Group focused on the drivers of the estuary food supply. And I just want to point out that in addition to the 3 people that are here right now, Tanya, Pascale, and myself, there are also about 14 other collaborators involved in this project. So we undertook this project because synthesis is an important mechanism to translate data into information to guide management. So because of that, synthesis is included in the Delta Science Plan and the Science Action Agenda. The goals of this effort were to improve tools for making predictions about the biological community in the estuary, including under future climate and management scenarios, and to offer scientific support to inform decision-making for restoration, endangered species, and flow actions. We decided to focus the theme of the synthesis working group on the drivers of the estuarine food supply because it addresses complex information needs in the estuary. So a robust understanding of estuarine food webs represents a major scientific gap currently. A better understanding of food webs is critical to guide investments in restoration, work towards the recovery of imperiled species, implement management to curtail the effects of invasive species, and inform targeted flow actions. In addition, food webs are of broad interest to a number of state and federal agencies working in this area, which makes an ideal topic for a multi-agency collaborative effort. So what we did is that we held a training and synthesis workshop with 18 participants from the 9 agencies and universities, which you can see pictured below. The workshop ran for 3 weeks, spread over 3 months. So we had it 1 week per month. And the time was evenly split between training and synthesis collaboration, where the training was focused on data science. Open science and FAIR principles are an international movement in science, and open science was the driving motivation that we had in partnering with NCEAS, the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis at UC Santa Barbara. So the Assembly Bill 1755 is a part of this movement with the requirement for open data. This fulfills the findable and accessible components of the FAIR principles you can see pictured on the diagram here. But data publication is only the beginning. In order for science and management communities to have usable information, the data also need to be reusable and interoperable. So we need data integration and we need reproducible workflows. And reproducibility is important because it confers trust and is as part of the scientific process. Because science is not just an individual exercise, but it requires cooperation, and it grows through building off the work of others. And open science requires scientists to learn software, techniques, and workflows for sharing data and code, which is a particular area of emphasis of NCEAS and their training. So since this was a new effort for the council, we did encounter some barriers, and we learned about how best to plan and recruit participants, how to communicate about a project like this, and how to fund this effort. It was complicated by the global pandemic. The working group was delayed by a year. It was originally intended for the fall of 2020 and ended up happening in the fall of 2021. But we were very lucky to have data science experts from NCEAS to assist in the integration and publication of relevant data sets, which has been a real asset. So as I mentioned before, this work involved not only training, but also synthesis projects. And we split into two different subgroups that are tackling different synthesis analyses. The first group is looking at the effect of flood management on estuary health, and the second on identifying the drivers of food web dynamics on an estuary scale. I'm going to briefly go over the objectives of the first group before we dive into more detail on the second group's project. So the first group, the impact of floodplain inundation on delta productivity, included participants from the 6 agencies pictured here. They are looking at the overall issue of how increasing floodplain connectivity could export fish food downstream, improve native fish survival, and reduce reliance on hatcheries. However, loss of floodplain connectivity has reduced estuary health by changing the food web, which reduces access to productive floodplain habitat and limits growth opportunities for native fish. They're working on 3 different products, which all inform one another. So their first product, the meta-analysis, will inform the second product, the quantitative modeling, which will then inform the third product, the circuitscape. A meta-analysis has 3 general steps: literature search, screen for eligibility, and data extraction. For this meta-analysis, 105 of the almost 300 articles are eligible, and the group is currently extracting data for their analysis on the impact of different states of connectivity on primary productivity, which has informed inputs for the quantitative modeling. The quantitative model will help inform the third piece, spatial maps of the predictor variables used to simulate the flow of productivity on the delta landscape using a method called circuitscape. And they're currently working to collate and publish the spatial variables deemed important from the quantitative model. For the quantitative modeling, they're using 2 different approaches, the frequentist and the Bayesian approach. As the primary data project for the subgroup of the synthesis working group, they have integrated measurements of the main response variables, chlorophyll A, hydrologic connectivity metrics such as flow, inundation, and tidal prism, and primary productivity relevant data such as water temperature and nutrients. Preliminary results suggest that inundation duration is the largest driver of chlorophyll A in the North Delta and lower Sacramento River. So the second project, which we're going to go a bit more deeply into, is focused on identifying the drivers of food web dynamics, and it includes participants from the 9 agencies you can see on the slide now. So we're interested in the overall question of what drives fish food supply on an estuary scale. The issue is that key fish species are declining, and that's linked in part to declining food. However, we have a limited understanding of the drivers of the aquatic food supply in this system. So why is this important? Well, understanding food supply drivers will inform effective management actions that provide optimal conditions for the recovery of declining species and can inform implementation of the Delta Plan, biological opinions, incidental take permits, and restoration goals. This is also related to the ISB's recommendation for a Delta food web model, which is why we're here today. Our overall research question is, what is the relative influence of abiotic drivers, bottom-up effects such as food supply, and top-down effects such as predation on different components of the delta food web, looking at phytoplankton, zooplankton, and fishes. And how do these effects vary among different regions of the estuary and between annual and monthly timescales? To answer big questions like this, you need to integrate data. So we integrated a number of different data sets. We had nutrient and chlorophyll data from the Environmental Monitoring Program, or EMP, flow data from the day flow model of delta hydrology produced by the Department of Water Resources, clam data from the EMP benthic cruises, zooplankton data from the EMP zooplankton and benthic monitoring, and fish data from a number of the surveys run by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And we imputed missing data at the station level for nutrients, water quality, and chlorophyll A using ARIMA models. These different data sets were then combined into annual and monthly data sets within the spatial domain of the regions you can see pictured on the map. So we had an annual data set which ran from 1980 to 2020 with annual averages of each variable, including all fish surveys. We had different versions with or without region subdivisions. And we had to exclude the far west region and San Pablo Bay because sampling there has only started more recently and does not extend back to 1980. Then we had a monthly data set which ran from 1995 to 2020. This included fish surveys that sampled year-round, and it was always separated by regions. It's important to note the 4 regions pictured on the map here, since they'll be used later on when we describe our results. The upstream extent of our study was limited to the regions depicted here because of the lack of data outside these areas in earlier years. So we had a northern region, a southern region, a western region, and a far west region. I think Tanya will take over here.
Great, thanks, Sam. So the method, or the analytical method that we chose to use to analyze these data was structural equation modeling, or SEM, also known as path analysis. And this method is very similar to multiple regression, but it allows us to have multiple response variables that are linked together in a network expressing some causal hypothesis about how these variables interact and how the system works. And so using this approach, we can model both direct and indirect effects, as well as residual, covariance, and latent variables. A latent variable is a model of some underlying state, for example, fish biomass, which is manifested with error by multiple indices, for example, different surveys of fish biomass. So one of our group members conducted a literature review and found only a small number of studies that have used SEM in estuaries specifically, and only one in the Delta that was about sturgeon. And these studies all focused on interactions within a single trophic level as opposed to interactions across the entire food web, as we were aiming to do here. So our analytical approach was first to develop a conceptual model of the Delta food web as a group. And this conceptual model was based on known trophic relationships and the natural history of the system. We then simplified this model to what was actually feasible to fit given the data that we had, which involved using aggregates of variables or different subsets of variables. We then fit the model and then evaluated the fit of the model to the data. In the event that there was a poor fit, we made modifications to the model, not in a way that was arbitrary, but in a way that was consistent with ecology. And when that was complete, we then attempted to make some sense of the many results that we had. So this was the conceptual model that our group developed, which is based on our group's collective knowledge of the system and also somewhat by data availability. So this expresses the relationship between nutrients at the bottom, phytoplankton, for which we used chlorophyll A as a proxy, various zooplankton groups, clams, estuarine forage fishes, which were an aggregation of these 5 species here, their predators and competitors, and the 3 abiotic drivers shown here that we settled on, which were flow, temperature, and turbidity. And I should mention that we considered other abiotic drivers, but ended up excluding them due to high collinearity, for instance, between flow and salinity. So in terms of our model setup, we used scaled log abundance for most variables. We developed models at 3 different levels of spatial and temporal organizations. Those were the annual total, annual by region, and monthly by region. And these were paired with the annual and monthly data sets that we developed. So for the annual model, we used trophic level aggregates for zooplankton. We used a latent variable for fish biomass that was manifested by 3 different survey indices. And we fit the model with and without removing linear trends. And due to time constraints, I won't be discussing the results for the annual models, but you're welcome to ask about them later. For the monthly model, we divided this analysis into 3 submodels, one using upper trophic level aggregates, specifically zooplankton and fish, another using the lower trophic level aggregates, specifically nutrients and phytoplankton plus clams, and one that used the individual zooplankton groups. Since many of these monthly variables were highly seasonal, we ended up removing the seasonality from all of the variables by subtracting the monthly means. So they were essentially modeling the relationship between the seasonal anomalies. We also used 1-month time lags as predictors in these monthly models, which allowed us to simultaneously estimate bottom-up and top-down effects, as well as the effect of self-regulation or autocorrelation. Also, due to time constraints, I'll only be presenting today on these 2 models here. So this is our monthly upper trophic level model, which had 3 response variables. They're in the middle here. And those were estuarine forage fishes, specifically the index from the Bay study midwater trawl, as this was the only survey to sample year round. We also have predatory zooplankton, which is the sum of mysids and copepods, or predatory copepods, and also herbivorous zooplankton, which is the sum of cladocerans, herbivorous copepods, and rotifers. So phytoplankton, represented by chlorophyll, was included as a bottom-up driver. We also have clams included as top-down driver, where the clam species we use depended on the region, since they're different species found in different regions. Top-down effects on fish included centrarchid fishes, marine fishes, and silversides, and these variables also depended on region. I'll just mention that here and in all of our other models, turbidity is represented by negative Secchi depth, which we just did mainly to aid in interpretation. So in this diagram, the different colored arrows represent the different types of interactions that are represented by each of these paths. So to make the results from this a little more digestible, I'm going to present each interaction type sequentially. So the numbers in this figure next to the boxes are the R² values for each of the response variables. And as you can see, the model doesn't explain a majority of the variation in any of these variables. So you can take these results with an appropriate amount of saltiness. And in the following figures, the blue arrows will represent positive effects. The red arrows will be negative effects, and then the gray arrows will be non-significant effects. So first, we found that most everything is a good predictor of itself the following month, which is not terribly surprising. In terms of the bottom-up effects, we do generally see positive effects of lower trophic levels on higher trophic levels. And these effects seem to be more prevalent in the north and south regions than in the west and far west regions. In contrast, top-down effects tend to be more prevalent in the far west and west than in the north, than in the north and south. And we can see that the Potamacorbula clam species has a negative effect on zooplankton, whereas the Corbicula clam species in the north and south does not, which is consistent with Potamacorbula being known to have a higher grazing rate. Also, the top-down effects of fish only appear to be present in the north region, which could perhaps be related to recent expansion of submerged aquatic vegetation in this region. The effects of the different abiotic drivers were various, and I don't have time to discuss all of them in detail, but I will point out that in 3 of the 4 regions, higher turbidity was found to have a positive effect on fishes. And this is what those results like when you put them all together. So moving on now to the lower trophic level model. So this model also had 3 response variables. Those were clams, chlorophyll, phytoplankton, and nutrients. And for nutrients specifically, we used dissolved inorganic nitrogen, which is a combination of ammonia and nitrate. We did this because nitrogen is thought to be more limiting in the system than phosphorus, and also because many of the nutrients we found to be very correlated with each other. In this model, the effect of phytoplankton on nutrients was not lagged because the lag wasn't supported by the data. This model also includes some effects of higher trophic levels on subsequent nitrogen levels, which could be interpreted as nutrient cycling. So for the results, we have the same setup as before. I will point out that the R-squared values for chlorophyll in all of these models was pretty low. So it suggests we don't have a very good handle on the drivers of chlorophyll in the system, or at least it's not very well predicted by any of the variables that we do have. So as before, all the variables showed a positive relationship with past values. Bottom-up effects in this case were more prevalent in the west and far west, although the sign of these effects was not always what we would have expected. In terms of the top-down effects, we found that high chlorophyll led to reduced nitrogen in all of the regions except the south, which some recent research suggests could be due to rapid nutrient uptake during phytoplankton blooms. Abiotic effects, again, were various, but I will point out the effect of flow on either nutrients or chlorophyll was negative in all regions except the far west. So this model is perhaps capturing export processes that are affecting these variables. And then finally, we did find some cases where upper trophic levels have a positive effect on nutrients. And this is what that looks like when you put it together. So if we were to look at the total effect size for each type of interaction, which are the different rows here in this table, for each of the 6 different response variables in each of the 4 different regions, and then color in the ones that are statistically significant, we get this lovely table here. So some summary points are that self-regulation or autocorrelation is important to consider for many of these species on a monthly timescale. Also, the relevance of bottom-up and top-down effects varies by taxon and region. So for instance, for herbivorous zooplankton, the top-down effects appear to be more prevalent in the outer estuary, but the bottom-up effects seem to be more prevalent in the inner part of the estuary. Also, we see that abiotic drivers are important for many different species, although the effect of any particular driver will vary by region and by taxon. So some other considerations, as I mentioned earlier, many of these variables, such as chlorophyll, had a lot of unexplained variation. Also, the data in some cases suggested paths that appeared to jump trophic levels, and these were paths that were added during the model evaluation and modification phase to properly reflect the covariance in the data. Also, some of the signs of the paths were not as expected based on a priori knowledge. So there are several possible explanations for these results. So it could be that we are missing variables or missing indirect effects. There could also be interactions among predictors, so non-additive effects or nonlinear effects, neither of which are accounted for in this particular modeling framework. Also, we found that bottom-up effects seem to be more important for fish than top-down effects. We should note that we lacked good data on large predators for fish, so that is something to keep in mind. Also, we ended up excluding many abiotic drivers due to collinearity, so differentiating among them and determining which ones are the most important remained the challenge. Nonetheless, we think our findings can suggest interactions that are supported by the existing integrated data, which could be used in the development of other types of food web models. And we'd certainly be interested in hearing about other food web modeling efforts, including forecasting efforts, and how our integrated data sets and models could help complement those efforts. So some of the intended products for both of the two projects in this working group include data publications, both of the raw data sets and the derived data sets, publications of the code used for analysis, journal articles for scientific audiences. So this paper here, for instance, came from a prior Delta NCEAS working group, outreach materials for the public and for managers, presentations to a variety of audiences, as well as the training materials from our workshop, which are archived on this website on the bottom right. And so by publishing our derived and source data sets and code, following open science practices and the FAIR principles, we hope to facilitate the use of these data sets in future studies. And so we really want to thank the Delta Science Program and NCEAS for facilitating this working group, as well as the instructors and organizers who assisted us all along the way. So thank you everyone for listening, and we're happy to move to the question period.
Okay, thank you very much. That really looks like a tremendous amount of effort to pull all that data and information together. I have a number of kind of like specific questions, just kind of follow up. It seems one is, when you talk about effects, are you really talking about largely just correlation? If something is correlated and changes in abundance, and that's assumed to be an effect?
Yes, so the SEM, it is essentially just multiple regression. So it is correlation. The sort of idea with SEM is that it's causal, but it's really based on like a causal hypothesis determines how you set up the model. But ultimately, you know, the way you interpret it is sort of contingent on your hypothesis being correct. So it's really kind of confirmatory. But ultimately, you could have relationships between things that are because of simply correlation rather than causation. And you have to kind of know that going into it. So that's just something to know about.
Yeah, and it did seem like sort of at the end that you were, that the assumption is relationships are linear.
Oh, yes, it is completely assuming linear Gaussian everything. So that is definitely a limitation of this approach.
Yeah, because clearly most of the predator-prey interaction kind of mechanisms I'm aware of, as well as other sorts of things, are almost characteristically nonlinear. And so that might be something to look at as you go forward. And it also looked like you did not include, I was kind of confused a little bit on the SEM upper trophic level when you had forage fish, and then you listed the zooplanktivores, but I guess you meant that those were the forage fish, the anchovy and herring and silver sides and so forth. And you didn't include piscivores, is that correct?
Yes, so the estuarine fish variable was a sum of the abundances of several species that were listed there.
And those are zooplanktivores, so.
I believe so. Sam, you can, or Pascal.
Yeah, I can tell you they're all zooplanktivores. And in terms of one last question on the diet, in your review of the literature, did you find a lot of diet information? Because certainly, it's not like a zooplanktivore is going to eat every single zooplankton that's out there, and not every part of the chlorophyll, for example, or phytoplankton is even edible. And did you find in the literature a lot of diet information on Delta fish species or even zooplankton species?
Yeah, so I think there's definitely a gap in the literature, but we were lucky that one of our participants, Christina Birdie from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, works on the diet study that they have there where they examine the stomach contents of fishes. So, using her knowledge, we were able to tailor a lot of the variables that we use towards the species that the fishes were eating. For example, one aspect that we've added to the model since we developed this presentation is some amphipod species that are good prey for fishes, and Christina picked out the specific amphipod taxa that were most commonly present in the diets of these fishes. But generally that is a gap. I mean, we used these aggregates of zooplankton levels, for example, which, so it won't be exactly only the species that the fish prefer to eat. But there's difficulties with that because some of the zooplankton species that are favored by fishes have only invaded recently. So we weren't necessarily able to include that single species in the model because it's only present in recent years and not present in earlier years. And that's one reason we're forced to use some form of aggregation. And Tanya only presented the highest level of aggregation where we had just herbivorous zooplankton and predatory zooplankton, but in the zooplankton model, we have further refined the groups into predatory copepods, herbivorous copepods, rotifers, amphipods, mysids. So we have many more different groups of zooplankton there.
That's great. And I have one more just technical question. In terms of handling temperature as a driver, how do you do that on a monthly or annual basis? Is there like is it the monthly temperature based on 3D model, or is it surface temperature? Or, I mean, how do you deal with that, given it's small changes in temperatures can have major impacts on process rates? What was the input of your driver? What was the temperature for a month, let's say, in one of those regions?
So we took the temperature from the environmental monitoring program run by the Department of Water Resources. It's a discrete monitoring program, and it's the only data we had available back to the 1980s to use in this analysis. And then we summarized it for their core stations that have been sampled continuously since the beginning of the time series. We summarized that data for each region. And then because of the monthly variability, like you're mentioning, that's why Tanya had then removed the monthly means from the data set so that we don't have any seasonality in the temperature. I don't know if Tanya wants to talk about that more.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the temperature data were monthly averages or annual averages based on the continuously sampled stations. And yes, for the monthly analysis, the seasonality, if you don't take it out, just ends up like dominating everything. So if you want to look at, get a finer handle on what the relationships between things are, that's why I ended up removing it. And temperature is very seasonal, so there isn't a whole lot of variability left after you remove it, but that is what we ended up doing. And then with regard to your earlier comment about nonlinearity, so I, in my other research, work a lot on nonlinear delay embedding forecast models, and I'm hoping once I'm done with this analysis to try and apply similar sorts of techniques to this data set, which can get at trying to produce better predictions and understand relationships in more context, a little more robust to things being nonlinear.
Okay, Lisa, I see your hand up next.
Thanks. You can tell who the two people are who are really thinking hard about whether we should do any further analysis of food webs. So we're the first to the gate here with questions for you. So thank you for that, really thorough look you did. I'll be very interested to see the results of that meta-analysis. And it sounds like you're still in the thick of making sense of the models you have. I had a few questions. I have to find them again now that I took some notes based on what you told Steve. Well, first of all, just one quick little thing I want to understand. You said your abiotic flows were flow temperature and salinity, but then you showed us turbidity results. Did salinity become turbidity, or what happened there?
Oh, no, so we just used, all the models just used flow temperature and turbidity. I think I mentioned that salinity was correlated with flow, so we did not include it.
Okay. And I guess I just want to ask some more general comments. So I'm not going to dig into why you chose what, but you didn't include piscivores. And so this is a key question that we're grappling with is, are piscivores, is there a top-down effect that we're missing? What did you find? And did you feel comfortable not including piscivores in projecting, you know, the forage fish?
Oh, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I believe we did include piscivores. We had a predatory fish category, which I can't remember. It might have just been older striped bass. I think the reason the difficulties we had with that were mostly data related issues, that many of these larger fishes were not sampled well by the monitoring gear that we were relying on. So, you know, that's the barrier that we ran up against. But yeah, we did have predatory fishes.
Yeah, we had a centrarchid fish group, which my understanding was the predatory fishes. But yeah, I believe Brian was the one doing the fish data, and he said, yeah, they're not sampled terribly well by those gears. So how good of an index it is of those species, it's hard to say. And you know, it'd be great if there were data sets we could use that were better, but I don't know if they exist.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
Brian,
let me follow up on that. Oh, sorry, finish, Sam. Yeah.
I was going to say that Brian messaged me to say that the centrarchid category is a proxy for Piscifery because they're juveniles. That's the only data we're able to get. And we have age 1+ striped bass that are ready to go in the data set, but we haven't included them in the model yet. So that'll be a next step.
Okay, so you ran into data issues, so you couldn't include them. Did you find anything in your background research to suggest this was an important pathway of control of populations? Maybe that information doesn't exist either, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I think the primary motivation for why we're doing this analysis is try to evaluate, you know, the different mechanisms of control and relative importance of bottom up versus top down. But I think often in these types of projects, you can have grand ideas for what you want to do, but you can only do what the data allows you to do. So
Guilty. I'm so guilty of that same thing. Yeah. Okay, no problem. And then what data, besides the piscivore data, what data did you find was really inadequate that you thought was really important? Like, what do you think the most important data gaps were?
I mean, I'll say personally, I think the bottom of the food web, the phytoplankton, is the biggest gap. And you could see that when Tanya was pointing out how low the R-squared values were for predicting chlorophyll phytoplankton and the lower trophic model that she showed. Obviously, chlorophyll A is not a perfect proxy for phytoplankton, and you know that will encompass all types of photosynthesizing things, whether or not they're good food for high trophic levels, and they often aren't. So that's a huge gap. And yeah, I mean, we can't change what was done in the past, but I'm hopeful it'll be better into the future. I don't know if Tanya or anyone else has thoughts about other gaps.
Yeah, the very coarse measure of phytoplankton we were using was certainly not well explained. I know that there are better resolved phytoplankton data, but those time series weren't long enough to include in this analysis we were doing. And I think the other group maybe explored them a little bit. I don't know. I'm not sure if they ended up in their study or not.
Okay, thanks. I yield the floor.
Go ahead, Bob.
Well, that was wow. That was it's a great project. It's very sophisticated, and you can see the inherent complexities in the estuary are all just truly amazing to look at. My question actually, I think, is pretty simple. And my question to you is this: imagine that I'm a decision maker, and based on kind of where you are now in the process that you're going through and delineating the estuarine food web, could you give me one or two nuggets or insights that would allow me to improve estuarine management. You know, what would be the one or two take homes from this activity that would really improve estuarine conditions now and into the future?
So, yeah, that's a great question. I think I'd be a little hesitant to answer that too fully because our models aren't finalized. We're still working on them. Like I said, we're going to make changes, so things could change in the future. I think one take home that's not necessarily related to our results is just the huge importance of consistent long-term monitoring, because we can't do these exercises at all without long-term monitoring programs with consistency. That was one of our huge limitations, was, you know, finding monitoring surveys and stations that have been consistent for 40 years. That was a difficulty. So continuing it into the future is really important. In terms of the actual results and our findings, I don't know if Tanya has any ideas. I mean, we've kind of just finished these models like last week, so we haven't dived into them too deeply yet.
Yeah, I haven't. I had been thinking about that question, hadn't stewed on it long enough, I suppose. At least at this point, I'd be hesitant to use the results for making any sort of management decisions, since it is, not, I guess I was kind of explaining it doesn't account for interactions, doesn't account for nonlinearities. The R-squared values are not terribly high for most of these species. So I think it's useful in getting like a sense of what relationships are there, but I wouldn't interpret the lack of a significant effect as there not being a relationship. And partly because even though we have however many years of data, we're also estimating a ton of parameters, so the power is not particularly high. And yeah, we'll have to certainly think more about what kind of the take-homes are in terms of management processes. In terms of predictions, so at least the software we are currently using doesn't allow you to make predictions, like unlike say forecasting out of sampled data. But you could easily rewrite this model as like a vector. It's essentially the same as a vector autoregressive model to make forecasts if you wanted to do that on the monthly time step. I'm not sure how useful that is though. And certainly if we wanted to generate an actual forecasting model, I would probably use different methods than this. But we could talk more about that later.
Well, fair enough. I'll save that question for you for perhaps this time next year, once you're much farther along, and come back and ask you about what the nuggets are, the take homes are, from an investigation like this. And your response, and I'll finish with this, your response about monitoring, I think is right on, is that having systematic long-term monitoring is essential. And I think, from what you've encountered here with your study your activity really shows just how important that is. And I would say, one other thing with regards to that, I would hope that your activity would also show where the monitoring gaps are, because there seem to be, major components missing that could have gone into your estuarine model, and that probably were never monitored, I'm pretty sure, but should be monitored going forward. So anyway, might give some thought to that as to what those might be. And we'll come back and revisit this in a few more months, okay? All right, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. My question is sort of a follow on from Bob's too. It has to do with, maybe what there's lessons learned, and also what are the major gaps you've kind of identified, either in terms of the modeling process or in terms of data availability. And you mentioned some of that, but actually documenting some of that would be useful. I must admit, I'm still concerned about the whole timescale issue, and when looking at monthly sums or interannual comparisons, when you're dealing with critters that have different lifespans, and the classic phytoplankton bloom followed by a zooplankton bloom after that at some time frame after that, and then you're dealing with many what you call forage fish or zooplanktivores that are live for more than a year, so and there may be critical points in their lifespan. But even in the food web, you wouldn't expect a month-to-month response to changes in zooplankton in terms of abundance of a particular fish. You might in terms of growth rate of individual fish, but not in terms of abundance of a full length of fish. Then I'm still, to me, the seasonal aspect of it is the critical component. Of course, I believe in thermal primacy, so temperature is really important. And when you remove that seasonal impact, I don't know how that, to me, that's one of the main factors. And when you even think of climate change, one of the things that happens with climate change is you get not only differences in temperature maxima and so forth, but the seasonal onset and duration of the summer time period is often lengthened. Seasonal onset is earlier and the duration is longer, so that, and that is a major component that, so quote unquote, the growing season is extended. And I think that that's some of the things that folks would be interested in terms of looking at how climate change might impact things like food webs. So it's that scale of the seasonal temperature changes and how that changes with climate change. Anyway, that's just brainstorming. Lillian.
Hi, thanks so much for your presentations. This is a really, really interesting model with lots of amazing aspects that I think are going to be very important. I had a question regarding the modeling parameters. I'm not as familiar with SAMs, but I was wondering whether there's an opportunity to include the effects of abiotic factors on the higher trophic levels. So I think most, at least from what it looked like from your presentation, most of the abiotic effects were shown to be in the lower trophic levels, but I was wondering whether within your literature review, you found that those abiotic factors also would limit those higher trophic levels and how that would impact the food web.
So maybe Tanya can talk about this more, but my understanding is that we structured the model around our primary response variables for each one. So for the fish model that she presented first, the key response variables there was this estuarine forage fishes, predatory zooplankton, and herbivorous zooplankton. So only the response variables would be predicted by anything. So that's why they were the only ones predicted by the abiotic factors. Was that right?
Yes, so we did include abiotic drivers effects on all of the response variables that we included. The other fish variables, other than estuarine fishes, were just included as exogenous variables. We didn't attempt to predict them with anything, but we could potentially do that if that's something people were interested in modeling, for example. So that's the explanation there. And if I can respond to previous comments, so there was a question about different time scales and how to deal with organisms with different lifespans. So that, if I were actually to develop this as like a forecasting model, like for a particular species, that's something you definitely want to would think about, and you possibly would use different sorts of time lags and explore the relevance of different time lags for different species. That's generally the approach that I've used in my other work. And then as far as seasonality, so I guess changes since we're modeling seasonal anomalies, it's kind of the same as modeling, say, like temperature anomalies. I mean, it's deviations from the mean. And so if those deviations do change or increase, that still be something you can capture with the seasonal anomalies approach. We could, fit the model without removing it and see how the results change. That's of course another option, or include seasonality as a driver explicitly. So there's several approaches you can take to this, and hopefully you get similar answers when you do it. But we presented these results this way since it's the most straightforward and easy to interpret, and we only have so much time to talk. So.
Okay, Joe.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, you guys are handling all these difficult problems. Well, one thing is that this type of modeling you were mentioning, it's Gaussian-based linear type regressions. So people work on this type of, heavy database, data-driven, complex nonlinear problems. They have been using this machine learning algorithms now, because the machine learning has a certain amount of internal nonlinearity, and also the neurons they use has certain amount of understanding about the nature. They don't understand very well the mechanics of it, but as a predictability tool, they use them very successfully, especially, for example, in the airports and stuff, they use for visibility, so many variables coming up, and then they kind of train these models. But they don't understand the thermodynamics and all the science involved. But at least as a first step, they use these models. Is there any possibility of using machine learning for your type of predictability? Because you have so many variables, and sometimes the machine learning tool will tell you, hey, these kind of relationships, they are correlated, so you can eliminate one variable. Like you mentioned that you don't use salinity because it's related to flow. So the algorithm usually picked up those type of things too. So my question is it possible to use machine learning given that you have a lot of data sets and continuing to get data?
Well, yes, it is definitely possible. And yeah, so I was mentioning the nonlinear, non-parametric forecasting work that I was doing. Like that is basically a form of one type of machine learning, and which could use, for predicting one variable, it could use any number of covariates. It could also use time lags of the variable itself, which can account for indirect effects and unobserved drivers. And so that's, once this project is kind of wrapped up, I'm kind of like curious to try that out and see how well it works. And the sort of challenge with that, though, is that, what you get out of it could be a really good forecasting tool, but in terms of inference, and you're like trying to understand bottom up and top down effects, it's really tricky to make those sorts of conclusions from it. But it kind of just depends what your goals are. So SEM is really nice for these sort of inferential models. It's less good for forecasting, whereas like machine learning type approaches would be, much better for, finding good predictors and making good forecasts in a way that's, going to be helpful for that. So, Sam, did you have any other comments?
Yeah, hopefully it can be used, and that can be used to understand some internal mechanics. If you know the correct type of relationships come out, right? So you can kind of understand the dynamics and the mechanics.
Yeah, so there are ways to set up these types of models to like get inference as well as prediction. So I have another paper that's actually set up very similarly to our monthly model, where we use phytoplankton and zooplankton data from lakes. And we use lags of zooplankton to predict phytoplankton as like a top-down effect, and lags of phytoplankton to predict zooplankton as a bottom-up effect. And you can actually, from that model, extract sort of time varying coefficients that show how that top-down or bottom effect actually varies through time. And it often does show some seasonality to it. So that's one sort of way we've used that type of approach to like make inferences about how bottom up and top down effects vary within a system and then across systems. So yeah, there's ways to kind of make it work both ways.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa.
Just a quick one. I wanted to follow up about how climate change might be represented in the model. How often do you look at the duration of events? So I get the lags, you can capture the lags, but what about durations?
Yes, that's not something we included in this model, but you could imagine like degree days or something could be a good predictor of something else. We hadn't really thought about doing that, and it would require some, I guess, a priori knowledge of knowing what would be useful for different things. I don't know, Sam, if you have comments.
Yeah, I think, like Tanya said, we didn't include that. I think if we did degree days or something like that, we'd have to rely on a different type of data. We didn't include the continuous monitoring data, which is a little bit more restrictive than the discrete boat-based monitoring data that we used, because the continuous data doesn't go back as far in time, and it doesn't have as many locations that were sampled. So it might be possible to include. I'm not sure if it would go back to 1980 for the annual model or not. We probably could maybe use it for the monthly one, but and climate change, I believe, would be incorporated within the monthly model where the monthly means were removed. But if temperature is increasing over time, I think that should still be captured from what I understand. But in the annual model, which we didn't present, Tanya fit versions with the raw data and then with the data where with the linear trend over time was removed, because so many variables have had changes over time, like secchi depth and fish abundances.
Yeah, I do get that. And I'm not positive duration really matters here, but it is something that a lot of management rules often think about duration, like what is the duration of low oxygen or something like that. So, you might just want to explore that. I have a concern that we're not adequately representing all the aspects of climate change when we think about fish. And so just putting a bug in, in your thought processes there.
Well, in terms of temperature, I'm not sure how much temperature really changed over the course of at least the small time we were looking at. Certainly clams and something else, secchi depth, definitely changed a lot. Another thought, what was it? I'll get back to you.
Yeah, and I do think it is a good idea, because the temperature that a boat happens to collect at one point in time is obviously not as important for the organisms living in the water as better metrics like degree days or a more holistic measure of the full temperature experience of the organisms there, like daily max min, monthly max min. Those metrics are probably more representative of what's affecting the organisms, but it relies on a type of data that doesn't have as good a record as the discrete data that we used.
Okay, Bob.
Oh, I remembered my comment, which was having better predictors. Like if some of our predictors could actually be like control parameters, like things that people can actually influence or change in the system, that would be super useful, especially if you're developing this as like a predictive model, to have like whatever covariates plus like control parameter, they can actually like see how varying that affects things, which we don't really have in our current model, but that would be really helpful, I think.
Go ahead, Bob.
Well, I have just a quick follow-up question. The models and the process you're using now really give us the structure, the food web structure for the estuary. Could the same approaches be used, for example, to estimate productivity of the estuary, especially the top consumers? In a way, the way it's structured now, it seems like you could almost do any sort of modification you wanted to the inputs, and it really wouldn't have too much effect on the structure of the estuary, but it may have a big impact on the overall productivity. Can productivity be better understood through your approaches?
Well, so one thing that is in the annual models that is less obvious in the monthly models is the sort of links between across multiple trophic levels. So like effects of phytoplankton on zooplankton, and then zooplankton are connected to fish, and nutrients are connected to phytoplankton. And so at least in that type of model, you can compute, what's the total net effect of, say, phytoplankton on fish, both, indirectly through zooplankton, for example, because they sort of link together like that. And so that would conceivably tell you like how a change in productivity would affect higher trophic levels.
Well, it seems like you're working in standing stocks rather than production estimates. So I'm just wondering if the same approach could be used, for being able to estimate what overall production is, or production by a certain higher trophic level component.
Oh, so like rates as opposed to just like abundance.
Exactly.
Yeah, you certainly could use this approach that way. You can really, any variable you can make a time series for, you could stick in one of those boxes and then see what the predictors are. And yeah, and some of the forecasting models I work on, the growth rate is sometimes we can predict that better than we can predict abundance, for example. And then you can, of course, do transformations to get what the next abundance should be. But yeah, that is definitely something that's possible.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Joe, do you have another question? Okay, I'm taking that as a no. Well, I thank you, everyone. One last question before we go to public comment is, you've done a lot of literature review. Is that bibliography going to be available, or is it available?
Are you referring to the slide about the prior use of structural equation models?
No, you reviewed a lot of the literature, and you said,
oh, the meta-analysis.
Yeah, just the entire literature of stuff that's out there, including all the resources for data and things like that. Is there a bibliography that might be available at some stage?
Yeah, for our project, for the data component, I think we'll be publishing the data sets that we use and the integration of that. And then I'll let Pascale talk about the meta-analysis effort.
Yeah, so the meta-analysis is on GitHub. So we, as a science program and the Stewardship Council, have a GitHub repository now. And that is on our website that Tanya showed in her last slide. And within the repository, there is an annotated bibliography of all the 300 or so papers we've read and some notes about what's in them. But we will publish final data sets for everything that's associated with this.
Yeah, because I was thinking if we move forward in some way or form with a food web kind of review, the first step in that process will be to review the literature. And it'd certainly be easier just to go to one reference to get it all. So public comments, Edmund, do we have any?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, I've given you the ability to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate Joe's and Steve's comments on nonlinear models. Did work with group doing research on nonlinear time series forecasting at Los Alamos National Lab. Regarding the literature, I really wanted to encourage folks to read the IEP pod study synthesis report, since there's many important hypotheses there. One example about predation, it said, a change in predation pressure may in part be an effect of interactions between biotic and abiotic conditions. Natural co-evolved piscivore prey systems typically have an abiotic production phase and biotic reduction phase each year. Changing the magnitudes and durations of these cycles greatly alters their outcomes. Historically, in the estuary, the period of winter-spring high flow was the abiotic production phase when most species reproduced. The biotic reduction phase probably encompassed the low flow periods in summer and fall. Multi-year wet cycles probably increased and still do the overall abioticness of the estuary, allowing populations of all species to increase. Drought cycles likely increase the estuary's bioticness with low reproductive output and increased effect of predation on population abundances. And this is one of the reasons that the IEP pod synthesis team found that flow was a master variable and that predation was less important in the estuary, was this hypothesis. So I think it's important to compare. That was a massive effort involving, all of the agencies, I think, an enormous number of different funded studies on every aspect of the estuary and the pelagic organism decline. And it's important to like consider that research and the hypotheses as we try and, evaluate these kind of models. And they might also indicate where nonlinear models might show some insights that you would otherwise miss. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Deidre. And I want to thank Sam, Tanya, and Pascale. You all have certainly undertaken a extremely complex subject and really put together a lot of interesting and valuable information. We look forward to seeing your final products. And as Lisa would remind me, hopefully you'll entertain us with more questions down the road as we evolve our thinking along food webs. So thanks again.
Thank you so much for having us.
Sure. We're scheduled for a lunch break. I see.
Sorry, Steve, we have a public comment.
Okay.
It's with Darcy Austin. Darcy, you have permission to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Darcy Austin. I'm the science manager for the state water contractors. And I just want to say I really enjoyed this presentation. Actually enjoyed all the presentations this morning. And yeah, it looks like you guys are doing a really good job on this, and we're really interested in learning more. And my comment is really kind of an oblique statement, because I think we're having a lot of discussion, especially at CSAMP, around what monitoring should look like. And Sam, you mentioned something about the long-term data sets. And so this analysis was focused on the data that were available. And I think what we're starting to see is an evolution of this debate beyond something that's binary about long-term data sets or not long-term data sets. And we're having a lot of discussion about the data that we need to have to answer questions to better manage the species. So this really isn't a criticism or a comment. It's just sort of, I guess, a question. It's more a statement about, I would love to see us move beyond that and have some of you guys start thinking about the kinds of data that we do need to be able to answer these questions a little bit better to help your analysis and other analyses that are happening out in the Delta. So that's really it. We just want to see a little bit more resolution around some of the questions that we have out there so that we can better manage the species. So thanks for the presentation.
Thanks, Darcy, and nice to hear from you. Okay, we're scheduled to break now for lunch and return at 1 o'clock Pacific time. That's when our next set of speakers are due to arrive. So we'll break until 1 Pacific. Okay, welcome back everyone to the Delta Independent Science Board meeting. We're moving on to item number 11, where we're going to get an overview of the California Environmental Flows Framework. And we have Sally Yarnell and Julie Zimmerman here who are going to provide us with an overview of the California Environmental Flows Framework, talk about the state of science on environmental flows, and talk about the opportunities and challenges in California for improving the science underpinning environmental flows. And we've also asked them if there's anything that the Delta ISB could do in terms of a review or a workshop to support that overall effort. And environmental flows is something that's come up in our discussions over the last 6 months or so as a possible topic for review or some subset of that. So this will help us inform that discussion. So we have two speakers today, Sally Yarnell, who's an associate professor of research at the Center for Watershed Sciences at UC Davis. Her research focuses on integrating the traditional fields of hydrology, ecology, and geomorphology in the river environment with the goal of applying understanding of river ecosystem processes to manage systems throughout California. She works closely with government resource agencies and the private sector to assess the impacts of environmental flows and habitat restoration on aquatic biota and provide recommendations for management that improves the functioning of river ecosystems. And she'll be joined by Julie Zimmerman, who's a lead scientist for the Nature Conservancy's water program in California. Her focus is to develop collaborative science-based approaches to water management and river restoration. She has over 15 years of experience in the area of environmental flows, providing scientific leadership and technical expertise through positions with the Nature Conservancy and the federal government. We welcome you here. Thanks for giving us the time. We look forward to your presentation.
Okay, well, great. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. So again, I'm Sarah Yarnell with UC Davis, and Julie Zimmerman from TNC is going to be joining me. I'll begin the presentation. I'll start off, I'll give a brief overview of environmental flows in California, talk some about the concepts, what are environmental flows, what are some of the approaches that people take to determining how much water should be left in the river for the environment. I'll give an overview of functional flows and the functional flows approach, which is the basis for the sort of scientific basis behind the California Environmental Flows Framework. And then Julie will pick up and provide the overview of the California Environmental Flows Framework, or CEF, as we call it for short, CEFF. And then after that, hopefully we look forward to discussion and conversation and answering folks' questions. Great, so next slide, please. So flow management in California, and water management in general, as you know, like most places, is very complicated. And so it can be helpful when we're talking about environmental flows to begin with a few key concepts. In all river systems, flow is often what we refer to as the master variable, right? It is a quantifiable measure of how much water is moving down a river past a particular location in time, or discharge is another way to quantify it. And so this variable can be easily quantified, and it's highly influential to the way that river systems work and river ecosystems work. So water moving over the landscape scours, it erodes, it moves the rocks and the sediment over in the river channel. It creates that habitat in river channels and that structure and shape of the river channel that species occupy. And that interaction between water and sediment really controls essentially the ecology for the river system. Flow is highly correlated and controls water temperature within the river, which is an important variable for aquatic species that occupy and live within the river environment. And similarly, even nutrient transfer, so carbon cycling from the riparian zone and within the river, all of these things are highly related to flow. So we tend to focus on flow and look at flow initially as a primary driver within river ecosystems that then influences all of these other variables. Next slide, please. And one of the key concepts in understanding river ecosystems and how they function is this idea of the natural flow regime. So how do flows naturally occur? How do they move through space and time down through a river system? So we can quantify a regime, or a flow regime, in the same way that we can quantify flow by thinking about variables up here in the right, upper right corner, things like the magnitude, how big is a flow in the channel, how much water is in a channel at a given point in time. A frequency of events, so how often are high flows occurring, how often do we see periods of low flow occur, what is the duration of those flows within the river channel, how long is the high flow occur, how long is it therefore, how long is the low flow season, the timing of when the events come down, as well as the rate of change, how quickly flows are changing on a day-to-day basis or even an hourly basis. So these are all characteristics of flow that we can quantify, that we can put numbers on to help describe the regime or the nature of flows as they're moving down through a river system in both time and space. What's shown here in this figure is an example annual hydrograph for a mid-elevation stream in the Sierra Nevada in California. So we begin our water years typically on October 1st, as you may know, and we extend around for an annual year to September 30th. This encompasses the wet season in California. And we typically see flows start to increase in the river following precipitation events that come in the wintertime. So what you'll see looking at the hydrograph here is shown that river flows discharge starts to increase in the early November with a storm event where rain has fallen, run off of the hill slope down into the river channels, creating a peak event or a peak flow event, a storm event that has really wet up the channel and sort of begin this wet season and wetter period within the watershed. At these mid elevations, when winter storms come through in the wintertime, they will often quickly run off and create these flashy peak events that you'll see here from October through about February. But those same storms are also falling and creating snow at higher elevations. So at the mid elevations of the watersheds, then we'll see that when that snow melts in the springtime, it can create a snowmelt pulse that's traveling down in the springtime. So you'll see that broad snowmelt pulse with a recession or a gradual decline of flows down into the summertime. And this pattern repeats itself on an annual basis during our wet season, followed by low flows in the dry season, right? When we are not getting rain here in California. And all of the native species are evolved to this pattern and this timing of this natural flow regime that's happening. And so these are, a few species here that we have in our California streams are illustrated on top of this, such as Chinook salmon migrating in at the beginning of the wet season when those first storms come down and increase flows into the river channel, providing migratory corridors to get up into the river channel. They lay their eggs, the smolts spawn out or come out, and then eventually they'll out-migrate following that spring recession down into the river time. So this pattern of natural flows, the seasonality of it, the nature of it, our species have evolved to really take advantage of it. And the salmon is a good example. Even willow and cottonwood, their seed dispersal is timed to essentially take advantage of the spring recession as well. They typically drop their seeds in the springtime. The seeds will land on the typically higher flows in springtime. And as those flows are gradually receding into the summer, those seeds disperse, they settle out onto the gravel bars, and then they germinate, and their roots will follow that gradually receding recession, those flows going down as their roots grow and try to maintain contact with the water. So our native species in California are very diverse, and they're very highly adapted and evolved to these natural patterns that have occurred within rivers. So next slide, please. So of course, we also want to take advantage of the water. So we've impacted and influenced our river systems, as you well know, in quite a few ways, all of which will then have impacted this natural flow regime, this cycle of flows. The dams that we put in not only create structural breaks or structural diversions within the river that disconnects upstream and downstream to some degree, but they also change the nature of the flow being released in the river downstream of the dams, right? So they're capturing typically the high flows that come down in winter. We capture them for water supply to be able to deliver them for human uses for agriculture in the summer. So this fundamentally then is changing the way that the water is traveling down through the system and creates patterns and seasonalities that are different than what many of our species are adapted to, right? There's also water withdrawals. We often take water out of the river, not actually ever putting it back in. So just changing the nature of the magnitude, changing the frequency, the duration, how this water is moving down through the system are all impacted by the way that we have impacted the rivers. Okay, next slide, please. And so what does the science tell us about this? Well, we've done an incredible job of really understanding each of the different aspects that goes into river ecology, but it's complicated. We've got hydrologic aspects of flow regimes and how water is moving through the system, how surface water is interacting with groundwater. That is a key driver in understanding food webs and how complicated food webs are. That's this picture in the lower left corner here. Impacts to one species can cascade to affect other species within the system. And then simultaneously, the geomorphology and the geology, that landscape that the water is flowing over, has a whole series of nested hierarchies and different scales that it creates habitat for, all the way from the watershed down to the microhabitats. So all of this together really makes a complex system that is very complicated and often hard to quantify. But we have done a good job of starting to really look at a lot of these processes to better understand how the systems work. Next slide, please. So when we think about how our fundamental struggle and our fundamental challenge in managed river systems is, how do we take all of that complex ecology and complex understanding about how river systems work and translate it into something that we can give to a water manager, right? And managers really just want a number. They're like, how much water should I release from this dam, or how much water am I allowed to divert at a particular point in time? And they just really want a number. But trying to condense all of that ecology down into a single number, as you can imagine, is quite difficult. They will live with a set of numbers. Most operators routinely work with flow schedules. And what this might look like in terms of how an operator might operate a dam, for example, is to have a different flow release on different days and different patterns. So if we can effectively translate a lot of the complex ecology into things like a flow schedule that can be more productive or more accessible and easy to manage and actually operate at a dam, that's really a lot of the primary tasks that scientists we are tasked to do with in environmental flows. Next slide, please. So environmental flows are really just that. What is that flow schedule? What is that release schedule that we want to be able to put down a river to be able to give as much functioning within the ecology and the ecosystem as we can while also diverting out? And there's a whole bunch of methodologies that go about trying to determine what are the best ways and methods and quantifiable ways to think about how much water to essentially leave in the system and how to support the ecology in these managed systems. There's 4 basic categories to environmental flow methodologies. They're listed here. Hydrologic methodologies tend to focus on just the flow regime alone. So an example of this might be a set daily percent of flow. You might have a rule that says you must be able to take out no more than 10% of the daily flow at any point in time, right? So that would be like a rule of thumb type of approach. There are hydraulic methods which look not only at the flow, but also then with the shape of the flow in that channel, this idea of stage or depth of the water in the channel along with the velocity that would be creating hydraulic conditions that are creating certain habitats for species. These are similarly habitat-based methods are taking those hydraulics between the relationship between the channel shape and the flow and relating that to the physical habitat and the biology. So an example of this is PHAB-SIM, where you're really looking at one species, one life stage. What are the flow hydraulic needs of that species for that life stage, and then trying to implement an environmental flow that provides those aspects. So these first 3 categories are really data-driven. They're very site-specific and require a fair amount of knowledge about the system. But they have some fundamental issues too, in that they're really only looking at parts of the system. So there's been a movement in the last 2 decades to move towards more holistic environmental flow approaches that try to do a better job of addressing the entire complexity of the ecosystem. Next slide, please. So the problem isn't that flow ecology relationships are bad or that these environmental methods are bad. They're not. They can be very useful in trying to understand how we might want to manage water in our systems for ecology, but they are limiting in the sense that a lot of flow ecology relationships are for a limited set of flow metrics. For example, they might just focus on flow magnitude, or they might focus on just the depth and the velocity without taking into consideration things like water temperature or nutrient cycling. They tend to be averaged over a flow record. They're perhaps less variable over time. They are almost always single species focused. What does a Chinook salmon need for breeding at this point in time? And we might be able to put that flow down, but it's hard to then understand whether or not that flow is also supporting the other related components within the ecosystem. They tend to be very based on empirical data, not quite as much process-based data, and have an issue sometimes because they're based on empirical observed data, may not account for shifting baselines or changes in climatic conditions. So it's not that these methods aren't useful, it's just that they have a limited set of applicability that we need to be mindful of if we're going to apply these types of methodologies in our river systems. Okay, next slide, please. And again, we feel like sometimes we can't make this point enough, that it's not just about flow volume. It's not about thinking about a single discharge that needs to go down the river, but it's a matter of that pattern, that timing. These 2 upper hydrographs here are showing a natural flow pattern on the left, my left, and a dam altered flow pattern on the right. And the gray shaded area under those hydrograph curves are the same annual flow volume. But what you can see by looking at them is that they provide fundamentally totally different conditions in the river system that may or may not be helpful for the aquatic species that are there. So it's really important to try to force ourselves to move away from these discussions of annual flow volume alone without considering how we would be applying that annual flow volume in a river system and thinking about what that flow looks like when it's in the channel. So these 2 figures below sort of give an illustration of what the low flows and high flows for that flow regime above might look like in the channel. And you can see the differences in habitat that might provide in different times and different settings. And so it behooves us to really think more holistically about the ecosystem's needs, and this variability of flow and geomorphology over time and space to try to do our best to understand and support the ecology within the system. Next slide, please. So one of the more recent holistic methods that's come about is this idea of functional flows. And what functional flows are is really trying to think about those aspects or components within an annual hydrograph that are really providing functionality to the ecosystem as a whole. So we're not necessarily saying that you want to be able to support or put back into the river the entire natural flow regime. That would be great for the ecology, but might be less beneficial for human uses. But what are the aspects of the flow regime? If we're going to put water back in, where should we be targeting it where it can be doing the most work? So we want to focus on those components that really support these natural disturbances like high flows that are getting out on the floodplain, that are doing scour and erosion and habitat creation, right? Or at least getting flows that are moderately high, that are wetting our gravel bars and providing an opportunity for cottonwood to, germinate their seeds, for example. We're thinking about the timing of those flows that might be providing particular ecosystem functions or life history strategies. So releasing high flows in the springtime when the salmon can take advantage of it, when the cottonwood are releasing their seeds, and really thinking about the functioning of what those flows are doing more holistically rather than thinking about a single species approach. And we have to take into account in not only the flow, but that geomorphic setting, those channel floodplain dynamics, where the water is able to function because it's connecting with the landscape in an appropriate way. It doesn't help to put down a peak flow down a canal if the functionality that we're after for high flows can't be achieved because there isn't the space for that high flow to spread out. Okay, next slide, please. So here's an example looking again at that like mid-elevation mixed rain snowmelt driven type of hydrograph that we might get in the mid-elevation of the Sierra Nevada. So the blue line might represent an unimpaired or a natural flow regime in the mid-elevations of the Sierra, and a functional flow regime might focus on, for example, these 4 flow components that we know to be very important. These are examples here. So the wet season initiation flow is that first pulse, that first wetting up of the river that comes down. These are often captured behind the dam because people are like, oh, finally water's coming down. But that has such a huge functioning in terms of rewetting the system. These are the migration pulses that the salmon uses cue to start to move upstream. And so we might, and they tend to be relatively small, so we might choose to release that flow downstream to really drive some of that ecosystem functioning. I'll talk a little bit more about the peak flow and the importance of the peak flow and the spring recession flow in the next 2 slides, but also just highlighting that even lower dry season base flows can be important to help provide that natural seasonality between the wet season and the dry season that our native species are adapted for. So next slide, please. So the peak flows, for example, are really quite important within our Mediterranean climate systems because these are our primary disturbances. These are the large floods that come through, connect to the floodplain, move sediment, create habitat, destroy habitat, really create that dynamic nature that leads to more and greater habitats available for biodiversity, right? These are the floods that are resetting our natural processes, redistributing sediment, reducing vegetation encroachment, and they really do need the space to function. So a high peak flow at full magnitude can provide an incredible amount of functions if we have access to the floodplain or we have our levees set back and we can really, like what's shown here in the Sacramento River picture, where you have space for the river to move and really create that dynamic diversity of habitats that support the functioning of our ecosystems. And we would potentially then advocate for not necessarily releasing every single peak flow at full magnitude, but rather than releasing multiple floods at a lower magnitude, it might be more beneficial to release one flow at a peak magnitude to really get that full bang for your buck. And maybe some of the other peaks get stored in the reservoir for human uses. And that's what you're seeing in the difference between the blue lines and the red lines up there in that hydrograph. Okay, next slide, please. And then the spring recession flow, that spring pulse recession, is also a huge ecological trigger and super important for the ecology. It's that high to low flow transition that once precipitation has stopped and it might not rain after April, it's that snowmelt from the upper elevations that is extending cold water and water volume in the rivers well into summer. So this helps to, and it's predictable. So almost all of our native species in some fashion or another have evolved to take advantage of this predictable recession of transitioning from the wet season to the dry season. It not only resorts sediment and helps to provide habitat, but it limits vegetation encroachment, and it really provides those timing cues for outmigration, floodplain inundation. There's been some great research on looking at the duration of floodwaters out on the floodplain and how much ecological benefit you can get over time, the longer that water is out there. And all of these are processes that have essentially are inherent to the ability to have more water out on the floodplain for a longer period of time, gradually receding into the summer. So highly important to keep this aspect within our natural or managed flow regimes as well. Next slide, please. And then not only seasonal variation is important, but interannual flow variability. So here in California, we have incredibly wet years and incredibly dry years. And again, that is sort of adding to this diversity of habitat types that are out there. And so it's important to not think about always releasing the same type of flow regime every year, but to go ahead and let it vary with climate. If we have a really wet year, we want to put more water down and we want to make our spring recession bigger. We want to have a longer duration. We want to take advantage of that water that's there to really be able to support the ecosystem. And then conversely, in drier years, we would want to retain those flow components that are there, but they might be of a smaller volume or a smaller nature duration, just because there's less water available within the system. But over time, wetter years are going to be more beneficial for some species, and drier years might actually be more beneficial for some species. So that interannual variability is just as important as that seasonal variability. Okay, next slide, please. And then lastly, there's spatial flow variability that we can take into account. So this is sort of a rough illustrative schematic of some type of watershed that might be in the Sierra Nevada. We've got tributaries coming down out of the mountains, coming down onto the Central Valley, and eventually leading out to the Delta, for example. These triangles might represent dams that would be releasing water down below them. Next slide, please. And so, for example, this purple triangle might represent a dam that's roughly up in the higher elevation of the watershed. And it's essentially, you might have a functional flow regime shaped like this in the purple line here that's releasing a small snowmelt pulse as that water is melting and coming out of the high elevation. And then next slide, please. And then a little bit further downstream, you might have a smaller reservoir and a smaller dam, and it might be releasing a winter peak flow that's come off of rain driven off, but might also then have a subsequent snowmelt recession flow. And you can start to see that if we coordinate the timing of these releases, they start to have a cumulative effect. So next slide, please. The yellow hydrograph there for the next watershed over might also be more of a snowmelt release hydrograph. And there might be some slight shifts in the timing of when these pulses are coming down naturally, but they could be coordinated such that by the time we get to the red large-scale rim dam, next slide, please, you can see that we've been able to take advantage of those cumulative releases to be able to provide a more effective, potentially larger type of functional flow regime when you get down into the Central Valley. So thinking about the spatial variability in flow and how we might be able to coordinate our management of our rivers to really, again, be as most effective with the environmental water that we have as possible to try to create the conditions more collectively, the desired conditions in the ecology that we want more collectively. Okay, next slide, please. So there's more recently, we've done some work thinking about quantifying these functional flows in California. There are 5 primary functional flows that we've delineated that are important for California. These are the 4 that I've already talked about, that fall pulse flow or that wet season initiation flow, peak magnitude or flood flows that happen in the wintertime, the spring recession flow, gradual transition down, that dry season base flow, but also the wet season base flow, that these are acknowledging the fact that our wet season should have higher magnitude flows in the wet season than we do in the dry season. And so this allows us to help guide and quantify and think about the types of flows that we might want to then put down into the river system. Next slide, please. And these flows need to function, right? So I get asked this question a lot, like, is it more about the flow or is it more about the habitat? What if I just go do a bunch of habitat restoration? They're intimately linked and you cannot think about one or the other. They must be flow plus habitat. So we need to, in some cases then, to make our flows functional, we might need to think about doing some physical habitat restoration that is coupled with a more functional flow regime. We might not need to think about connecting to the floodplain or setting back our levees so that those flows can function in the way that we want them to. Okay, next slide, please. And so the challenge is then to implementing something like a functional flows approach in California. It's hard. So we have a huge state. It's incredibly diverse and complex. The watersheds that are up on the North Coast are very different than the watersheds down in Southern California. And it can be very hard to not only understand the environmental flow needs across the state, but figure out how to be able to balance these with the broad range of demands that we have that can range from everything from hydropower to water supply to wastewater treatment to discharge, wastewater discharge. And on top of that, everywhere in the state is altered. So this is a paper that Julie and co-authors put out a couple of years ago that did an evaluation of looking at gauge data, and pretty much everywhere in the state is altered. The red dots that you're looking at there indicate flow depletions at gauges, whereas the blue dots are indicating flow inflations. And essentially the summary of this is that we, as might be expected, we tend to hold back all of the water in the wet season behind the dams, release only minimal flows during the wet season, and then we tend to augment in our dry season flows to release more flow in the winter. So we've taken a natural hydrograph that would be more seasonal with high flows in the winter and low flows in the summer, and we've essentially evened it out and flatlined it. And that's essentially what this data shows. So trying to work back from that and think about how to change that can be quite a challenge. Okay, next slide, please. So there's a need for a coordinated framework, right, which is leading right into Julie's talk. So there are a whole bunch of regulatory programs that are working to set environmental flows throughout the state, different agencies, different groups, different community members and stakeholders. They're working in different systems, different watersheds. They might have different endpoints. They might have different management goals as well as different ecological goals and different priorities. And that's a challenge. And then what ends up happening then is it makes it difficult to try to coordinate throughout the state, to share knowledge, to share understanding, to think about solutions that might be working in one place that might work in a different place. But if there's no communication between that, it can be hard to understand and difficulty in communicating. So there really has several years ago, a recognition for a need for a more coordinated approach to developing environmental flows throughout California. And so there's been a large group that has come together then to essentially over the last 3 years develop this California Environmental Flows Framework that has an effort to try to put this into place. So next slide, please. And so here's where I'm going to transition over to Julie, and she'll provide an overview of the framework. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. So I'm going to start talking about the California Environmental Flows Framework, which is based on the functional flows approach that Sarah went over. And this effort came out of a recognition that we just weren't being very efficient or effective with our environmental flows science and translating that into management, especially in California, but really everywhere has this problem. Next slide, please. The history of environmental flows, they started with fairly simplistic hydrologic methods of keeping minimum flows in stream. And then over time, we realized that aquatic ecology is complex and started thinking about other relationships and habitat, and got to the point where we started relying on site-specific studies everywhere because we needed to know these local relationships between flow and ecological outcomes. But the problem is that the minimum flows approach wasn't very protective, that you could apply it everywhere. And then the site-specific studies were more protective, but you ended up only being able to do it in a few places because it was, took a lot of resources, a lot of time. And so we really need something that balances the two. And so we came together with a group of partners who all worked on environmental flows in California and thought if we could all kind of bring our common knowledge together and come up with a framework that tried to bring these two things together, we could develop something that was complex in its conceptual underpinnings, but relatively simple to apply in a management context. So that's what really started our work on the California Environmental Flows Framework. The framework provides technical guidance for managers to develop scientifically defensible environmental flow recommendations following the functional flows approach. Next slide, please. And really it's a multi-step process that defines two different sets of flow criteria. And we spent a lot of time coming up with these two terms and definitions with agencies in the state, with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the State Water Resources Control Board. And these two different outcomes or products of the framework are one, ecological flow criteria, and two, environmental flow criteria. And those are two different things. People tend to use those terms interchangeably, but how they're used in managing flows. So ecological flow criteria can be thought of as the ecological only scenario. What flows would you put in streams that maybe allow you to take some water, but they really are meant to maximize ecological outcomes or support ecological outcomes. Environmental flow criteria are what we consider to be balanced flows. So they are set by evaluating trade-offs among a broader set of management objectives like human uses for water. They consider environmental needs, but they're not meant to really maximize your environmental outcomes. Next slide. This figure shows an overview of the CEF framework. It's 12 steps. We joke it's a 12-step process that's organized into 3 sections, A, B, and C. And under section A, we look at the place that you're interested in, what are the natural ranges of flow metrics for each of the functional flow components? So you're really looking at reference ranges of flows for those functional flow metrics. And then in section B, you're considering these other aspects like the habitat context, geomorphology, water quality, the biological interactions in the stream, and if you need to bring in any site-specific information. So the question there is, how do I use additional information at my site to develop ecological flow criteria given any physical and biological constraints? The outcome of section A and B is a set of ecological flow criteria. So if you're thinking about the state board, this might be if DFW prepares a science basis report that shows the ecological flow needs and then sends that over to the state board, for example, that would be what comes out of this section A and B. Section C then is the balancing. So the question there is, how do I reconcile ecological flow needs with non-ecological management objectives to create balanced environmental flow recommendations? Next slide. This figure goes in more depth into section A, and section A is really where we put a lot of our effort developing tools. This is a pretty straightforward process for any user. And here is really where you go through the steps to identify ecological flow criteria based on the reference ranges of functional flows. We have tools that we've developed that includes a web app of these functional flow metric predictions. It includes a calculator where you can input a time series and calculate your own functional flow metrics, and a repository of a lot of papers. And from these tools, you can actually click on a stream reach of interest and download the modeled reference-based functional flow metrics for your place. So you need to go through the process and the steps of thinking through, what are my ecological management objectives? What's my location of interest? And are there any, site-specific needs where maybe I need to go into a more in-depth process, but you can still come out of section A with a set of quantitative flow predictions that you can use for implementation. Next slide. This is the conceptual model that really is kind of the basis of the whole framework. And in section A, the model says that if your physical habitat, water quality, and biological interactions are within reference ranges so that you think your reference flow ranges would support ecological outcomes, then you can use the flow criteria just from section A. And that's kind of complicated, but what it's really saying is that you're in a stream, there might be some alteration. It's not like you wouldn't have alteration at all, but you would think that if you put down reference ranges of your flow metrics, you would get the ecological outcomes that you care about. So there's not a huge dam that's really elevating water temperatures. There's not a channel that's so incised that your flood pulses wouldn't get any water out into the floodplain. You think that if you put down reference ranges of flows, you would expect them to be able to support the ecosystem. And in that case, you can use flow criteria from section A. Next slide. And again, Sarah already showed this figure on the left, the 5 functional flow components, the fall pulse, peak, magnitude flows in the wet season base flow, spring recession, and dry season base flow. But the table on the right shows the list of flow metrics that we use to quantify those flow components. So they are things like magnitude, duration, timing, and frequency. Altogether, we have 24 metrics, which includes 3 different peak flows and 2 magnitudes for the wet and dry seasons, which we modeled using a machine learning approach based on data from reference gauges across California. Next slide. So this slide shows a little bit about our modeling approach. We have a paper that I'll show you the citation a little bit later, but it's the abstract is online and it's ready to be published. I keep expecting it to come out any day now, but this is all documented in our framework document, and then the paper is really, any day it'll be out. But it's in a special issue of Frontiers in Environmental Science that we've published several of the papers related to SEF. What we did is we took about 250 reference gauges in California, using flow data at those reference gauges and PRISM data on rainfall and temperature, and then GIS-derived watershed variables. We developed a model that could predict functional flow metrics over the period of record of 1950 to 2015 at those reference gauges, and then applied those models to ungauged locations. So we ended up estimating the reference range functional flow metrics for every COM ID or stream segment in the state for 3 different water year types: dry, moderate, and wet water years. Next slide. And we made all the data available on a public web app, and this is maintained by the Nature Conservancy, called the Natural Flows Web Tool. So it's rivers.codefornature.org. If you go to this web app, there are 2 data sets available. There's a set of monthly flow predictions from 1950 up to the present. It used to be only till 2015, but we're working on extending that. So now it's available through the end of last year and will be available on a monthly basis going forward with about a 1-week lag. That was done through a different effort. And then through the SEF effort, we have the set of functional flow metrics. So a lot of people are using these 2 data sets together to kind of get a fuller picture of hydrology. But you can click on any stream reach in the state in blue, so all of these stream reaches here, and come up for that segment with a set of predictions, both the monthly flow predictions and the functional flow metric predictions. So this shows you for the Tuolumne River, the dry season base flow metric predictions. This is for all years, but you can pick water year types and get different values. The median values and a prediction interval around those values, which is derived from the machine learning approach that we used. And then the bottom window here on the right shows the monthly flow predictions for that same location by dry, moderate, and wet years. So you can get an idea of those monthly flow hydrographs, and you can download those by year. So there's a way to download all the metrics. You can do it for a collection of stream segments or individual ones. You can pick your metrics, but that's all publicly available. Next slide. So through Section A, you can download those metrics. You can assess your site to say, do I think that I can use these data? Am I downstream of a big dam that really would affect it? Or do I think that they're fairly natural conditions? And then the question becomes, which of those Section A flow criteria can I keep, and which may I need to refine through a more involved process, which would be Section B. So Section B is only needed in certain circumstances. You don't have to go through the whole framework step by step. It's really when physical habitat, temperature, water quality, maybe invasive species are such that reference-based functional flows are not expected to achieve their intended ecological functions. You might also want to use it if you have local data available that may enhance your statewide model predictions that came from our statewide model. So an example might be if you have a watershed model that you develop that maybe does a better job of integrating groundwater in a certain place, or something like that, where you think that our predictions might not be capturing the hydrologic conditions well at that place. Or if you want to develop specific flow ecology relationships to support trade-off analyses in Section C. So sometimes people want flow ecology curves so that they can look at different management alternatives and see the effect of implementing something different on the ecology. And those trade-off curves can be done using data that you develop in Section B. So again, we don't expect Section B to need to be applied everywhere or for every functional flow component. Next slide. And this is another version of that conceptual model that shows how you might go about thinking through Section B. So this was a hypothetical example that we used in the framework document for a North Coast stream that had the channel had been widened through land use change and logging practices so that the reference range of the dry season base flow was not expected to create sufficient habitat conditions for coho salmon. It would result in flows that were too low and too slow because the channel is too wide, and higher temperatures. So in this case, you wouldn't need to go through section B for your other functional flow components. You would just focus on the dry season base flow. The specific things you care about are water quality, the temperature component, and depth and velocity for our salmon habitat. And so you might look at doing a temperature model and looking at temperature suitability. You might do a physical habitat model, looking at depth and velocity requirements. And then as you go through this, what you would likely find is that you need flows higher than the natural reference ranges to achieve those outcomes, because you'd need more flow to get cooler temperatures and more flow to get the depth and velocities within the ranges that you'd need to support salmon. And then you can start to think, well, can I do that? I mean, in this place, if you don't have a dam, it's really difficult to increase flows in the summertime to achieve those conditions. So that might lead you to looking at habitat restoration or some other way to alleviate those issues. But this is something that you'd investigate in a section B context. Next slide. So once you finish any of your section B analyses, you would then put those flow criteria, you'd integrate them with what you kept from section A, and then you'd have a full set of ecological flow criteria, which would be, here's what I would implement if I really cared about the ecology, like that's the thing that I wanted to focus on. Section C, though, is when you start thinking about your environmental flow criteria and your balancing. So under section C, this is kind of similar to a structured decision-making approach or decision science, where you really want to define your full suite of management objectives. So that would include ecological objectives and other uses. You would you define a set of management alternatives, evaluate the consequences of implementing different alternatives, evaluate trade-offs, and then pick one and do an implementation plan. One piece that's in section C as well is an assessment of flow alteration, where you would compare ecological flow criteria that you developed in sections A and B to functional flow metrics that are calculated using observed flow data. And we have a method outlined in the framework document in one of the appendices to do that alteration analysis and see where your flows are considered to be altered. So the outcome of section C are environmental flow criteria for all 5 functional flow components and an implementation plan. And again, you could use the ecological flow components if you don't care about other management objectives, maybe for certain flow criteria. Maybe you only have other issues in the summer, and so you would only develop separate flow criteria for the dry season, and you'd keep your section A or section B flows for all the other functional flow components. Next slide. This is another way to look at the steps in section C that's a little bit more of an adaptive management type wheel, where you would have an iterative process. So once you clarify your decision context, define your objectives, assess your alteration, propose and evaluate alternatives, define recommendations, and develop your implementation plan, you might then decide that you need to do something different, and you could be iterative about it and go through the cycle again. Next slide. We don't know of any case study. This is all, fairly new. We're just getting all this information out, and we don't know of any case study that has gone through all the section C steps. We know of case studies that have done section A and section B, but for section C, what case studies have mostly done is just the alteration analysis. So rather than doing that whole suite of steps, they've focused on alteration, which is really helpful for planning flow projects and looking at flow studies. And what we did is we took all the gauge data that at USGS gauges that had at least 20 years of data post 1990, and we did the alteration analysis at those places and put it on the web tool. So you can download alteration data for those gauges. If you look at the map, when you go to the web tool and look at the map, all of the purple stream segments have gauge data that lets us assess alteration. So here is an example again for the Tuolumne. This is just a reach downstream of where I showed you before. And the top box shows the wet season base flow functional flow component, and the bottom one shows the 2-year flood functional flow component. So at the top one, what it shows is that the observed median wet season base flow is 226 CFS, but the predicted reference range would be between about 650 and 1760. So because the observed value is outside that prediction interval for the reference ranges, we consider that to be altered and depleted. The same thing for the wet season median base flow. So the first one is the 10th percentile base flow, the second is the median. And then the 2-year flood magnitude, again, the observed value was 2980 CFS, and that's outside the prediction interval for the reference range, which would be about 9,400 to 24,000. So that is available for several gauges across the state. Next slide. So the outcomes of CEF, this is what a stakeholder will get from going through the CEF process and using that guidance document and going through the steps. You would get ecological flow criteria for areas of interest. And this is really helpful. I think when we talk about flow needs in California, it's actually pretty rare that we start with a scenario that just looks at the ecology. We kind of default to balanced flows and without being very explicit about the trade-offs between all of our management objectives. So it gives you the ecological flow criteria that you can then use in the trade-offs discussion. It then gives you environmental flow recommendations, and we recommend this is done with a stakeholder process because those management objectives are really values-based, right? They're not scientifically derived. You should get a set of recommended mitigation measures, an implementation, monitoring, and adaptive management plan. And then all of this is supported through these online tools that we've developed. So there's the web tool that I've been showing you. There's a functional flows calculator that's available where you can run a daily time series of flows and it'll calculate your functional flow metrics. So this is what you would do if you had modeled data or observed data. And then an information repository in the website there. And that is where we have our framework document, we have a work plan available, and all of links to all of the publications and some presentations on the approach. Next slide. We also are starting to publish all of this. So there's a special issue on environmental flows in the journal Frontiers in Environmental Science. And all the papers are being published as they're available. Next slide. And 6 of the papers in the special issue are from members of our technical team. So there's an overview document of the CEF framework. There's a couple case studies. There's a paper that documents how we did all of the modeling that's available on the web tool. So the modeling, I think, is the only paper that's not full text quite yet, but the rest of them, I think, are all out and available in full text. Next slide. And I know that you're really interested in environmental flows for the Delta, right? So we did not do predictions for the Delta proper in the web tool. The model generated them, but we did not feel like our reference gauges were in the, that we could really predict in the Delta and be confident about those predictions. However, there is a paper in that same special issue that we were not authors on, but that talks about ecological flows for estuaries that I think is really helpful. I like this conceptual figure. On the left is a functioning estuary, and on the right is one that's been impacted by drought. And when we talk about ecological flows for the estuaries, we often think that there's different processes that need to be considered. It's really, a focus on salinity or a focus on hydrodynamics, for example. But what it is just the outcome of having supportive ecological flows for the rest of the watershed. So if we manage ecological flows well for the rest of the watershed, it will provide the flows for the estuaries, especially if it's done so that they're coordinated both spatially and temporally. A lot of the processes are the same. We need to have high flows in the winter to inundate habitat. We need to be able to flush salinities. We need to be able to keep temperatures in the right, all these things are really very similar. You're just adding that added dynamic of having the tidal action. Next slide. And so this is my last slide. I just wanted to end by talking about next steps for CEF. We consider the framework document to be a living document, but it has gone through review already. It's considered to be a product of the Water Quality Monitoring Council's eFlows work group, which is jointly chaired by Dan Schultz with the State Board and Robert Holmes with DFW. That work group has reviewed the draft, and we've made changes in response to the reviews, including from several water districts. We have a version up on the CEF website that we consider draft final. It's not considered final yet because it needs to be approved by the State Board, the board members, and that hasn't happened. They had been planning to do it, but they've been kind of sidelined with drought issues. It should be hopefully soon though. We have a set of FAQs that are available on the website, the overview paper, and all the other supporting papers in the special issue. We also have multiple case studies that are under development. 2 of them already have papers available, one in Southern California and one for the Little Shasta and Cosumnes rivers. There's a big case study going on in the Eel River as well, but it's not published yet. We also put together a work plan to prioritize new efforts. So our work group was funded to put together the framework document. The web app was funded internally by TNC. We're now at a place where we don't have any more funding, but there's a lot more work that we want to do. So we put together a work plan that documents, where we think we need to prioritize efforts and hopefully use that to get funding and to help support proposals for new efforts. That includes improvements to the technical tools. We have a proposal in to model actual flows at all stream segments across to improve the functional flows calculator. Tracking and documenting case studies we think would be really useful so we can see how it's been implemented in places. Mechanisms for ongoing data and information sharing. We also want to do some training and outreach on the method, and but all of this, the work plan is available also on the CEF website, and we gave a presentation on the work plan for the eFlows work group and had them comment on it as well. So that's what I have. I'll stop there and we can open it up for discussion.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you both for an excellent presentation. I think it's really helped me at least to understand some of the nuanced differences, I guess, between natural flows, environmental flows, ecological flows, functional flows, because they all seem to be used interchangeably in some respect. Now, I'm a fish guy, so I'm going to ask a question that's probably very naive and hopefully controversial. When I see flows, and I've had this discussion with Jay, particularly in our Fish and Flows report, as CFS, cubic feet per second, I understand why hydrologists and people talk that way, but it's meaningless to a fish. A fish cannot detect a change in CFS. They cannot measure CFS, cubic feet per second. They literally cannot. It has no physiological meaning to a fish, per se. And frankly, I'm not even sure humans can measure it. They measure velocity times cross-section and come up with cubic feet per second. I don't think they can actually measure it. Now, if you're looking at, so when you say, 20 cubic feet per second over here is good and 25 cubic feet per second here is not good for something like a Chinook salmon or whatever your example was, that's kind of meaningless, because at any one location, a change in cubic feet per second is correlated, not necessarily one-to-one correlated, but it's correlated with velocity, it's correlated with depth, it's correlated with residence time, it's correlated with temperature, things that fish can detect and have direct meaning to them. If I have a change of 100 cubic feet per second in a small stream, it might have impacts on fish through these actual things that are changing. If I have 10,000 cubic feet per second change in the Mississippi River is undetectable by a fish. So I think that, if you really want to start talking about functional flows, you need to get into that, I think, section B and say, and really pin down that what you're changing is temperature, you're changing velocity. You're changing flows, but flows is just an indicator, and it's meaningless except in that one location where you're looking at the relative change in flows past that one location, which changes all these other things. But if you go to another location, go to the Columbia River and change the CFS, that flow rate is meaningless. So am I totally wrong that am I missing something here?
No, I'll jump in first, Julie, and then if you want to follow up. So you're absolutely right, and it works both ways, right? So if we are going to have a conversation with a dam operator, they don't give a crap about what the depth and velocity is 5 feet downstream. So we absolutely rely on those relationships, exactly like you said, between what the fish feel, what the fish care about, how that relates to discharge, so that we can implement it and put it into management. So I completely agree with you. But at the end of the day, if we're thinking about what do we do, how can we do it in a uniform way everywhere, we need to find and look for those relationships that are more transferable and more applicable. And that's exactly why we've done this sort of type of modeling, where you can go to all of the different stream reaches in the state and understand and look at those ranges of discharge that are then scaled to and more indicative of the size of creek. Because you're absolutely right, just putting down 25 CFS in one place is going to be meaningless and not necessarily comparable to 25 CFS in the other. But the focus is that not on the 25 CFS per se, but what that 25 CFS represents in that location. And that's the piece that we use to talk about the functionality, to relate to the functionality, because that's the piece that we measure and implement and regulate. So I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm just talking about that when we start to go to implementation and those languages and how we communicate with each other, that has been the most successful way to sort of communicate.
And that's exactly my point, in a way, is that, the water people, and I say that in the kindest terms because I have Jay in the room, but they think in terms of CFS and flows, and even I don't even want to get into acre feet, but the ecological side doesn't think
so
that
we
way.
have to communicate, and that's part of what I look at as my job. I sit with Jay, and Jay talks in acre feet, and I'm always like, bring it back to CFS, because I got to think CFS in order to bring it back to depths and velocities and channel condition and ecology. So it's a communication issue.
Well, I would suggest when you're putting up a plot of something in a particular location of CFS, you might just put down velocity as a secondary scale. It's not always the same because there's overflow and so forth, but I think that people who are reading these charts don't believe that that is the magic thing we're trying to control. It's not. You're trying to control temperature and velocity and depth and those kind of things. And somehow, that reverse message needs to be made.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And my background is in fisheries and stream ecology. So I come from the ecology side. And I think that we use CFS, we think about it in terms of reference ranges or percent unimpaired, because it is a proxy for these ecological conditions that we're trying to achieve, which is, having the right depth and velocity. But apart from just depth and velocity that fish are experiencing, also supporting, food production and floodplain inundation and riparian vegetation and all those other things that you need to have a functioning system. And on one side, you get to the very site-specific studies that only look at depth and velocity and kind of ignore those other ecological pieces that are important, or you're just looking at the hydrology side and not thinking about the ecology at all. And we're trying to get an approach that is, you can implement it in a lot of places because it's based on hydrology, but the underlying conceptual framework is ecological in theory, so that we're trying to support multiple species and processes. So that's the idea.
And I think you're going exactly in the right way. And I would, at the extreme level, I would argue that CFS is meaningless beyond site-specific applications. And okay, I'm going to give up this, give up the podium to Lisa.
You can take that soapbox away now, Steve. Yeah, so thank you both for those great presentations, so much information, and I can see you're creating some great databases that could enable a lot of types of analyses. Before I ask this question, it would probably help you to know that I'm an economist. So what I'm trying to understand is what you're really providing in terms of evaluating those trade-offs. So I see that you have this sort of ideal historic realm that we would like to recreate, but we probably won't in most cases. And then I see that you have recommendations of how you had maximized fish habitat or something like that. But what happens in the middle ground? Do we have any information about if you miss these targets by 20%, we will lose a species, cottonwood range will contract? Do we have any like real understanding of those relationships and any nonlinearities and things like that?
I think we do in certain places. We don't have them that can be applied to all the streams statewide, which is why we developed this in the first place. And that's where the science has been going, is trying to develop these flow ecology curves and relationships that you can then apply broadly to look at trade-offs. If I were to, take this much water, what would I get as far as ecological outcomes? But we haven't, as a field, we haven't been able to take curves that we can generalize and broadly apply. So this is meant to fill the gap. We've kind of got into this point where we don't have ecological flow criteria hardly anywhere in the state. There's, site-specific studies that have been done in a few places. There are environmental flow regulations that have been implemented in places, but they're not meant to really be supportive of resilient ecological systems. They're meant to avoid jeopardy. They're usually within the context of the Endangered Species Act, which is just to avoid extinction. And we don't have a broadly applicable framework that lets you look at those trade-offs. So we're providing the framework. To get the curves, you still have to go through section B, because we haven't figured out a way to make it generalizable across space, broadly. And yeah, that's what we're trying to fill.
Great. I do have one more question. Could this work be applied to understand priorities at a more landscape scale or regional scale? Because, again, we're going to be allocating scarce resources. What if we could only restore some streams? Is this something a tool that would enable that conversation?
Yeah, we're doing a lot of that in the Nature Conservancy, and I'll let Sarah add to it too, but we're trying to figure out ways to do that. And you have to figure out your philosophy, right? Do we take places that are really altered and try to work on those? Do we take places that are just a little bit altered and try to get them back to conditions, kind of what's your strategy? But it helps you do that planning and ask those questions and start to kind of categorize places across the landscape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just going to add, because I knew Julie was going to have a good answer for it, knowing what TNC has been working on towards that. The other thing that we have found that's been an advantage is by laying out and quantifying the pieces we know and laying out the pieces we don't know, it allows for those conversations to happen. And so, for example, do I want to prioritize certain species because they're listed? Do I want to prioritize certain functions? Do I think that this function is more important than this other function? So you're trying to be more transparent and more specific about those trade-offs. So do we have the answers to all those? No, like what Julie said, but you do have the ability, I think, to have a more open, transparent conversation about what you do and don't know as you move through that essentially socio-political process of trying to determine and make those trade-offs. So that's also one of the goals, is to try to open up that conversation and that dialogue more transparently.
Up next, Steve.
Tanya, go ahead.
All right. Thanks, Sarah and Julie. That was really great presentations, and I'm really impressed with the kind of engaged scholarship type approach that you've used here, where you've brought, you've created this framework that has both the kind of academic piece and it, clearly speaks to some of the kind of implementation challenges that can come up with water managers and agencies. And so it's really cool what you've done. But I guess I want to kind of push you even further on the questions around implementation and some of the potential challenges there, or at least get your thoughts on this. And given the complexity of the institutions and policies governing water in California, from water rights to endangered species to dam operating requirements and various other things, what do you think are some of the biggest, perhaps, challenges to implementing this type of framework? And conversely, are there any kind of policy levers or incentives that could really get people motivated to implement this? So where do you see kind of the long-term implementation challenges and incentives here?
Julie, you want to start? Or do you want me to?
Yeah, sure, I can start. I think that there has been pressure to have flow criteria that have been defined and implemented in a lot more places. And I think that our agencies have struggled to do those site-specific studies. So I think that's one thing that I would like to see, is even just at the ecological flow criteria level, which is, I think, usually at DFW, not always, but usually, is to have a way to have this, at least a first cut of flow criteria that are implemented broadly in a tool that if somebody says, what flows do I need in this stream, and maybe it's under drought conditions, or maybe, ideally it would be under all year types. But I think we get asked, especially in a year like this, all the time, what flows should I have in this place so that I'm, protective, knowing that it's one of the driest years on record. Well, we can use our tools to help answer that. And we're doing some work with the Salmon and Steelhead Coalition, which is partners with Trout Unlimited and Cal Trout on the North Coast, where we're taking the monthly natural flow predictions and looking at the distribution of percentiles over the period of record that we've modeled, 1950 up to present, and saying, okay, where does the value we're predicting for this year fall in that distribution? And in a lot of places, it's the lowest on record, or below the 10th percentile. Okay, now, what does that mean as far as trying to do an action to maintain flows in those streams, and trying to take that kind of drought? I mean, I think we have a lot of policy levers in drought years that we don't have in other years. So that's one application. I think that as far as, we do a lot of flow management under ESA and biological opinions. And I think most of the time that's just to avoid jeopardy. I'd like to see us push that more to have recovery flows. And I think this can help with that conversation. That's a couple of them, but I think that there's, other specific, there's SGMA, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, that requires surface flows to be kept in good condition, but there's not data in a lot of places about what those flows should be. I think it can help in that application. We're starting to explore kind of the list, but right now there's not one policy that says like implement environmental flows in lots of places. It's sort of piecemeal looking at these different applications.
I would just add to that. I think there's two sort of challenges I think the technical team and the environmental flows working group has been sort of coming across. One is that thinking about flows more holistically and not in a single species way towards ESA is a bit of a challenge. We're asking a scientific community that's spent 30 years thinking about flow ecology relationships and thinking about what does salmon need, what does the Chinook need, what do coho need, and we're asking them to sort of rethink a little bit about the larger ecosystem and the functionality of that ecosystem. So there's a challenge there to getting people to not only think about those ideas that maybe feel new, but also then this idea of implementing a pulse that could have lots of benefits. It seems frustrating to some people. It kind of goes back to actually what Stephen was saying initially. We tend to think about like, what do we care about? We care about that fish. Are you sure that pulse is going to benefit my fish that I care about? And the answer often is yes, let's look at it. We need to show you, right? But then also getting folks to sort of see that. So the shift in thinking a little bit scientifically is a bit of a challenge that I think is going to require more time and outreach and discussion about this. The second, and part of that is the CEF framework itself. It's a very flexible framework that actually could be applicable to a lot of different regulatory levers. There are a lot, the benefit is there are a lot of regulatory levers. All of these SGMA, FERC, Endangered Species Act, water quality certs, wastewater discharge, all of them require knowing an environmental flow regime or they need ecological flow criteria. So this is a need that comes across all of these different regulatory agencies, but folks need to know about it. They need to be able to talk to each other and share that information. And, you could talk to this one group and then you got to talk again to the next group and the next. So those are some of the types of challenges that I think will require some time and some effort and some communication to help try to build that. And then as Julie said, sort of working through these case studies with folks, testing this out, putting some of these types of flow regimes down, implementing them, monitoring them, seeing if all of our hypotheses work out. There are places in the state where we have done more of these types of functional flow regimes, the Trinity River, the Puda Creek, and we've seen great success, but we want to try to be more bold about implementing these in a lot more places to go try it, but on the other hand, a challenge is people start to nitpick and they want to pull it apart, and it's a lot easier to argue and go to your lawyer and say, well, you don't have an exact flow, you know what I mean? So those types of challenges come into play. So just to kind of build on what Julie said in terms of answering your question.
Okay, Bob.
Next, okay. I guess it was probably a little over a year ago, maybe 2 years now, for another project. I needed to reacquaint myself with the science of environmental flows. And so I contacted all my colleagues that I'd worked with in other years in Colorado, the Netherlands, and Africa, and Australia, all the places that I thought were really providing the leadership in environmental flows. And to a person, they got back to me and they said, you really need to look at what's going on in your own backyard in California. And they pointed me in your direction. They gave me both of your names and a couple of other names. And I'm really glad they did, because the presentation you gave today was probably the clearest, most comprehensive presentation I have heard ever about environmental flows and all the nuances and so on. It was great. I really, really appreciated it. And I really like your focus on more of the holistic approach of looking at how we deal with it at a system level. I think that it just makes a lot of sense, and it's something that that I like. I guess like you, I believe has really been overlooked now for a long, long time, and I think you're making really good headway in that arena. And anyway, I just see that as a path forward. So anyway, I only have one question for you. Really, I just wanted to compliment you on the presentation, but. As Steve said, the ISB is thinking about doing something in environmental flows, but we're not sure what. And if I was wondering, if you don't have to answer right away, but ask you to think about it, is there something that the ISB could do that would help you and your framework really move ahead in a good way? And I imagine it would be something that over a period of 1 to 2 years, the ISB would investigate something, hold workshops, perhaps write a report or a white paper, whatever it might be. But is there something where we could help you in some significant way? If there's not, that's okay too, because it seems like you're really doing well on your own. But anyway, if we can, play a positive role, we may be able to do so. So I'll throw that out. If you have anything off the top of your head, that's great. Otherwise, get back to us, sometime soon.
Thank you so much. First of all, I really appreciate that. I've been working in environmental flows for a long time, and it's something that's, I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, and it's nice to hear that this makes sense. I think we probably want to talk to our team. We work really well as a group, our technical team, and see what everyone thinks. Off the top of my head, I find one challenge that we're having is that the practitioners who do flow, implement environmental flows, they're still really focused on site-specific studies because they really want to develop those flow habitat relationships for endangered species life stages. And I'm not saying that's not important. We all think that's important, but it's not effective to implement broadly. And so that's kind of a conversation I have a lot with people that, even on the NGO side or on the agency side is I think they still maybe need to be convinced that this has enough of a solid foundation in ecology that it will be protective for what they care about, as well as, being able to manage. And so if I'm thinking if there were workshops or I think we need to do some studies that help us validate our approach relative to what you might get in scientific studies, plus highlight the fact that it's, it helps with implementation and more broad application. So I know that's a little vague and not a very specific request, but that's kind of one area that I think could be helpful if we had broader input from the scientific community.
Great. All right. Thanks for that, Julie. Sarah?
Yeah, I 100% agree with what Julie says. I know one challenge, and everybody on the technical team gets asked this a lot, is this idea of what isn't everywhere in the state altered. The Central Valley in particular is so altered. Wouldn't you always need to do a site-specific study and move down into Section B? That question gets asked a lot. And the answer is yes and no, right? Because there are definitely, the Central Valley is some of our most altered systems. But does that mean that you then sort of, chuck everything out the window and really go back to focusing on this ESA listed species because that's what we know? So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to think about the Central Valley rivers and going into the Delta. Again, how do those flows come out of the tributaries through the Central Valley? What's needed in the Central Valley? Is it what we think it is? Is there a way to take some of the great floodplain work, food production work that's happening in some of the floodplains and sync those up to provide that bigger picture of connection from the tributaries through the Central Valley to the Delta? If we implement more functional flow type regimes through the tributaries, if we implement those across the Central Valley, is there evidence or some research that we could do to show the effects of that when you get down to the Delta? So as Julie was saying, we had to back off there's a reason the legal Delta is not included in those maps that Julie shows, right, on the TNC websites, because it's such an altered system. So, but making the connections there, I think might also help people see and be able, exactly like to what Julie said, be able to see how effective this more holistic thinking could be and that it can support the species that we really care about. So you're sort of validating these ideas by maybe thinking more about the connectivity of those flows moving down through these ideas of food production as well, getting water out of the floodplain, bringing it back in, transporting that food down to the Delta, sort of showing more of that. If there was some research that could help support those ideas, I think that would go a long way towards convincing people how important it could be to implement those types of flow regimes upstream as well.
Good suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, Virginia.
If you have any follow-up, anything else you think about, feel free to contact us. We'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the compliment too. Very nice to hear. Sometimes you don't know. Are we communicating well or not? So thank you for that.
You guys did extremely well, very well.
And I want to add my congratulations too. I was unsure of a lot of the terms and you were very careful about defining terms. Kind of building on this conversation that has been going on just now, I wondered if you thought about the desired future condition approach that TNC has really developed and looking at it from a landscape level. And so when the US military has adopted this approach, and they're definitely an extreme case, but they have some areas that are truly sacrifice areas. But on the other hand, they have more endangered species on their land than any other federal landscape because they manage those very well. And a lot of it is very active management, burning fires and things like that. And I've worked with TNC in Tennessee on developing this desired future condition for a large forest area, and it really helps people come together to think about the functions of a landscape that are there in spite of introduced species and changes in disturbance regimes and so forth. The functions not only for the aquatic system, but for the land system that can be achieved through management practices, which is really what you're talking about. So do you have a response to that approach?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're talking about a more landscape level analysis, which I think we haven't done a great job of putting that together. I mean, within TNC, even in the water program, we do have projects going on in the Sacramento Valley for managing seasonal wetlands for waterfowl, and we've been doing some work in the San Joaquin, trying to do some land protection efforts and trying to relate that to river management. I think we're still kind of working on integrating all of that, but we haven't done that analysis for the state yet of like prioritizing, you know, how much intensive management you would do in separate places. But I know I worked for TNC on the East Coast. I worked for the Connecticut River Project and for the Chesapeake Bay program for a few years, and we did some of that there, where flows on the East Coast though are not as altered. So when you're looking at kind of like where, you know, we kind of would look at sub watersheds and say like, these places we want to protect because they're minimally altered. These places are, you know, have huge dams and we're not going to be able to do much because they're protecting cities. So they're kind of, you know, working rivers. And then we have these other places where we can do projects. I think they're dealing though with their highly altered places are not anywhere near as highly altered as ours. So it's a little bit easier to kind of do that sort of planning. We haven't got that far here yet, but I think that's an interesting idea and one we've been tossing around.
Well, TNC has a book on, you know, on DFCs. And so I just think that'd be useful to think about. Another question I had, you know, when you were getting to what you call the socio-political section, I thought I'd hear more about the social impacts, but what I heard was really about management practices. And I think it'd be very useful to talk about and to seek out stakeholders who are involved with the social effects of all these changes in regimes. And I say that because I served on a Grand Canyon research and monitoring program where we talked a lot about the I was an advisor for that program, where we talked a lot about the changes in the Grand Canyon that were huge and how flows were so important to that. And the social impacts of that were huge in that the river guides were impacted, the recreationalists were impacted, the Native Americans were impacted. And when we brought those people together with the environmental interest, there was a much of a joint interest in knowing the predictability is what you're talking about of when these flows would occur. And so together they supported some of the ecological work. I'm an ecologist, but from their social perspectives. And so I would encourage you to reach out to other groups in California. I don't know who they are. They're different from these in Arizona, but it was very interesting and I think important to have that backing of the approach that was being adopted in the Grand Canyon.
Are you talking about the USGS study that Mike Runge was? Yeah, so we, I've read that and that's really kind of that decision science framework that we were hoping to get at in section C. I'm part of Mike Runge started this decision science certification program through USGS and the Fish and Wildlife Service, and I'm actually part of that program. So I've been working with that group, and I do think that section C is the place where you would bring in those social issues as part of your management objectives. We just haven't had a case study where we could apply that yet. So the way that we were approaching it is we start with this ecological only scenario where if you were looking at trade-offs among alternatives, that's one alternative. So we're basically creating an alternative under section A and B, providing the data for what the consequences from a flow perspective would be for doing that alternative. And then in section C, you would come up with other alternatives that would address other objectives. And I know we say management objectives, but I think we mean that broadly to say social outcomes as well. And then you would evaluate trade-offs among all of those. So it's similar to that Grand Canyon approach would be our ideal. We just haven't been able to actually put that into practice.
Okay, well, let me say one thing that's also, I hope, helpful. I'm a landscape ecologist and a modeler. So I always start with the end. Where do I want to go in the end? And in the end, I think including the social at the end, and you don't want to take on everything at once so you don't hit the low-hanging fruit. But I think that could help you in achieving your goals and getting buy-in from more communities. So I think you're doing a great job, but I encourage you to think about going there toward the end.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Laura.
Hi. Well, thanks to both of you for your presentation. I would echo Bob's compliments. I've been following your work for some time and think you're doing really great work. My question really comes from the perspective of someone who works on ecological flows in low gradient landscapes. And one of the things I think about a lot is hysteresis, in the sense that once flows become altered, things like vegetation encroachment can happen that would require a bigger kick in the opposite direction in order to restore the former ecological functionality. And I'm wondering if the extent of alteration in some of these streams induces similar concerns. And one example might be stream bed armoring that would require even higher flows to mobilize sediment to form bars for fish spawning. I don't know. I'm just wondering whether this comes into your analyses at all, or whether it has been observed in practice and is something to be concerned about or not.
100%, you're absolutely right. And that would come into play right when you're asking that question. So I know you don't have all the steps and we don't have the slides in front of us, but step 3 of section A is to ask those questions about, could there be considerations where your natural range of reference flows will not provide the functionality that you're looking for? And that's, so if you have a highly armored system with no sediment supply, like, again, it's kind of like the idea of having a highly incised channel. If I put down a lot of water, I'm not going to get the function. So that requires you to then shift into an analysis where you would be exactly looking at those relationships and thinking about what can I do to try to increase that functionality. And that's where the piece where restoration might need to come into play, augmentation of sediment might need to come into play. You might need to actually get out there with a bulldozer and rip out the willow trees that are this big because there's never been a scouring flow that's come down your river. So many rivers in the lower, Sierras, Middle Fork American's a perfect example. It's like dry rock, 20 feet away from the channel, and willows that are, a foot wide at the channel edge because the flow literally never changes. Like, putting down a high flow is not going to rip those trees out. You may have to go in and kickstart it exactly like you're saying. And that's the place where physical habitat restoration or some of these other methods are going to be needed to be coupled with that flow regime to make that functionality. So that is exactly the type of questions we want asked, that you should be asking in the framework, and that we have hope would be part of the flexibility of the framework and the way that we've set the steps up to definitely address that. So kind of going back to one of my slides is, it's never just physical habitat restoration alone. I'm going to put down 10 CFS all year and I want to do a bunch of physical habitat restoration to make it perfect. That's not going to work. But putting down a natural flow regime through a canal or through a boulder field is also maybe not going to work, right? We've got to be thinking about both pieces together. So the idea with the framework is to set that up in that way. And it becomes very easy when we talk about flows to forget about that side. And that's definitely not something we want to do, and what we've hopefully explicitly created places for to think about as you walk through the steps in the framework.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
I know we're running out of time, okay, I'll ask it very quick and then we'll take Tom and then have to move on. I know you're probably familiar with the temperature standard that's been adopted in certain areas like Oregon and so forth. And where decisions, for example, on restoration are based on trying to get the right temperatures, and flow is a component of that, but not the only one. Building trees and things like that are also considered when you think of temperature as the endpoint rather than flow. Is that something that's even doable in the Delta?
Julie, you want to?
Yeah, I think most of our temperature management is reservoir management. But I do think that there are places upstream where you could do habitat restoration and get some temperature outcomes. I mean, it is, it gets really hot here and it's harder. It's just, we're on the edge of what's survivable, and it makes it a little bit different than Oregon. And we have these big dams, and it's just, I live on the American River, and Folsom is like, they're always right at, the edge of killing everything, right? So I think it's more challenging because we are just on the southern end of the species range, and so often it does default to flow because that's what you can do more work with that. But I think there's definitely some headwater areas. We've lost a lot of spawning reaches in the headwaters. We've lost a lot of passage up to those cooler temperature streams. I think that that's going to be something that we have to consider is, getting fish above dams where it is cooler, and maybe doing some habitat restoration would be part of that. But I think moving fish into colder places is a big one.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
I just have a favor to ask. Do you have a journal article that you define the environmental and ecological flows clearly? Could you send a copy of that? Because we're finishing the water supply reliability estimation review, and it would be handy to reference that.
It's already cited.
It's already cited, okay.
Oh, the Stein et al. Are you talking about the Stein et al. 2021 paper? Yeah.
Okay.
That would be the one that would have it.
I don't think we actually make a clear definitional distinction, do we, Jay?
Of what?
Between those two concepts, ecological and environmental flows.
No, we don't.
Yeah. And maybe I should ask, how entrenched is in the professions that talk this language? How entrenched is that distinction?
Not.
It's not, yeah. We got the definitions from DFW and the state board. So that's how they use it in practice. We spent a lot of time with the Water Quality Monitoring Council EFLOS work group coming up with those, but they're not commonly used definitions in the field outside of California, which is why they're used interchangeably a lot of places. I think it's something that would be helpful to define. It's been very useful for me to explain, our process by using those definitions, but it's not, it's something that we need to actively do.
Okay.
But I would say Tom and Jay, I'd say it would be worthwhile having this in the water supply reliability report. If anything, it would show that you're on the cutting edge of the thinking, and and it's where I think it'd be worth a couple of sentences in there to show the distinction.
Yeah.
And the Stein reference is already in the report, so that's great.
Okay. Well, Jay and I can talk about it.
Well, thanks everyone for an excellent discussion. Before we close this one up, are there any public comments, Edmund?
You have the ability to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment.
Deja Dan, I feel like the commenter. With California Water Research, I wanted to say I really appreciate the comments by Tanya and Lisa and Virginia about the social and economic aspects of the environmental flows problems. I think this is central to the problem. As far as section C, one of the stakeholders involved in the current process told me the path of least resistance in this scenario is usually the path that is acceptable to current water users, which means something close to the status quo. This is what steps 8 to 12 in the California Environmental Flows Framework are all about. Finding consensus with water users, even if that consensus is inconsistent with scientific determinations of what flows are needed for healthy ecosystems and fisheries. And I just wanted to note that this frank and somewhat gloomy assessment is an issue with every collaborative process on water in the state. Regarding regulatory flow requirements, I did provide a copy of comments on the Water Board's water rights response to climate change. And they document how the current crisis developed from 4 decades of kicking the can down the road. In 1982, the legislature passed a law requiring Department of Fish and Wildlife to identify and list those streams and watercourses throughout the state for which minimum flow levels needed to be established in order to ensure the continued viability of fish and stream-dependent wildlife. DFW was then required to prepare proposed stream flow requirements for each stream not later than July 1st, 1989. There was a change of administration and this work was defunded. And the Department of Fish and Wildlife still has a wholly inadequate budget for conservation efforts. There are also major funding issues for the Water Rights Division of the Water Board. The 2003 to 2004 state budget ended all general fund funding for the Water Board, moving it to user fees. We did propose restoring general fund funding for the Water Rights Division. One observer said on Twitter, can't do it. If the Water Rights Department at the state board gets more than a few dozen employees, there'll be a rain of blood and frogs. So it's a very difficult problem, and lack of funding for the 2 regulatory agencies is a huge issue. And so this work is really important, but there's major social issues that need to be overcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Deidre. Tom, do you still have another question? No. Well, again, I want to thank Sarah and Julie for excellent discussion, and I echo all the compliments you've heard. You've really helped us, I think, sort of understand, again, the nuances of and the depth and breadth of these issues, and I think it's really moved our thinking along on this topic. So hopefully we'll be able to tap into your expertise down the road as we evolve. And thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay, we're going to move right into our next and last presentation of the day. And this presentation is an overview of the Delta Water Quality Control Board plan by the State Water Resources Control Board. And we've asked folks to We've asked them to cover how environmental flow standards are set and the scientific challenges with updating the plan and or setting flow standards. And the 2 presenters are Matt Holland and Aaron Forsman. I think they are here. Right. Well, welcome. They are environmental program managers in the Division of Water Rights at the California Water Resources Control Board. Matt joined the State Water Board in 2014 to update the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan to address flows in the Sacramento River and its tributaries, Delta East Side tributaries, Delta outflows, and interior Delta flows. And prior to joining the board, he worked with the Delta Stewardship Council's Delta Science Program and the California State Assembly, and completed postdoctoral research in fish population dynamics at UC Davis. And Aaron joined the Water Board in 2017 to lead the final stages of the State Water Board consideration and approval of updates to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, or the Bay Delta Plan, addressing southern Delta salinity and environmental flows in the lower San Joaquin, etc. rivers. And prior to joining the State Water Board, Aaron was an environmental scientist in the US EPA for 15 years as a member of the San Francisco Bay Delta team and the Wetlands Regulatory team. So we look forward to your presentation, and thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
So good afternoon, Delta Independent Science Board members. I just had a lovely introduction, but I always get started and say my name. So my name is Erin Forsman, and I'm an Environmental Program Manager in the Division of Water Rights at the State Water Resources Control Board. And I'm here today with my colleague, Matt Holland, also in Division of Water Rights, to provide a summary of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and implementation of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan as the ISB prepares for a potential review on environmental flows. I will be starting the presentation out, and then I'll transition to Matt about halfway through. Next slide, please. This slide shows the topics we'll be covering today. We'll start with a description of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which we refer to as the Bay Delta Plan for short. It has quite a long name. We'll describe implementation of the Bay Delta Plan and the two recent processes to update the Bay Delta Plan. We'll also discuss the scientific basis that's used for supporting updates to the Bay Delta Plan. And we will wrap up with a slide about how the ISB review on environmental flows can inform the State Water Board's efforts. Next slide. It's always good to have a map and get going with a map. So this is a map of the Bay Delta watershed, which is the spatial domain of the Bay Delta Plan. It includes all portions of the San Francisco Bay, including the South Bay, the Central Bay, San Pablo Bay. It includes the estuary, starting at the Golden Gate, moving east to Suisun and Grizzly Bays, and then the Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta, and the tributary watersheds of Sacramento and San Joaquin Rivers to the north and south, respectively. Next slide, please. So this slide includes the full name of the Bay Delta Plan. It is the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay / Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. That's why we call it the Bay Delta Plan for short. It's a lot to say. It was adopted pursuant to requirements in State Porter Cologne Act and the Federal Clean Water Act. The Water Quality Control Plan includes identification of beneficial uses. These are exactly what they sound like. We identify the uses the waterways in the Bay Delta Plan are there to serve. They include things like municipal, industrial, agricultural water supply, support for fish and wildlife beneficial uses, things like recreation, contact, and non-contact. So it will include identification and description of all those beneficial uses. Then it includes water quality objectives. They can be narrative or numeric, and they are adopted in order to provide reasonable protection of those beneficial uses as required by Porter Cologne. In the Bay Delta Plan, those water quality objectives are primarily flow dependent. The Bay Delta Plan also includes something called a program of implementation. And this is a broad strategy that outlines the actions the board can take to achieve the flow objectives. Once the flow objectives are set, they don't implement on their own. We have to take, or the board needs to take subsequent actions to require actions of individual entities, usually water rights holders, to bypass flows or to make some other operational change in order to achieve a flow dependent water quality objective. The program of implementation also identifies actions by other agencies that can complement and reinforce or perhaps amplify the effects of the flow objectives. And those typically are, we describe them broadly as non-flow actions. Last, the Bay Delta Plan also includes a section on monitoring and special studies. And this monitoring that's identified is, you can think of it kind of in two broad categories. It would be monitoring to demonstrate compliance with flow objectives, but also monitoring, assessment, and reporting that helps us assess whether or not the flow objectives are providing reasonable protection of beneficial use. And we can use that information to evaluate efficacy of the objectives and whether or not we need to make any adjustments in the future. I also wanted to bring up that there are related water quality control plans that spatially overlap with the Bay Delta Plan. The San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board and the Central Valley Regional Water Board have local local basin plans that cover the San Francisco Bay watershed and the Sacramento River watershed and San Joaquin River watershed. And while there is overlap spatially, the Bay Delta Plan addresses issues such as salinity, tidal and riverine flows that require control of water diversions, which are regulated through water rights. Whereas the San Francisco Bay and the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, and San Joaquin River basin plans, they usually address parameters such as toxic chemicals and other contaminants that kind of follow your more maximum contaminant level type of water quality issue. Next slide. So how do we implement the Bay Delta Plan? As I just mentioned, the Bay Delta Plan includes largely flow-dependent water quality objectives. And to implement the flow-dependent water quality objectives, the State Water Board has to use its dual authority with water quality and water rights. So we can describe the relationship between the Bay Delta Plan, for example, and Water Rights Decision 1641, or D1641 for short, by describing that D1641 implements objectives in the Bay Delta Plan. So the Bay Delta Plan establishes flow-dependent objectives that are implemented through the combined water quality and water rights authority of the State Board. So D1641 is a water right order that implements portions of the Bay Delta Plan by amending the water rights and license, in this case of the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. D1641 assigns responsibility to the Department of Water Resources and the United States Bureau of Reclamation to modify diversions and other project operations sufficient to meet flow-dependent water quality objectives in the Bay Delta Plan, specifically to achieve Sacramento and San Joaquin River inflows, delta outflows, delta salinity, and State Water Project and Central Valley Project operations, such as gate operations and export limits. Next slide. The Bay Delta Plan is periodically reviewed and updated as required by California Porter Cologne and the Federal Clean Water Act. The first plan was adopted in 1978, and it's been updated several times, including a substantial update in 1995. In 2009, the State Water Board began the process of reviewing and potentially updating flow-dependent water quality objectives in response to significant declines and lack of recovery of fish populations since the last major update in 1995. In 2018, the State Water Board completed the first of the update processes to adopt new and revised flow objectives for the Lower San Joaquin River and its 3 salmon-bearing tributaries for the reasonable protection of fish and wildlife beneficial uses. We also made a revision to Southern Delta salinity objectives for the reasonable protection of agricultural beneficial uses. The State Water Board is continuing the process of reviewing and potentially updating flow-dependent water quality objectives for the Sacramento River, the Delta, and their tributaries. That process is referred to as the SAC Delta update, and Matt will be talking about that process more in his slides. Next slide. So this slide shows a very general description of the process to update and implement the Bay Delta Plan. The first step is to complete a periodic review of the Bay Delta Plan to identify what issues should be further evaluated and what changes, if any, should be made to the Bay Delta Plan. Next is development of a scientific basis report to evaluate and document science and technical information that support possible changes to the Bay Delta Plan. When you look to change the Bay Delta Plan, or when you start that process, you also need to comply with CEQA and Porter Cologne. And this includes a staff report or a substitute environmental document. The State Water Board Basin Planning Program is a certified regulatory program and can prepare a written report in lieu of an environmental impact report. A staff report, or SED, can also meet specific Porter Cologne requirements for economic analyses and analyses that evaluate protection of beneficial uses. Those types of analyses are not commonly part of an EIR. And so the CEQA part will also identify what proposed amendments that are in the document, evaluate alternatives, and disclose environmental and economic impacts of making those changes or those amendments to the Bay Delta Plan. After that, the State Water Board considers whether to adopt the plan amendments at public meetings. We usually have many public meetings where we go over the proposed changes, listen to public comments, describe our technical analyses, answer questions, and allow the board to have conversation in public about the Bay Delta Plan amendments. Let's see. If the State Water Board approves amendments or changes to the Bay Delta Plan, they are submitted to the Office of Administrative Law, where they must be approved there before taking effect. Once OAL provides approval, the State Water Board begins the process of implementing the changes. This step includes actions such as adopting a regulation, adopting a water rights order or a decision, and putting in conditions in a water quality certification. So we kind of have three main tools of requiring bypass of flow or changes in diversions in order to achieve flow dependent water quality objectives. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, in 2018, the board did adopt changes or amendments to the Bay Delta Plan. And I'm going to go over those changes as a reminder. Some of you might be familiar, this might be new to others. These amendments to the Bay Delta Plan occurred in 2018. They include new and revised objectives for the lower San Joaquin River and its 3 salmon-bearing tributaries and revised Southern Delta salinity objectives. So this map here just shows the general geographic area. You can see it in the blue circle at the bottom. Next slide. The Bay Delta Plan amendments, like I mentioned, include a revision to Southern Delta salinity objective, which is in place to provide reasonable protection to agricultural beneficial uses, for example, irrigation water in the Southern Delta. So on the top of the slide, you can see 3 yellow dots, and then you can kind of see a dot that's half green, half yellow. So those are the Southern Delta salinity compliance points. And the revision that we adopted was 1.0 decisiemens per meter. The salinity objective is expressed as electrical conductivity, and that is a 30-day running average that applies year round. The prior objective was a little bit lower. It was 0.7 decisiemens per meter from April through August. That was the irrigation season. However, we revised the objective based on new technical information that demonstrated agricultural beneficial uses were still reasonably protected at higher salinity levels. The next objective that I'll discuss is the lower San Joaquin River tributary flow objective. This flow objective applies from February through June. And there's 2 pieces to it. It has the tributary piece, which is expressed as a % of unimpaired flow, and it applies at the confluence or the mouth of the 3 salmon-bearing tributaries with the lower San Joaquin. So the Stanislaus, the Tuolumne, and the Merced. We evaluate compliance at the nearest flow station. So you can see a green dot on each one of those tributaries showing where compliance would be evaluated. Then there's also a revision to the base flow objective on the lower San Joaquin River at Vernalis. That's the location that's half green, half yellow. So the new tributary flow objective is expressed as a % of unimpaired flow, and that will allow it to continuously adjust to tributary specific hydrology, especially in the extremely variable hydrology of California. The prior flow objective was a fixed monthly average flow based on 5 water year types that applied to the San Joaquin River only at Vernalis. So the quantitative flow objective is 40% of unimpaired flow as a 7-day running average within an adaptive range of 30 to 50%. The revised lower San Joaquin River base flow objective at Vernalis requires a minimum flow of 1,000 CFS as a 7-day running average within an adaptive range of 800 to 1,200 CFS. The minimum flow objective is in place to provide protection in those very dry years in which 40% of unimpaired flow would not produce 800 to 1,200 CFS at Vernalis. So the program of implementation that's in the Bay Delta Plan identifies adaptive implementation options that allow for managing the required % of unimpaired flow as a total volume of water, or a water budget, and that can be released on an adaptive schedule where scientific information indicates a flow pattern different from that which would occur by tracking the unimpaired flow, would better protect fish and wildlife uses, provided that the total volume of water is at least equal to the % of unimpaired flow from February through June. The adaptive implementation adjustments allow for using a functional flows approach to defining an alternative flow schedule that is subject to the budget constraint defined by the 40% of unimpaired flow. And next slide. So this slide provides a broad timeline for the actions that we need to complete to implement the lower San Joaquin River flow and Southern Delta salinity objectives.
This winter and spring, we plan to release draft reports describing biological goals and compliance methods and to hold workshops on these topics to provide opportunities and listen to feedback from interested parties. The biological goals is a report that describes quantitative metrics that will be used to assess effectiveness of flow objectives, inform adjustments in flow schedules, and require percent of unimpaired flow, and to assess and inform future updates to the lower San Joaquin River flow objectives in the Bay Delta plant. Compliance methods are numeric methods to evaluate and assess compliance with the unimpaired flow objective. We also are planning to work with DWR and Reclamation, or we already are working with them, but the goal would be to release a Southern Delta Salinity Operations Plan and a Special Studies Plan, and to initiate CEQA for the implementation action. Our goal is to have the board consider adoption of biological goals and the executive director consider approval of compliance methods by the end of summer 2022. And from 2022 to 2023, if we move forward with implementing through a regulation, the goal is to initiate CEQA, create a draft and final regulation, and have board consideration and action on the draft regulation by the end of summer 2023. There are other ways to implement. For example, we could implement through a water right action, and a decision hasn't been made which pathway to take, but this schedule would no longer apply if we implemented through a water right action. We'd have to adjust it because it might take a little bit longer than something like a regulation. And with that, I will transition to Matt Holland. He's going to discuss the Bay Delta Plan updates and the scientific basis for flow-dependent water quality objectives and connection to ISB on environmental flows.
Folks, if you're on, put yourself on mute.
You know what? I could not hear you, so I'm going to increase my volume. Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sorry, just a reminder to people put themselves on mute if they're not speaking.
I will put myself on mute.
Thank you, Erin. Again, my name is Matt Holland, and I'm also program manager in the Division of Water Rights at the State Water Board. Could I get the next slide, please? So this slide is back to that overview map that that Erin showed earlier, and so the circle kind of covers the domain of the Sacramento Delta update. And so this is concerning the Sacramento River, its tributaries, the Delta, and 3 tributaries to the east of the Delta. So I think you can understand why we refer to this in short as the Sacramento Delta update, because that's quite a mouthful. I just want to point out that, you know, there are a lot of tributaries included in this part of the update. There's a mix of regulated and unregulated tributaries. There are varying levels of water development on the different tributaries. There are varying efforts at restoration on the various tributaries. So it's a bigger and more varied set of tributaries than were included in the previous update. Notably, it also includes the major reservoirs of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project that are operated to meet water quality objectives in the Delta, and also to provide for export of water from the Delta to the Bay Area and to south of the Delta. So yeah, that summarizes the domain of the update. So could I get the next slide, please? So now I'm going to go over the potential elements of the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. I want to mention before I get much further that you know, we're at an earlier stage in the Sacramento Delta update than the Lower San Joaquin process, and there's also been an active effort to develop a voluntary agreement to address the needs of the Sacramento Delta update. So these are general descriptions that I can get into a little bit more if there are further questions later. But generally speaking, we're starting with the first set of objectives that we might update are new and modified inflow objectives for the Sacramento River and the Delta tributaries, and that includes the tributaries to the Sacramento River. To date, we've been considering these to be percent of unimpaired flow objectives similar to those described previously. But there's also the possibility that in the context of a voluntary agreement, these might be blocks of water that are offered up by the various larger water users in the system that would be operated potentially flexibly to provide for functional flows. The second category of objectives that we're considering are cold water habitat objectives. So cold water habitat objectives, in the most basic sense, are intended to ensure that inflow objectives are implemented in such a way as to protect cold water refugia below those valley floor reservoirs, those rim reservoirs that block access to the natal spawning and rearing habitats of many salmonids. But implementation of cold water habitat objectives may include things like reintroduction to restored systems such as Battle Creek. They may include, upstream passage. They may include installation of temperature control devices and other selective withdrawal means on dams. And so that we're building this in as a narrative objective in the current proposals. Third, we're considering new and updated Delta outflow objectives. And in the event that the inflow objectives are based on a percent of unimpaired flow, those outflow objectives would be designed to work with that inflow objective. It probably would not be specific exactly a percent of unimpaired outflow, because we would be also protecting the inflows provided from the San Joaquin, and we may have different percentages of unimpaired flow in the San Joaquin and Sacramento basins. And additionally, if we're implementing something more like a block of water approach from a voluntary agreement, we would have to design that outflow requirement to protect those blocks of water coming in from the other tributaries. And the final category of objectives that we're considering are what we call interior flow objectives. And Aaron referred to these previously. They're essentially things like export constraints, like the existing export to inflow ratio that limits the exports from the Southern Delta. But they can also include things like operations of permanent gates or installation of temporary barriers that affect water quality and the routing of fish. The next set of changes that we're considering would be changes to the program of implementation. Again, Aaron got into a lot of these in the specific presentation on the San Joaquin, but we would include voluntary and default implementation paths. And so this could include voluntary agreements that come in as voluntary agreements, or it could include voluntary implementation paths for a percent of unimpaired flow based objective. And then a default implementation path of a percent unimpaired flow objective would be similar to what Aaron described as the sort of just kind of tracking the percent of unimpaired flow through time. We would also include updates to compliance and effectiveness accounting, monitoring, reporting, assessment, all of those things that Aaron went into in a little bit more detail on the San Joaquin, as well as consideration of adaptive management measures. And then just to reiterate the voluntary agreement aspect, there may also be other voluntary agreement elements, including non-flow measures such as habitat restoration actions, or those blocks of flow that I referred to a few moments ago. Next slide, please. So next I want to talk a little bit more generally about how we go about this planning. And I'm probably going to skip over some things on the next slide after this one because Aaron covered it pretty well previously, but maybe to talk a little bit more about scientific basis reports and set up a context for some of that discussion of the scientific challenges that Stephen was referencing earlier in the introduction to this presentation. So the State Water Board, as an agency in the California Environmental Protection Agency, when we adopt a new regulation, we're required pursuant to a health and safety code statute to have the scientific basis or the scientific portion of the rule or regulation peer reviewed independently. And that statute requires specific features in that independent peer review. So we actually have an office at the State Water Board that handles that to make sure that we meet our statutory obligations. So every time we are considering adopting a new regulation, we have to have that scientific basis peer reviewed through that process. The way that we've implemented this in the Bay Delta Plan updates is to produce first a scientific basis report that kind of starts with a problem statement. So for example, we've seen long-term declines and failures of recovery of a number of native species and commercially important species in the watershed, and flow alteration and operations of water diversions contribute to those declines. So we produce a scientific basis report that essentially reviews what are the actions in the State Water Board's authority that could be taken and what would be the scientific basis for that suite of actions. So we produce those reports, we put them out for public comment, and ultimately have them peer reviewed through an independent process. Now, additionally, because we value the ISB's role, which I like to think of as a sort of insider-outsider role. So the members of the ISB are selected for a mix of local and broader perspective and the scientific backgrounds that are important to management in the Delta. But along with that independence, you're not participating in this system on a sort of one-off basis. So it helps to have some kind of longer engagement. And so we have, for both of these processes, brought these scientific basis reports to the ISB for review. And I'm mentioning this because of the current members of the ISB, I think only Jay and possibly Stephen have participated in one of those reviews. So I wanted to let you all know that collectively as a group, the Independent Science Board has been a part of improving the products that we use to base our amendments to the Bay Delta Plan. So I think that covers that information. So the next slide, please. So the next slide, this is really kind of a rehash of information that Aaron already covered. Essentially, kind of zooming back, when we have documented the science that supports a suite of changes to the Bay Delta Plan, we have to then further analyze the environmental impacts, the economic effects, and we do that through something called a substitute environmental document or a staff report. And then the board considers the information from that report in light of public comment and public process to arrive at some understanding of what set of actions constitutes reasonable protection. And so, reasonable protection is the standard that the board is obligated to meet. And that's a different standard. And this came up in the prior conversation toward the end of the discussion. Julie Zimmerman was talking about the distinction between jeopardy and reasonable protection. The board is tasked with defining reasonable protection, which is not easy. It's a complex sort of balancing act between various policy considerations, and it's informed by, but not dictated by, technical and scientific information. So with that, I think, I'm ready to move on to the next slide, which this is a schedule for the Sacramento Delta update. I also want to acknowledge, going over this, that this schedule is prepared for a board meeting in December. Some of the expectations in it haven't quite materialized. So for example, we've been expecting submittal of a proposed voluntary agreement. We haven't quite received that yet. And so the timelines on this may slip within a margin of error of some months. But this is still what we believe to be an aggressive but more or less achievable schedule for for adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan. So, so we expect kind of any day now to receive a proposed voluntary agreement from various parties. During the remainder of the winter through the summer, we anticipate developing a scientific basis report for that voluntary agreement. That process would include public review and comment. It would include ultimately that peer review, that independent peer review. And I would anticipate that we would bring the report to the ISB as well for review, as we have in the past. So that sort of scientific basis report review is likely something that would be coming to the board sometime in the next year. In the fall, we would expect to release our draft staff report for public review and comment, and hold a public workshop next winter. Over the course of the spring and summer, we would expect to receive that public comment and work to respond to it, and release a response to comments and develop final proposed changes to the Bay Delta Plan in early fall of next year. And then in late fall, consider adoption of plan amendments. So that's kind of where we are in the schedule. Again, there's always schedule uncertainty, but this is our best guess at the schedule right now. Next slide, please. So this is our final slide, and you know, we were asked to talk with the board, the ISB, about how a review on environmental flows can inform future actions of the board. One thing I want to point out up front is the timelines of the current actions. So implementation actions on the lower San Joaquin are currently underway, and planning activities in the Sacramento Delta are currently underway. Those schedules are uncertain, so you know, depending on how timing works out, there's the possibility that that the ISB may be able to be involved in reviewing materials that are part of that process, each of those processes. But it may be that what is more useful are kind of longer term products, longer term engagement in the review of efficacy of changed water quality objectives, review of biological goals and those kinds of things. We also wanted to say a few words about information that we'd like you to kind of take into consideration in developing any report on environmental flows. So first of all, excuse me. First of all, and this also came up a little bit in the previous presentation, just understanding the scope and complexity of the regulatory environment that we're working in here. So Erin and I are presenting on you know, Clean Water Act and Port of Cologne requirements. She covered some of that larger context of, you know, the other water quality control plans. We also have other water right orders and decisions that implement, you know, portions of the Central Valley Basin Plan. For example, we have Water Right Order 90-5 that is involved in temperature management on the Sacramento River. So there are a lot of board things. There's water quality certifications. There's also the Federal Endangered Species Act and the State Endangered Species Act. CDFW has things called streambed alteration agreements that can contain environmental flows. There are, of course, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission flow requirements. So there's a whole range of venues in which environmental flows are set at some level. And there are different balancing considerations that are taken into account in those different venues, and different different standards of protection. So I think, without becoming experts in all of those specific regulatory venues, I think it's important to keep in mind that there's a large universe of regulatory venues in which environmental flows are set and affected. We would also recommend that you build on the existing scientific basis reports that we've referenced before and other resources related to these planning activities. That includes the, sorry, a window just popped up in front of you guys. That includes the California Environmental Flows Framework that you just heard a presentation on. We recommend that you focus on the role of scientific information in the intersection with policy, acknowledging that scientific information informs the policy decisions that are made, but doesn't dictate them. And any perspective you can bring on flexibility and implementing flexible flow objectives and evaluating their efficacy would be valuable to our processes, particularly in the future as we actually get into the nitty-gritty of implementing these things and evaluating them. And so to try to minimize the risk of any more word salad from me, I wanted to see if Erin had anything that she wanted to chime in on the slide. In any case, I think once we've kind of completed our remarks here, we'd be happy to engage in further questions and discussion with the board.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I guess I have two things I'd like to reinforce that you already mentioned, but in thinking of the regulatory environment and something Sarah, previous presenter, brought up, the Water Board has authority to modify diversions and implement flow objectives. But we all understand that we need potentially more than just a modification of flows. We also perhaps need habitat restoration and trying to think of, I guess, setting flow objectives, but then also the other tools that might be brought, maybe with timing that matches, maybe not, but the other ways that we can, maybe not the State Water Board, but other partners, provide habitat and flows that can, amplify one another in terms of their biological response. So then that's just kind of getting to the regulatory piece. The State Water Board has one clear regulatory authority, but it doesn't necessarily have the other clear regulatory authority to compel habitat restoration. But the way that the flow objectives were established for the San Joaquin River flows, it did try to provide room to make adjustments in those flow objectives if habitat restoration projects come online that are able to amplify the biological response so that we can, adjust without having to start the whole process all over again. So that's one thing I think would be really useful to consider, and would be really interesting to hear Delta ISB viewpoints on that piece of it. And then with respect to flexibility and flow objectives and adaptive management, it is monitoring intensive and person time intensive to make sure that we implement a certain flow objective. We're doing the correct monitoring, we're taking that information in, and we're able to keep up with the cycle that we need to make adjustments as new information comes in. So a lot of those things, I think it would be interesting to hear Delta ISB feedback on those.
And I think with that, we're happy to engage in further discussion.
Okay, thanks a lot, Matt and Erin. And again, another very interesting and very informative set of presentations. That's looks like you have quite a complex job. So I'll open it up to board member questions. Tom.
Yeah, my question is to you and Jay. I guess you're the only ones who have any experience reviewing one of these. Can you recall how long it took, the level of effort?
My recollection is it was a fairly extensive review. Certainly nothing like the Delta Tunnel proposals, but it was, it's a healthy document of, so I think about 300 or 400 pages, is my recollection. And we had some substantive comments. I'd recommend going to look at our previous reviews.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe was involved with those too.
That's right. That's right.
And I would just add that those reviews were, well, so I worked on the Sacramento Delta scientific basis report and review and found the input from the ISB to be very useful in revising the report to be more rigorous, but also to kind of message things better and to really identify particularly actually, related to the question of how do we go about setting environmental flows. There was some lack of clarity in our initial version of the report that I think comments from Jay in particular were very useful in revising and kind of pointing us at the sort of soft underbelly of our report and helping us improve it quite a lot.
Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Matt and Aaron. I guess I was kind of thinking back on the previous presentation. I don't know if you were listening in on the environmental flows framework presentation, were you? Or
we caught some of the discussion at the end, but
right. Although I think we have seen presentations by them before, so we're familiar with the CEFF.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm curious how you see that type of framework kind of fitting in with the plan, the Bay Delta plan, and changes that are coming about. Do you think that it can inform how you think about updating the plan, or do they talk to each other at all?
Matt, I can take a chance at answering, or if you have something right away, you can.
Well, I think a place to start is to talk a little bit about the origin of the California Environmental Flows Framework. Just in that, my recollection, at least, of where the process started to get to that framework was that the board actually, through another effort that is part of the Sacramento Delta update now, which is focused on priority tributaries to the throughout the watershed, but mainly in the Sacramento basin. The staff that were sorry, I echoed there for a second. The staff that were working on that effort. I don't know why I'm getting feedback. Let me turn down my.
You okay? Someone took off their mute. You're fine.
So the staff that were working on that update actually engaged with the Delta Science Program and requested a review of an approach to developing environmental flows for those priority tributaries. And that initiated a chain of events that resulted in the collaborations that led to the environmental flows framework. And so it's always been kind of going along in parallel with our planning process. And I have to admit that I have lost track of exactly the current status of the framework and all the details. But one thing that I would suggest taking a look at in our existing scientific basis report for the Sacramento Delta update that kind of gets at this a little bit, at least in an implicit way, is the section that we wrote up on development of environmental flows. And I honestly can't remember exactly where we put that. I believe it's at the beginning of chapter 3 of our SAC Delta scientific basis report. And we kind of included a review of various methodologies for developing environmental flows and arrived at the conclusion that, the approach that we were taking was attempting to be holistic and to provide for the ability to accommodate and include flow shaping to provide functions, but was also not intended to presume that we could identify all of the functions that flow is providing in the natural system. So that, I kind of think of it as a little bit of humility with regard to, our scientific understanding of how flow actually affects ecosystems. So I think that, the way that we've been going along trying to build in flexibility in how we implement a flow objective is in principle very compatible with the environmental flows framework. And I'll leave it at that. I don't know, Erin, if you have anything to add.
I absolutely agree with your statement about compatibility and could use the Lower San Joaquin River flow objective as an example. The default flow objective is a 7-day running average. It's a 40% of unimpaired flow. And if you follow the unimpaired flow as it comes in, that's kind of making functional flow decisions for you. We're just going to follow the hydrograph as it occurs in nature, but it will be dampened because it's a 7-day running average. The adaptive implementation flexibility allows, instead of just tracking the unimpaired flow hydrograph on that 7-day running average, we can estimate the total volume of water that would come in from February through June. And we'll be wrong at first, but we'll get righter and righter as we get toward the end of the 5-month period. But we can use any means that we have to make decisions about a flow schedule that might work better than tracking the 7-day running average. And if we have a very incised channel that really only can have floodplain activation at 1,000 CFS or higher, perhaps we want lower flows in the cooler months, something less than 40% of unimpaired flow in February and March. And maybe we want to invest what we could have done on the 7-day running average, but we took a little bit lower flow in February and March. Maybe we want to invest that in a snowmelt simulation that is characteristic of the San Joaquin. So we push that into those later months. It follows a functional flows concept. I'm not using the functional flow metric terminology that as part of CEFF, but you can blend those concepts and use the flow budget as your constraints. And then you can see how well you can meet the functional flow metrics. So that's like a way that they can be blended. But I think the ideas are very compatible. I'm sure that's not the only way they could be blended.
So thanks, that's very helpful. I was on mute.
Okay, Lisa.
I was hoping Tanya's question would cover mine because I'm really trying to ask an institutional question, but I almost feel like I don't understand enough to ask this question well. So please help me out here. Please be sympathetic to my lack of understanding. I'm really just trying to understand. You basically, in both your talks, presented kind of a laundry list of goals and objectives. And it's just not really clear to me how you balance all those. I mean, obviously you have some off the top things that are required by regulation and there's some stakeholder engagement, but what is the real process by which you meet all these various objectives?
I'm trying to think about how maybe we could pull up a slide to help us understand. So a clean Port of Cologne requires reasonable protection of beneficial use. And we initiated a periodic review recognizing that some beneficial uses may not be sufficiently protected, specifically fish and wildlife beneficial uses. And that periodic review led to a scientific basis report that suggested potential updates to the water quality control plan that are then evaluated, in a CEQA document, but we don't call it an EIR because we have to include additional analyses in that are for Port of Cologne. That's economic analysis, and then also just an analysis to see if we are going to be able to provide reasonable protection of that beneficial use. And maybe one of your questions is really getting at something Matt brought up, which is that's a really hard task. It's not defined in code what is reasonable, right? Like the State Water Board has the 5-member board has the discretion to figure out what's reasonable in this moment in time and balancing competing beneficial uses. But we do an economic analysis to identify what are the economic impacts of adopting a different amendment. You know, so for the San Joaquin side, we looked at 20% of unimpaired flow, 30%, 40%, 50%. We looked at, you know, all those different ranges and we evaluated the economic effects, provided that information to the board, and they look at that and consider and weigh everything. One thing we did see is that at 40% of unimpaired flow, we did get a solid improvement in temperature profiles that would promote survival of Chinook salmon outmigrating juveniles. We saw a very big benefit in more floodplain activation, and there was an economic impact. But when you go to 60% of unimpaired flow, for example, there was less of an improvement in temperature profiles and floodplain activation, but there was a substantially larger economic impact. And so that's some of the information that the board uses to make those balancing decisions.
So it sounds like you're essentially using cost effectiveness and something similar to incremental cost analysis, where you say for this much more cost or pain, how much benefit do we get? Something like that. Is it?
Well, we tried to provide that information, but I'm not an economist, and so I'm not sure if those have like specific meanings beyond, you know, kind of like I'm interpreting that as very dictionary definition. kind of,
okay,
kind of
it's probably not the dictionary.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you.
I mean, Matt, I wanted to check and see if Matt has anything to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess some things to add is that, you know, for a given range of alternatives, you might identify that there are, you know, that even the technical information itself, you know, can indicate that the various things you're trying to protect maybe are very hard to reconcile. So, for example, in the Sacramento Delta update, the range of flows that we identified in the scientific basis report to be considered in the subsequent analysis was 35 to 75% of unimpaired flow from the tributaries. Now, when we model that using, you know, a hydrology and operations model, it's very challenging to maintain any level of water supply at 75% of unimpaired flow, and it's very challenging to maintain enough storage in some of those larger rim reservoirs to feel comfortable that we can provide for temperature control below those rim reservoirs. So there are, you know, at the extreme ends of the spectrum, and, you know, at the 35% end of the spectrum, you basically don't see any change in the hydrology and operations. And so, you know, that technical information can identify, well, you know, these ends of the range aren't workable. And maybe that's sort of trivial information, but it does point us to, you know, somewhere in the middle. And then in, you know, I think not a formalized sense that, you know, I'm not an economist either, so I don't understand the formal framework that you're referring to, but I think in a sort of less formal sense, it's that kind of trade-off analysis that's being done by the board members through a policy lens. And that policy lens, you know, includes what are the effects on real people? What are the effects on how much agriculture the state can support? How does this interact with other major regulations that affect these same stakeholders, like SGMA, for example? And so they have to make a very hard policy decision based on, you know, a mixture of, I mean, you know, primarily technical information. So it's you know, physical modeling and biological modeling and economic modeling, but also the input from the public as to how much pain they can tolerate in various sectors.
Thank you. That's helpful. I revised my assessment. It sounds more like a multi-criteria analysis now. So, okay.
Okay, looks like we're getting near to wrap up. Edmund, any public comment on this?
Yes, there's one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, this is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And in the interest of fairness and balance, I'm going to provide the viewpoint of the environmental and fishing groups on the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update. So the Water Board voted to adopt phase 1 of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update in 2018. Following this vote, the chair of the State Water Resources, the Newsom administration has since pursued voluntary agreements for phase 2 of the Water Quality Control Plan update. Environmental and fishing groups have been deeply disappointed with the voluntary agreement processes. When the VA framework was released in 2020, Defenders of Wildlife commented, defenders returned to the voluntary agreement process in early 2019 after Newsom administration officials promised conservation organizations that they would engage in an open and transparent process to craft a deal. Unfortunately, that promise was abandoned less than 2 years later with the release of a weak framework that was negotiated behind closed doors and without meaningful input from the conservation community. From what we can tell, this deal is built on quicksand instead of credible science. While this deal appears to have something in it for those who are embracing it, it fails to do the one thing it is supposed to do, protect the Bay Delta's fish and water quality. There were similar comments by other environmental groups participating in the voluntary agreement negotiations. In 2021, the Natural Resources Defense Council filed several Public Records Act requests with the Natural Resources Agency and the Environmental Protection Agency regarding the VAs. These agencies only provided one public document in response to NRDC's request. It has been my observation that environmental and fishing groups are systematically marginalized in collaborative processes, and this is just one example. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deirdre. Any final comments before we conclude this section?
Steve, we have another public comment.
Oh, okay.
This is from Darcy Austin. Darcy, if you have the ability to unmute your microphone, please state your name and affiliation before providing your public comment. Thank you.
Hi there. Thanks, Edmund. This is Darcy Austin again, Science Manager for the State Water Contractors. I just, it's hard for me when I hear comments like that. I'm not personally involved in the voluntary agreement, but I do know that they're working to keep environmental groups at the table and participating, and multiple agencies participating. So I don't think this is exactly a closed door process as it's being characterized. And I feel like, when things are entered into the public record like this, they need to be accurate. And that is not my understanding of what is happening. So I wanted to offer that comment as a little bit of a counter to what we just heard.
Okay, thanks, Darcy. Now I think we're ready to move on. And I want to, again, thank Aaron and Matt. And again, very informative. And we look forward to receiving your report to review. And I'm pretty sure Jay will be happy to take the lead, and our two missing board members will join him for sure to take the lead on that. So
you'll get it to us before October.
Yeah, so thank you again. I want to have a time check with the board members now. And we have two of our board members. Joe had to leave. He's in the field in Santa Barbara, and Diane had to teach a course. So what we have on the agenda for the rest of the day is a 15-minute break, and then a 1-hour discussion on future reviews. And the thought there was, at the time, was to think about the 3 reviews we sort of talked about and see if anything came up over the last 2 days' discussion so we could dive into that. We were going to have an hour on that, and then a 15-minute wrap up and talk about the future meetings. What I'd like to propose is that we take that agenda item for an hour and turn it into basically a half a day for our April meeting, and spend much of the thrust of our April meeting talking about future reviews. And that's in the context of everything from the scope of the reviews and how we might approach them, as we mentioned earlier, in terms of engagement and so forth and those kind of things, but also maybe talk about more the scope of the reviews, because I think that really influences their adaptability in terms of scope, in terms of who can do it, how broad, how long it takes to do them, and just have that discussion, but also then talk about the reviews themselves. I know in the context of individual discussions, other people have thought about ideas they might like to float, and spend that time in April when we're in face-to-face and talk about those and see if we can figure out a way forward on how we might narrow them down. Maybe there's one or two that comes up we want to jump into, or maybe others need further evaluation. But I'd like to then propose that we move that item and not get into it today, unless people want to get into it today. Virginia. You're on me.
Yep. Okay. I think that's a great idea. And I would add the scope and the process of reviews, because we heard some comments today about elements that I think would add to the process.
Okay, Tom.
Just so I'm clear, we've already sort of launched the subsidence review. So, and we have plans for more exploratory conversations. You're not suggesting we just table it until April, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think that one we sort of are moving along on. I think the two I'm in charge to talk about is food webs and environmental flows, and I think those we've talked about, but we've had a lot of discussion today. But I think we certainly need to do a lot more thinking and discussing and seeing where those might go. Plus, there are other topics that people have thought about, and I think we really want to sort of have an open discussion on those review topics and figure out, so we can maybe walk out of April with some pretty good solid steps forward on these reviews. I think subsidence is well in hand. I'm seeing some heads nod. So let's, without objection, then we'll go ahead and do that and move item 13 on to next April. And that brings us to item 14, which is preparing for our next meeting. In April, we have a face-to-face meeting. Hopefully we'll actually have it this time. And we're moving forward to that. The dates of the full days are April 7th and April 8th. April 7th is a field trip. So we'll get out and meet some of the stakeholders directly. And Edmund, did you want to say a few words about what our plan is for the 7th?
Yes, I can do that, Steve. I'm just going to pull up a map really quick so everyone can see our current plans. And can everyone hear me? I've heard my microphone's been a little soft.
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So for the field tour, we're going to start out in West Sacramento, or for the meeting, it's going to be in Sacramento. Our meetup location is going to be in West Sacramento. And we're going to be focusing on traveling to the Western Delta to explore that region. It's expected to be like a whole day meeting, but it's, a whole day field tour. And it's going to be a van tour. So we're going to take Highway 160 and we're going to view the Delta from a van perspective. Over this course of our travels, we'll be passing some legacy communities like Log and Walnut Grove. We'll also be passing the Delta Cross Gate or Delta Cross Channel Gate to learn about the CVP, one of the CVP facilities. But our main focus is going to be on the Western Delta. We're going to start out a Dutch Slough tidal restoration project to learn about restoration and what's going on here. So Delta ISB has been talking about potentially revisiting the restoration review. And pretty much Dutch Slough was an example that was reviewed in 2013 in your restoration review and also in your 2016 adaptive management review. So at that time, the project was more in the planning phase. Some phases of the project is now complete, so there's an opportunity to revisit this for some of the members who have been around since we last visited Dutch Slough. Then in the afternoon, we're going to visit Sherman Island and Twitchell Island. And this purpose of these two sites is to help inform the subsidence review. We're going to learn about the subsidence. You guys are going to see subsidence and learn about the efforts on some of the subsidence reversal efforts. And also, after that, we're going to drive back to the Sacramento. So that's an overview of the tour on day one. Any questions?
Yeah, Jay.
Is there a way we could, while we're out looking at Dutch Slough, could we take just a little bit of a detour and drive through Bethel Island? That's the major urbanized subsided area of the Delta, and it's, it'll take us maybe another 20-30 minutes to do that. But it does show some of for the developed land, for the urbanized land in the Delta, it does show some of the subsidence effects and some of the responses to the subsidence.
Yes, we can add Bethel Island.
Okay, thanks, Edmund. On the 8th will be our full day meeting, and what I'm suggesting is rather than have the traditional series of reports and so forth, we really focus on future reviews and all aspects of that. And we can come up with some more discrete discussions, but that would be a time when we could put things together. I don't know what folks' schedules are like, but most everyone will probably be coming in on the 6th, and we're talking about also having a series of small group meetings, either the afternoon of the 6th, which would be the afternoon or late afternoon of the 6th. We possibly could squeeze some in on the morning of the 8th as well, on the Friday morning. But the ones that come to my mind are the 3 sort of quasi reviews we're talking about: environmental flows, food webs, and the subsidence. But there's also, we need an opportunity for the leadership team to meet with the postdocs and talk about, we'll have both postdocs present and talk about their activities. We could do that on the field trip as well. We also have to think about the science needs assessment and where we're going on that, and having a small group of people talk about that. And then finally, it might be valuable to have a separate meeting with the communications department of the science program, because I think it's good to get the perspective of what they particularly can offer for us, so that when I review what happened with the Hastings report, and that there's sort of what I would call stakeholder engagement component of the activity, which is what we're doing today and in field trips and so forth. But then there's also the outreach communication aspect of the activity, and maybe that's the component of that they could do for us in many respects. So anyway, that's so once you get your schedules, think about that. If you can get in earlier on the 6th, then we'd have those opportunities to do those kind of things on the afternoon of the 6th. So I'll let Edmund work with you each on the schedules, and once we figure out where people's schedules are, we can try and maybe preferences of what they want to do, we can set up some of those smaller group meetings. Okay, that sounds good. If there's no questions, and then on the May, we're back to a virtual meeting back in May. And then June, I think we're thinking of in person again in June. So I think that's all I have for upcoming meetings.
Steve, is the May meeting 2 days?
I don't have that in front of me. Edmund would know.
It'll be 1 day.
1 day.
Thank you.
And let's see. I've lost the rest of the schedule, but I think it was basically going next to Edmund summing up our action items.
Yes. our follow-up items today or yesterday, actually. It feels like one day. Jay mentioned that he had a disclosure indicating that he's now a member of the Blue Ribbon Committee for Rehabilitation of Clear Lake. So we'll add that to our disclosures webpage. For Delta Science Program Assessment of the Delta ISB, I have for your April meeting that you would like to revisit the operating guidelines and to see if any changes should be made as a result of the assessment. I have that the chairship will be preparing some questions for discussion at the next meeting to inform discussion on the response to the Delta Science Program's assessment and also help with discussion.
Hey, Steve, can you mute, please?
Oh, sorry.
Anything to add regarding that follow-up item? All right. The other follow-up items I have is related to next steps for the monitoring enterprise review and the water supply reliability estimation review. As mentioned at the meeting yesterday, those reports are in the process of being finalized and formatted. And then the lead authors for each of those reviews will be preparing presentations to the council. Today, there seems to be another potential follow-up item for the water supply reliability review. And I have that Jay and Tom will follow up with each other to see if there's a need to clarify the definitions between environmental and ecological flows for the water supply reliability estimation report. Relating to those two reviews, there was a lot of good discussions on other outreach steps or communication products, from video blogs to workshops to opinion pieces. I have that each of those groups will potentially have a briefing discussion to identify audiences and potential venues or products to reach those audiences. And I have as a follow-up item is that the chairship will be providing guidance to those groups on that exercise. In addition to meeting with the communication staff to understand what services the council can provide. Any questions related to that follow-up item? Following that, just something to add to the Delta ISB's work planning process. Today, the State Water Resources Control Board indicated that they may be making a future request for the Delta ISB to review a new scientific basis report for any upcoming voluntary agreements. I think Jay is going to take the lead if it comes before October. And we're continuing to shape up our April meeting, but we're going to continue the discussion on the 3 different review topics and any other new ideas that may come up. So that's all I have for follow-up items. Is there anything that anyone would like to add?
It looks like a terrific job, as usual, Edmund. Move on to item 16. Any public comments for items not on the agenda?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing.
Yeah, it's Deirdre Desjardins, and I spoke today for a lot of groups that weren't asked to present, although they have their own viewpoints on the subjects that were covered. And I just wanted to remind the board that in California water, power determines who determines the frame of reference, who is entitled to respect and deference, whose intentionality matters, who has epistemological and moral authority, and who has priority of access to resources. And I want the board to think about, in the Delta Independent Science Board's process of receiving information about these critical topics, you know, and the people who are not from California learning about them, who are you including and who are you marginalizing? Because I'm seeing a lot of agencies, but there have been issues with some of the agency processes. And in the interest of fairness and balance, I tried to raise some of those issues. I don't think it's actually something that I should be doing in 3-minute comment periods. Nor do I think with the case of the review of the Delta Independent Science Board that it should be up to us to try to provide written comments in a 30-minute draft when, you know, people weren't interviewed. We didn't see things until November. And there were some things about inadvertent advocacy that are deeply offensive to the stakeholders that I work with. And in fact, you know, calling a peer review for the Northern Spotted Owl recovery process inadvertent advocacy is an insult to every environmental and fishing and tribal group that I work with. And I just want to say I was deeply disappointed that there wasn't more discussion about values, because frankly, the groups I work with have to fight way too hard to have public trust that is encoded in state law, even considered in these processes. And they shouldn't be having to fight so hard. They shouldn't be marginalized. And the processes need to include them, and they need to be at the table, and their viewpoint, if the public trust isn't being respected, it needs to be listened to. And that's why I volunteer my time for them. That's why I fight for them. And I want you to really think about what fairness and balance and equity looks like in your processes, as well as in the Delta Science Program processes. Thank you.
Well, thanks for those comments, Deidre. I think, you know, we're currently in the process of trying to look at state regulations and so forth, not make any value judgments on them, but more or less what are the restrictions of state and federal agencies that, from their point of view, and what do they think would help, how would our reviews help inform the decisions that they have to make? I think we would also appreciate larger stakeholder viewpoints on topics we ought to be reviewing. I know in the past what we've done was we sent out surveys and had open retreats and public meetings, and with that as a topic, and we certainly value input from those folks. We've also done that in terms of some of our reviews, like the monitoring review where we do, we sent out surveys to 3,000 plus people, things like that. So I think the broadest term definition of the word stakeholder is the kind of information we would need if we could get something, some input, particularly at this stage, to try and help us zero in on the science topics. We walk a fine line of being focused on reviewing the adequacy and where the science gaps are, and the fine line is from there to stepping into the policy realm. And I know it's a fine and fuzzy line, but we try and focus on the science. Jay?
Yeah, we've had, I think in pre-COVID times, we would normally have at least one meeting per year in the Delta. And once or twice, we have had some very successful meetings where we set up a period of time when anybody from the Delta could just come talk to us. And I found those to be very, very useful. It just provided sort of an open door. People showed up, sometimes organized, sometimes not. And we just had some really nice conversations. It wasn't adversarial. It was just really an enjoyable conversation. So I think that doesn't address all of Deirdre's concerns, but I think things like that are things that we could do that would give particularly the newer members of the board, and there will be more newer members of the board, a better feel for the range of people and interests in the Delta and about the Delta, aside from the usual suspects that are very well organized.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments before we adjourn?
I just wanted to thank the board for considering this, and I know it's a difficult subject.
Well, thanks for bringing it up and keeping our eyes open. So, okay, with that, I think we're ready to adjourn an hour early. And so thanks, everyone. It was really a tremendous discussion today. I think it was really, I know I learned a lot, and I think all of us did. So it'll help us in our future reviews. So have a good evening and a good weekend. We're adjourned.
Well.